how to level something and what level is. And I believe, well, I believe the builder, yeah.
Yeah,
They're
so do
all
I.
level from 1 point.
Well, yeah, how it's going to be so small you can't tell.
Yeah, but if you transfer that, so like when you do big developments, yeah,
Yeah,
you have a starting datum point. That's your baseline. Now, anything from that datum point is from that original datum point. So you run,
sure.
you run, you get that, and then you transfer your datum point to another section, and then you
Yes.
transfer it to another section. But it's all from level.
Yeah, I know, but that
So
level changes
if you're
each time you
claiming
move.
if you're if you're claiming that this is a matter of tolerances and that we
I'm
can't
not.
get perfection,
I'm
then
not.
I would agree. But if you're claiming that it's due to curvature of the Earth, well, the claim that you're making is actually curving in the opposite direction. So that's not even making sense to me. You're saying it's going to pool in the middle. Well, that's not following the curvature of the Earth.
No, if it were
So
flat.
why is that?
Sorry, I thought you were done.
You cut out, AJ?
I think you did. There
Oh,
you
good.
go.
I'm finished. Sorry, I'm driving as well.
If,
But yeah, no, I'm
Uh,
done. I'm just saying that it's curving. What he's claiming is that if we have a flat surface over a long distance, that the edges are going to turn up. You're eventually going to be walking uphill, and water's going to pool in the middle. But then isn't the claim that this curvature is due to the curvature of the globe, which would actually be curving in the other direction, and you would always be on top, and it would be running off the ends?
I'm sorry, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
No, but hey, get this. If it conformed to the curvature of the Earth, the water would just sit on top of the slab.
No, it would make a curve on top of the slab. A little, yeah. If the just like we say the oceans do. You know, if you somehow ran a flat surface underneath the ocean, eventually that flat surface would pop out at some point.
What, like the abyssal plains?
I don't know what those are.
yeah, a submarine and a submarine going like dead reckoning flat straight, right? Competing against a boat, they both start at the same, equal point, and they both go at the same speed. The submarine's going to win, right?
It's got a shorter distance.
No, it would. It would. Yes. Yes. If you could somehow get them precise enough so that you know they're exactly going the same speed, the submarine would get there faster. This is true.
It's true in your mind.
Well, that's all I got, right? At least, that's what our theory is, and that's what our understanding of the place we live is. So,
That's not all you got. You don't. Your mind is not all you got. You also have your brain.
okay, if you think there's a difference between the two,
There's not.
I don't know. I don't think so. At least nothing useful. No useful difference as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, the
My
brain
mind,
is the mind.
I think so. My mind is a function of my brain. It's what my brain does. My brain does mind.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I don't want to go into the philosophy of mind. I always find it kind of boring myself. So, because even if you did come up with an answer, it wouldn't change a damn thing.
We're not going to be able to prove it either.
I know. That's why I find it boring. But I remember I was going to say there's a place out by me, not too far. My wife actually works there at Stanford University. It's a place called the Stanford Linear Accelerator. Some of you may have heard of it. And it's a 2-mile long. My Mac's dying. Shit, I gotta find my power cord. But it's this 2-mile long linear accelerator. They smash particles in it, and this thing is, laser straight for 2 miles. Might be 3, but I think it's 2. Have to look it up. And it's not.
Did they use triangles to build it? Did they use triangles?
I don't know how they built it, but I know that
Just curious.
but I know that the ends of it, where it is dead perpendicular at one point, at the very ends, it's not perpendicular to the ground, even though it's straight all the way through. It's exactly what Jerry was talking about. If you have 2 points equidistant or equal height and you drew a line, would the plums be vertical or the plums be perpendicular to this thing? And turns out they're not.
So your tube is slanted?
Nope. The tube is absolutely straight. Has to be, otherwise the particles won't hit the other side.
It's going uphill.
It's going up and downhill at the same time.
Nope, because
So-
right in the middle, the plumb line is perpendicular, and at the ends, the plumb lines go in. Ever so slightly, but they do go in.
So they started building from a center point and extended out.
That's my understanding. Yep.
What's it called?
Stanford Linear Accelerator.
Stanford Linear Accelerator.
We call it
Alright.
SLAC, S-L-A-C, the acronym. Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. Drive by it all the time. It's right underneath this Highway 280.
We'll look it
Do you
up
happen
when
to
we
have
go.
an elevation profile of the area?
Elevation profile is irrelevant. It's a long, straight tube.
Well, yeah, I just want to see how it relates to the horizontal.
I'd like to
Is it
see
too-
that. I'd
No,
like to
Yeah.
see that.
come on, visit. We'll drive up.
is-
It's like 20 miles from my house. 25.
Is the tube itself horizontal or no?
I don't know if they had to make it horizontal because it's shooting light, so I don't think it's affected by gravity. But,
Are
I
you
don't see any
saying-
reason why they wouldn't have made it horizontal at one point at least.
Are you saying if you put a level on the end of it, then the levels, it's not going to be level?
Correct.
Wow.
So it's bent.
Yeah. It's a strange world.
So
But
it's
it's
a
true.
true tube.
It's bent.
You know,
I love it.
is what it is.
Doesn't gravity affect light?
Not that I know of. I mean, intense gravity would, if you can bend enough of the space-time thing, but Earth's gravity, it doesn't do much to it.
Don't they say energy is mass?
I'm pretty sure they say that photons have no mass.
Massless particles.
That go uphill on each end.
Yeah. That they're bent but not bent.
Hey,
Right.
don't I tell you?
No, you don't.
How long's this tube?
I think 2 miles.
2 miles.
I'll look it up. Stanford.
What's that? 36? 36
How long
inches?
is SLAC? 2 miles, 3.2
Direction is-
kilometers.
What direction is it oriented?
It can accelerate electrons to energies of 50 giga electron volts. Oh my goodness. Is that a lot?
Wouldn't
Is
have
it
a clue.
orientated north to south, east to west? What?
It is basically east to west. I think the freeway right at that point is going north and south, but I'm not sure because it gets perpendicular to the freeway, goes right underneath it.
So is the tube straight?
You can ask 100 times, Jerry. It's still going to be yes.
Okay, it's straight and a plumb line in the middle is perpendicular to it,
A plumb line, yes.
but at the ends, they're not perpendicular.
Yep.
So it's horizontal and not horizontal at the same time.
Correct.
Wow,
I've been
so
trying
it's
to
bent.
tell you forever now. There's only one place on any given line that is horizontal.
So it's a curved tube then.
You'd have to say that on your globe Earth, horizontal is a point, not a line, not a plane.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't have horizontal.
No, we say that horizontal is a curve, or level's a curve, but
Oh, right.
well, that's you know that's what we say. You don't have to believe it, but
I forgot.
yes,
But if the plumb line is perpendicular to the tube, then the tube has to be horizontal.
you keep
I
playing
mean,
that
right?
game.
Like, come
No,
on.
no, I know, I
So
know
you
you
have a
love that
curve.
game.
So the tube is curved.
Nope, the tube is straight. The Earth is curved.
So the tube is straight,
And the
perpendicular
Earth is
to
curved.
horizontal.
At one
So-
point,
Yeah.
just as your example would be at one point, if you take two equal level points and connect them with a straight line, only one point on that line is perpendicular to the vertical.
So the tube is perfectly straight, perpendicular to vertical,
At one point.
but it's not horizontal at the same time.
At one point it is.
Wow. It's great.
At one point and one point only.
Yeah, that's something.
Well, we think it is. The people who work there think it's something.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to one of them.
What would you ask them?
I'd say, so you have a tube that is perpendicular to vertical,
At one point.
but it's not straight and horizontal, or it is.
No, it is straight.
So it's straight and horizontal, but not perpendicular to vertical.
I don't even know how to talk to you, man. Because you keep ignoring half the things I say and
You
go back
said
to your
that
same thing.
You said that the plumb lines at either end wouldn't be perpendicular to it.
Yes, correct.
Right. So it's horizontal in the middle and not at the ends. So that means that
Correct.
the tube is curved.
No, it means the Earth is curved. One of them has to be curved, you're right, and it's the Earth.
So, but we're not talking about Earth. We're talking about plumb lines in this straight tube.
Well, I'm not assuming that plumb lines are parallel. You are, because you're wrong.
No, you said.
Plumb lines are not parallel, man. Simple as that.
Okay, well, they're
matter
all
how badly you
perpendicular
want
to
them to be.
horizontal.
No, they're all perpendicular to a line if you draw a line somewhere, but they're not
Right.
perpendicular to the horizontals locally.
So all along that line, they'll be perpendicular to it.
Plumb lines are 90 degrees to level.
And level is horizontal.
Yes, but there are infinite levels. Yeah. There are infinite levels on the surface of the Earth. Infinite. You move an inch and you have a different level. Simple as that.
How would you know?
Well, this gets back to the reciprocal zenith angles that you guys all just reject.
Well, I have a way to know.
How's that?
With water.
Yeah, no, but go do your experiment and put a tube in the middle. Have 3 tubes and look across that thing and make it long enough and tell me if the water in the middle is not above the water on the ends.
The water is the horizontal.
Let him inside this accelerator with some water.
Yeah, which way would the water flow?
Towards the middle.
But if gravity pulls equally on all sides, shouldn't it just stay where it is?
No.
Wait, towards the middle, shouldn't it all flow to one end? Do you live on a hump or a dip?
No, it'll flow towards the middle. If the tube is straight, the water will flow towards the middle because that's essentially downhill.
Did they start the level point from the center of the tube or from one end?
I'm assuming they did it at the middle in the center because that way they have to correct for less.
That makes sense.
But it is in hills, right? It's nested in some foothills, and so
yeah. But if
they didn't.
underneath
I don't know.
the freeway, it'll be under a basement on a slab. Yeah, on a concrete slab.
No, that's a whole series of like little house tray things. They're all connected together.
Is it indoors or outdoors?
It's outdoors. Well, the tube is indoors. I mean, I put a pig. I put a. You can Google this thing and you can see it. You can zoom really in on Google Maps.
You
I'll
see
have
it
a
from
look,
space?
You could really get a good shot of it. It's got a really good picture of it. If you just go to Google Maps, look up Stanford Accelerator, look on satellite view, or whatever the hell they call it. I know you guys don't believe in satellites. And you can see this long sequence of buildings, 2 miles long, along this semi-rural hillside. And you can zoom, and all kinds of doors and all kinds. It's got a big air conditioner right there, and a whole bunch of
So
right underneath the freeway.
if a surveyor established a horizontal all the way down the center of that tube, like lengthwise, would the tube be tilted compared to it, or would it curve, or what?
You keep saying you establish a horizontal. Horizontal is instantaneous.
Yeah, I just want to know what happens to the tube. Would it deviate from the horizontal up or down, or would it, or is the
No.
tube
If
horizontal?
I assume that if a surveyor took their little total machine or a theodolite into the tube and put it up against the tube and had a inch mark, some kind of sighting above the tube, and then some inch above the tube on the other end, you could shoot all the way down there, and all those lines would be exactly lined up.
So it's a horizontal tube, right?
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
No, at the ends it's not.
Hey, you know the Bolivian
But-
salt flats, Scott?
Okay.
Yep. When they're covered in water, yeah? Do you think that is curving?
When they're covered in water, do I think it's curving?
Yeah. It fills up with like 1 inch of water for thousands of square miles, hundreds of thousands of square miles.
Well,
Do you
if the
think
water
that
is,
surface is curving?
yeah, if the water is the same depth throughout, yeah, it is curving. It's convex. Think about lakes; they can be concave, right? I mean, it's the nature of lakes.
I thought a horizontal
like-
line or plane has a slope of 0.
Yeah.
It
Sorry,
does,
I
but
didn't mean to.
no, it does. But if you move, 20 feet to your right along, that's no longer horizontal. It's a different horizontal at 20 feet, another 20 feet, different horizontal. Everywhere you go, different horizontal.
Then it would have a rate of change.
Sure.
That's not horizontal.
Yeah, you said horizontal is straight. Now you're saying it changes?
I'm saying horizontal is horizontal only at one point. Once you leave that point, you are no longer horizontal to any other point. The horizontal is to one and only one point.
So there is no
surveyor-
horizontal.
And yes, you
Yeah.
can project a flat plane off of that one point, and you get a flat plane. But that flat plane is immediately diverging from the Earth.
So it can't be horizontal then.
It's horizontal at one point. Why do we have to say this multiple times?
Well, because what you're saying basically is that theodolites are useless
Nope.
because you don't have the same horizontal where you are to somewhere else.
Yes, exactly. And surveyors
Right.
know
So
that.
there's no point in using it.
And surveyors know that.
Really?
Yes.
So when a surveyor shoots a horizontal and does like a foresight backsight 2-peg test, what is that about?
I don't know what a 2-peg test is. I never talked to Larry
It's-
about that.
To
That's
set up
so
level, isn't it?
yeah. It's when you set up level between 2 points. You make sure that your instrument isn't out of whack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
But
sure they
saying
do
that-
this?
Yeah.
That's part of the 10 steps of 10 or 12 steps of setting up your theodolite. It's one of the steps.
How far away is this other point? And how do you establish that the other point's at the same height?
Well, you just do it. I think.
Oh.
I
Okay,
think in
let's grab.
auto level.
Well,
Yeah, I think in auto level is rated for what? Max is like 40 to 50 meters, maybe.
okay.
So you would probably do it for that.
Okay, so we grab our theodolite. What do we do? What's the process?
Well, I'm not a surveyor, but
Neither am I,
I
so that's
do
why I'm
know.
asking.
Right.
It'll either have a bubble level on it, won't it, or it'll have an auto level.
Yeah, but the bubble level will give you level at your point, right, and nowhere else. But we're trying to decide whether it goes to other points.
That would mean you're never shooting level.
Yeah. not horizontal.
Theoretically, but the difference is not even a rounding error. I mean, the difference is fractions of a fraction of a fraction of a degree. I mean, you got to go 69 miles for it to change 1 degree.
No, that's when the star changes by 1 degree, not the horizontal.
Well, there's where we disagree.
Well, we agree horizontal is straight, and the only way to make that angle change with the star is to travel horizontally.
Well, I'd go so far as to say if you can find 2 mountaintops where you can see 69 miles and you can put 2 auto or levelers and you point at them and you take reciprocal zenith angles, you're going to get 181 degrees.
Okay.
So you go along that horizontal line and to another point and establish a new horizontal, and there'll be 2 intersecting lines.
Yeah, it's I would assert that the horizontal from point A will be not parallel to the horizontal from point B, and at some point they will intersect. Yes.
Intersect via a hump or a drop?
Depends.
On what?
Well, it could be that it intersects behind the other one.
A what?
It could be, that the one is on a mountaintop, the one is in the valley, and if you threw a level from the valley and you threw a level from the mountaintop, those lines are not going to intersect till well after the mountain. Or those planes, I should say.
Yeah, so would the intersection be a hump or a drop?
Oh, you can figure this out if you really wanted to, Jerry.
Well, I don't think this happens at all. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I know. You want me to dance like your little monkey?
No.
Get this. Yes, you do.
Yes.
Yes,
It's a
you
bit of
do.
fun.
Admit it. Admit it. You like making people dance like a monkey.
Yes, it makes me laugh.
I know it does.
You're saying you don't like asking flat earthers how a lunar eclipse works or any other shit that they can't back up.
Have I
You don't
ever
like doing
asked
that?
you? Have I ever asked you that question, Jerry? Have you ever, seriously? Have you ever heard me ask anybody those things?
No.
No. I like to stick to the sunsets myself because they're pretty, and the moon sets. And I think I have a really good explanation for why they happen the way they do. Until I get a better one, I'm sticking with it. It's been real and it's been fun, but I'm going bowling later.
Or 280. Remember that flat alley is actually going uphill, so you'll have to give it some extra oomph.
Yeah, I'd like you to build me a house, please, with a skateboard ramp floor, maybe a half pipe. That'd be great.
Right. Love it. I just love the fucking gymnastics, man. It's just so entertaining.
Oh, hey, man, very annoying. It's hard to listen to. The bits I got anyway. Driving, so my phone keeps dropping out.
You know, horizontal is it's a line or a plane that has zero slope, but it's curved.
Yeah, but apparently not even with the shape of the globe. It curves up at each end and water pools in the middle.
Right? Yeah. It's not actually a line or a plane. It's just a point towards which water flows. They've got a 2 mile long, very straight and like very straight tube. If you pour water in the middle of it, it'll just pool at your feet. But if you poured water at one end, it would flow towards the center of the tube. Come on, man. What? Wait. Does that mean that but at either end, you are 8 inches higher above sea level than the middle?
I'm not sure about the 8 inches, but he was definitely saying if you have a long enough flat floor, say like in a big factory, if you were to walk along that flat floor, eventually it would be curving up and the water would pool in the middle of that floor. So he's basically describing a skate ramp, yeah?
True.
also claimed Michelson Morley. I want the hypothesis for that.
Mm-hmm.
He also said he has a flat Earth theory. I definitely want to listen to that. He also has a flat Earth model. Yeah, that's on the docket. I want to see the gyroscope experiment. We have a problem in a couple things that he said. Let me see. Did I already post them here? No, I don't think maybe I did. He said this statement right here. I'd like to discover the mysteries of from Dean Odell, and I quote: "It's unseen, but you can see it sometimes." In referring to the ether, yeah, I'd like to delve into the mysteries of that statement. I'd also like to see the physicist by name who realized that there is an ether. I want to see the ether current. I also want a picture of an electromagnet or somebody to show me what one is. I'd also like to see the ether that the sun is moving through that the government documents admit to. Just off the cuff.
Okay.
So,
You got quite the
so
list
it's a little
there.
bit more than the ether. It's revolving around the ether, but there's some side topics I want more clarification on, if you would be so kind.
Fair enough.
It's more than fair. You better come up with something, or it's going to be his ass. I don't put up with pretender clown flat earthers anymore. I don't care what their station is, what their title. I could give a shit less. I could care less about globetards. They're fucking morons. Demonstrated for the past 8 years. I can destroy them in my sleep. My cat's litter box can pummel them. I'm more interested in pretender clown flat earthers and the ones that have venue, that are pontificating, because it's going to be their ass, and I'm going to hand it to them. Unless they acquiesce fucking immediately. How about that? Good? We good?
You're not on TikTok at all, are you?
Fuck TikTok.
Okay, all right. Heard you loud and clear. I only mention it because there's this one guy on there that seemingly has dedicated his entire life to debunking flat Earth, and he's sort of unique because he actually, instead of just like willy nilly debating people online or whatever, he like uses things like how do you say it, theolidites or whatever, and all sorts of different gadgetry to sort
Yeah,
of
he's
like
a fucking moron. Theodolites. Ask him about a Horizon.
theodolite. Fuck. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've dealt with those fucking morons about 5-6 years ago. Yeah, we don't have to be concerned about that. Don't you worry your pretty little head over that. I'll take care of it. All right, so it's midnight and I'm out. So it's been fun talking. If you have any questions, like I said, PM me over the website or the YouTube channel. So I'm going to have to take my leave.
Okay. Thanks, Huey. Good talking to you.
Yep. Ladies
See you,
and
boss.
gentlemen, have a good evening.
What's the theodolite guy's name?
I was trying to find his channel. Unfortunately, I did not. I don't remember his name, and his content is way too far deep down in my watch history for me to keep scrolling to find it. So I'll have to.
Wasn't Jesse Kozlowski, was it?
I don't think he had like what is that, a Swedish last name?
Kowalski? That would be a Polish.
Oh, Polish. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. Gosh, I wish I didn't follow him or anything. And I don't have any of his videos saved, I don't think. So I'd have to, I'd have to come up. I'd have to like sort of run into him again. Yeah, in hindsight, I should have saved it just because he seems to be like one of the more like at least on the surface level, like credible globe defenders. Because he
Until you look into it. Yeah.
Was that Jesse Gordon or Rufinol? Rufit?
Ruhif?
Yeah.
Was he an
no
Aussie? No.
no. It's some American guy,
Okay.
and it's not Jesse. It's not Jesse.
Did you come over here from the politics server?
Not directly. Actually, I came here because I was in the politics and religion server in the
Yeah.
atheist. Yeah, I was actually in the atheist channel, and somehow it turned into a flat Earth debate in the chat, and some dude was going off about gas pressure not needing containment, and so we actually
Yes.
I invited him to several different. Apparently, he's actually banned from the politics server for the flat Earth channel. So I was like, "Oh, well, are you banned from this one?" And he said no. So he came up over here. We had a bit of a chat with him, and then he wasn't really. He was making, I guess, reification fallacies and begging the question, and all this sort of stuff. So
What do you mean, on the globe side or on the flat side?
no, globe side for sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I think he might be in a timeout currently. That's still happening. But it was funny. He actually sounded like Don Pettit, if you can imagine.
Oh, it's not your Cubanite, is it?
No, his name is Omnivore.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, oh, you know about him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a chat skank. Just hangs out in the side chat.
Right. Well,
And what about you?
what about me?
You where do you think you live?
In the heart of God's creation?
Not on the globe.
No, certainly, definitely not.
Good man.
That's a no. Oh, wait, were you? I was actually just like I invited a Glober here. I was the one who
Mhm.
also invited. I invited another Glober to the politics server, that channel. A dude named what was it Base Theory, and
Oh
you were
yeah.
one of the first. Yeah, you were. I remember that night. You were one of the first ones to have a go at him.
Yeah, now I was watching a debate this morning with Flatzoid. Is that the same guy?
Wait, what do you mean? He Flatsoy was debating Base Theory.
Yeah, let me find it.
His name is Grayson. Critical Base Theory is
Yeah, I
his channel.
recognized his voice and everything.
Well, when was this from? Like just recently?
Yeah, it was on modern day debate.
Oh, okay. So that was a bit of a while ago
Flatzoid versus Based Theory, and
then. Okay, yeah.
his voice sounded exactly the same.
Oh yeah. That's him. That's him for sure.
That's him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Same guy. The light skinned dude. He might be mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
He's
him.
really annoying.
I love how you exposed his lack of knowledge about Jupiter, and pretty much demonstrated how a lot of his arguments are not verifiable and just based off assumptions and presuppositions.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was just that was just, it was just a conversation about like what he knows and what he doesn't know. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Because they always claim to know all these things. You go, yeah,
right.
but you can't know these things.
hmm
Spectroscopy.
Mm.
Okay. Well, what's in the Earth's atmosphere? Same thing? What was the same? Oh, this planet's made out of this, or this star's made out of this.
Wait, really though, why is I can barely say it, spectroscopy?
Yeah, I was
Why
struggling
is
with
it not a reliable or accurate measuring tool or whatever the fuck it is?
It's reliable on Earth. So when they do it in a lab, they have to do it in a controlled environment. Otherwise, they're
Mhm.
worried about contamination. Yeah. So things in the air, things like that. So, and then in the lab, you can actually test what you're doing. So you say, okay, I'm going to put this through the spectrometer and it give you this reading, and then you check, okay, well, I put this through and it gave me this. But the other way around, you get a reading from a star. You can't go and check it to see if it's correct, can you?
Mhm.
Or where those spectral lines came from, 'Cause-
So I heard it's what is it called? This spectroscope or spectrometer, right? Something like that.
spectrometer, yeah.
Spectrometer. Is it true that it's used in like forensics as well, like for criminal investigation?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Some guy was saying you can even use it to like detect, if there's some sort of like blood stains or something, in a crime scene. And I think I did search it, and like it sort of popped up as
Yeah,
that
that's
is the case.
interesting. I was wondering what kind of real world uses it had.
Yeah.
Oh, well, put some of it to good, didn't they?
So um, so you're saying pointing it up. Well, they would say I can see how you can make the argument for like using a spectrometer, like from the Earth, looking through the atmosphere out into what they believe to be space. But then they'll
Yeah.
say, but then they'll say, oh well, no, we have spectrometers out in space, not being interfered with or contaminated by the
Yeah.
Earth's atmosphere. So
And then you got to say where you're getting your information from as well.
And they just pick, in that case, wouldn't they then just pick up continuous spectrum?
I don't know. But
What stars are claimed to emit continuous spectrum.
yeah.
yeah,
They get absorption and emission spectrums once the light from the continuous spectrum passes through something else, which either absorbs some of the light and allows some of it to go through, or that's it. Yeah, emission and absorption. Stars and like the sun, they say the sun just gives out a continuous spectrum, right? Maybe I'm not understanding it properly. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking.
I don't know. No, you could be right. I don't know. I don't know that part of it.
huh? Yeah, you're right.
But it's also like you've also got to say, okay, well, what's the spectrometer on the James Webb Telescope? Is it? Oh,
Mhm.
they say there's one on there. Like, what's the James Webb Telescope? Where is it? And who's got that information? The only information you can get from that is through NASA.
Or probably any other space agency, for that matter.
Yeah, and they're not going to give you readings on that. They're just going to show you some numbers on a screen and go, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, how reliable is that? I can do that as well.
Yeah. So I just I looked up the use of spectroscopy in forensics, and it says it can be. I guess what do? It says electromagnetic radiation is applied to the fluid sample so they can reveal like the chemical makeup of it. But then it says it can be studied again with different methods to seek confirmation. So I can see how it works in that context. But you're saying when it comes to like claiming the composition of what stars or planets are made out of, there's no sort of secondary form of verification, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, no way to confirm what your readings are.
Okay, so
Because
how about
you're also making an assumption that that star is something,
hmm
and you go when they say they do it with planets as well, but doesn't it have to come from a radiated light? Like, that's just a reflection from the sun. So wouldn't it be emitting what it's coming from the sun?
well, no, that's a good point. But then in forensics, like I'm reading here, like a blood sample or some bodily fluid isn't necessarily radiating a light either. But
Yeah,
somehow
but
they're saying,
they're radiating
They'd have to
something
burn it.
through it. Oh yeah. Oh, they
They'd
burn
have
it.
to, yeah, they'd have to. They can burn it, or they can, yeah, like that, shine light through it. Yeah.
Yeah, through it. Yeah, but definitely not a reflection.
yeah, they're saying they use some type of like calibrated laser, I guess.
And then that light comes through what you're trying to detect, and then goes through a prism. Yeah.
hmm yeah. What about
So in their world, like it's all right for them to say that. Yeah, like they go, oh well, we're getting readings from these stars because they actually believe what they're being told. So for them, it's all right. They just go, yeah, well, we're getting this spectro lines from this planet or this star must be made up of this because we've done it before in a lab on Earth.
Mhm.
But it's kind of a weird way to think.
yeah. What about how you can sort of like in some little like tube of sorts, you can have a one particular gas, like for example, one of the noble gases like xenon or argon or one of those gases, and then you use a Tesla coil to sort of to ionize it, and it'll turn a certain color, right? Uh, so I mean, how do they? I had one guy argue like, "Oh, look, you can just use a spectroscope on this and see that because it's giving off a very unique, like band or whatever, and it's the sort of light color that it's emitting, the spectroscope would be accurate to say like, oh, it is this type of gas." Um, like, how do they know?
Whatever.
Like, what's their way to sort of say, oh, like here's like a, a certain volume of argon, like besides using a spectroscope, like how do they get a certain gas to like trap it into a tube? Like how, like does that make sense?
Don't know,
Like,
man. They pump it in there, I suppose. You talking about these colours? The colours
yeah,
of the colours of the sky.
right. Is that so? Helium, neon, argon, xenon. What's Kr? Forget. But yeah.
Mm,
Oh, krypton. I guess someone said. Yeah, like how? I mean, I think the answer is probably very simple. Like, it probably just takes a Google search. But I'm just wondering, like, how do they, like, because all these gases, without ionization, I mean, I think they're invisible, right? So like, how do they like get some of it and be like, oh look, here's neon, let me get some of it. How do they test it to know that it's neon and be like, okay, let me just trap it all into this one little container here?
I don't know, man. That's an interesting question. Never even thought about it.
Yeah.
Like, how do they know that it's neon that they're collecting and then putting in there? Yeah?
Yeah.
There must be some way of... Yeah, there must be some way of testing it.
Well, for the other gases like nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, helium, those kinds of things, what they can do is freeze air, get air really cold until it becomes liquid. And then as it heats up, each of those different elements off gases at different temperatures. So
because they have different boiling points. Yeah?
Right. So I'm guessing that might be how they do these other gases too, but I don't know for
sure. Interesting.
Yeah, sounds like a reasonable possibility.
Or it's all the same gas that just behaves differently under different conditions.
But it has different weights and different masses and that type of stuff. So
yeah, they can definitely tell that.
Right.
What's mass?
Well, so some gas makes things burn, like oxygen. Other gases, like neon, doesn't. So it's not the same gas.
Outside.
Yeah, when light, from my understanding, when light hits something or passes through something, some of the wavelength is absorbed. Right. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you can get absorption lines if light is passing through some kind of gas, and then also certain types of elements emit a broad spectrum minus a certain other absorption line. So I think there's two different ways you get lines.
Do you agree, Matthew, that when they're doing this stellar spectroscopy, that they just simply could be picking up the elements that we have in the atmosphere?
Yeah, the reason they know that it's not, though, is if they aim it away from the star, then they get a different result. So when they aim it at the star, then they get those lines. So it has something to do with the star.
Aren't they aiming it to where the star's going to be?
Away from the star, but if they aim it away from the star, they're not picking up any light.
Yeah, so if
wait, the star's not even there anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the star currently is. It's just about the light that is coming to us at this moment.
Right.
You look at different stars, you get different like things because they're made up of different things.
So they're not actually pointing it at the star; they're pointing it at the light that we see from the star that's now gone, that's dead, and it doesn't exist.
Well, maybe for some stars, who knows? I mean, all we can see is the light from the stars.
Far away?
Yes, stars are far away.
Billions and billions of light years.
No, not that far.
Matthew, are you saying the spectroscopes or spectrometers, whatever you call them, are they being pointed at the stars from the Earth or
Yes.
from space?
It depends on where it's just through a telescope, wherever the telescope is. If you
Okay, so
look go ahead.
are you saying the same reading? Are you saying they would get the same exact consistent reading both from the Earth's surface looking through the atmosphere and in space?
Yeah, so it's about the same.
You
Okay.
don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. Where are you getting your information from?
I trust NASA and the scientists, and that's what
You
they
did
say.
not say. Wait, did he seriously say that? You trust NASA?
Yeah, NASA never lies.
Shut up! Now you're trolling.
Yeah, definitely will troll.
Maybe I should say it this way: I'm unaware of a single lie that NASA has ever told.
How about the moon landing for starters?
That's not a lie. That's an actual truth.
I mean, even like your average normie these days know that the moon landing was a hoax, and they're not conspiracy theorists at all. It's just like so blatantly obvious, and they put it all over. It's all over like TV shows, commercials, movies. I mean, they're like screaming at you. They're really trying to tell you that it was completely staged, and I don't know how some people don't see it.
What percent of Americans do you think believe that the landings were fake?
Maybe 50.
It's pretty high. It's a good question, but I don't know. I don't think it's that high.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew, just using your naked eyes, like you don't what I'm talking about when you look at the night sky, and a lot of these stars sort of have this phenomenon where like they sort of twinkle, shimmer, and glimmer, and a lot of the time like they're shining, or if you use a telescope, you'll see that they're actually shining different colors of light simultaneously. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so there's heat waves in the atmosphere, and so that's why they twinkle. Now the planets don't twinkle because they're a little bit wider in the angular size.
Also, we spoke to a photographer as well, and he was talking about things being out of focus because when you can't actually focus into a star. It's like he was using examples of pointing like a camera at a candle and stuff like that, and out of focus, and he ended up getting some of the same results. So it's kind of a I know a lot of people like to say, "Oh, look, they're creating cymatic patterns and stuff like that," but it seems to be that they're out of focus.
I don't think you can get a star in focus at all, ever, can you?
Nah, no way.
What do you mean in focus? Just like it appears as a point instead of like a fuzzy blob, because there are lots of pictures like that.
Just what we see with our eyes, though, isn't it? I mean, you can never are we seeing what it actually looks like, or can we never see what it actually looks like?
Yeah, because like, are you talking about zoomed in? Like trying to focus in on it when you zoomed in?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Are they that far
Yeah.
away? If they were as far away as what they claim, we would never be able to. We'd never develop the technology to be able to like view it as it looks, as if we were right near it. Right.
That's where CGI. Oh, look at this birthplace of stars. We call this a star nursery. Oh yeah, where's that? Oh, I don't know. We got some kind of dimming lights and stuff like that, and we came up with this artist rendition of it. Pretty cool, huh? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, for me, anytime we see any sort of like astrophotography at the night sky, and especially when you consider stars like Sirius, I think it's called, and there's some other ones too. they're just absolutely shining in like all sorts of colors, like of the rainbow, you could say, right? So because that's the case, and like simultaneously, like I said, so if that's the case, I don't see how spectroscopy can say for sure, like, oh look, here's what it must be made out of, even though what it's like, what it's getting is like just an absolute vast array of colors at the same time. How could you possibly say what it's made out of? Matthew?
So they use instruments rather than their eyes. That's the basic answer.
Yeah, but could you could just be detecting surface, yeah? So if they were away from the so-called planet Earth and shined and pointed a spectrogram at a spectroscopy, fuck that word, with the Earth, would they detect what's in the Earth's atmosphere, or would they detect that it's made out of rock?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happens if they do it to other planets, for example. I think they would mainly detect what's in the atmosphere, like what's on the surface. You can't look into a planet
Yeah.
with spectroscopy.
Oh, that word nearly got you too that time, didn't it? You've kind of got to stop and then just get spectroscopy.
Yeah,
You
it's
also have to
definitely
assume that there's little to no other medium you in the
Yeah,
in the observed.
the vacuum of outer space.
Right.
just a violation of the law of gas pressure, I guess you can say. I don't see how there's gigantic balls of gas somehow clumped up in a very strong vacuum, like Jupiter.
And what did it start with? Did it start with like a small ball of gas and then start accumulating more gas? And then like gravity got
Tried to
more and more, and then shouldn't Jupiter be getting bigger?
yeah, I just do an arbitrary
Like,
size and went, yeah, that's enough.
yeah, I'm not going to attract any more gas. Fuck that. It should be getting bigger exponentially. And then the Earth should be getting sucked into it, and, you know, it's moons. It shouldn't even have moons. If you believe that it's a planet.
Oh yeah, I believe it's a planet, but I don't think any of the things you said would necessarily be the way that it works.
Gas tries to obey entropy, doesn't it? It tries. It gets out so far, and it's like, oh, and it just gets pulled back. Oh, it gives up. And it goes back and hits something else, and then bounces back again. I'm going to give this another try.
Well, it didn't quite get to escape velocity. Fuck.
Selective gravity. You gotta love it. Wait, I'm just curious, Matthew. Would you agree that from our perspective, Jupiter looks nothing more than just a sort of like a tiny light in the sky, just from
No,
like our
no, it looks round from our perspective. I've seen it with my own
okay,
eyes.
a round light in the sky.
Right.
Okay.
Round
So
as in spherical, Matthew, or
yeah, of
No,
course.
like a circle, like a white circle.
yeah.
Even better. Even better. Okay, I'm just curious. Well, I mean, you could know the answer if you're like a globe zealot or something, but without Googling it, Matthew, I just wanted to see like where your intuition is, or if you're sort of in
You'll know
tune with your God-given senses. How much bigger is Jupiter than Earth? Please just answer. Just give me an answer.
Oh, probably maybe 400 times bigger, something like that.
Okay. Do you want to try? You want to keep trying?
I
I mean, that's
sort of feel like that's maybe too big. Are you talking about the size or the mass or what?
like how many put it this way, how many Earth-sized planets can fit inside the volume of Jupiter?
I'm gonna guess maybe like 2,000 or something. Yeah.
Okay. How did you jump? Wait, how did you go from 400 to 2000?
I was 400 is the size across, and if it's about 400 sizes bigger, then maybe about 2,000 fit inside. You know, I'm talking about
Oh,
diameter versus volume because you said volume.
did I say volume? I think I just said like bigger. I think.
You did it first, and then the second time you
Yeah,
said volume.
yeah, you did. Because he said how many can fit inside it on the second one.
Okay. Interesting. Well,
What's the
apparently it's
answer?
about allegedly it's about
Sorry.
1,300 Earth-sized planets.
I was within the order of magnitude. That's pretty good.
But the problem is, do you actually think what looks like, from our perspective, just nothing but a mere tiny round light in the sky? I mean, the Earth is already gigantic as it is, right? There's all these different environments. You can move to a different part of the world and just feel like you're just in a completely different atmosphere, right? Um, so we know the Earth is already big. I mean, you can go to any like apex peak of a mountain, and like it'll just take your breath away because like of how sort of grand it is, right? So you're saying not only not only 5 or 50 or 100 or 500 or 1,000, but actually 1,300 of those can fit in what looks like a tiny light in the sky. I mean, do you really think that's reality?
Yeah, things that are very far away look very small.
Okay,
I mean,
but
we live. I can see mountains from my front yard. Not right now; it's dark, but they look really small compared to the trees that are across the street. But that's because they're very far away, and farther away you get, these huge things can get really, really tiny.
you couldn't see the mountain forever, could you? Like,
No, at some point you might need a telescope.
yeah, but you don't need a telescope to see Jupiter, right?
You can see it right now. It's at nighttime where you are. Go look outside. It's the brightest thing up straight up.
Correct, but Jupiter would be like almost unfathomably exponentially further than any sort of mountain range away from your house,
Right,
and there's no telescope needed.
right.
Yeah. So, I'm not really like too well versed in this, but I mean, can someone touch on like how wouldn't the inverse square law of lights like completely demonstrate that something that far away, especially if it's not emitting light itself, but it's simply reflecting the light, like wouldn't something that far away that looks that small due to its distance, in fact, due to the inverse square law of light, its light would actually be way too dispersed and dim to even reach the Earth the way that looks as a focused dot in the sky?
Yeah, you're right that the inverse square law does play a part in how bright it is, and so it's so
That's
huge and
that
so bright.
they reverse engineered it. That's how they know how big it is.
So yes, it has an effect. Same
They
with
say
stars too, by the way.
it's this big because we can see it, and then they work out the inverse square law, and they go, okay, well, this is how big it is because of the inverse square law.
I think that the estimates for the size of Jupiter are based on its angular size through telescopes and its assumed distance rather than how bright it is.
Assumed
That is
distance.
some super reflective gas. I'm telling you.
Yeah, like clouds. Clouds are some of the brightest things on Earth, right?
So the clouds. It's just not. It's not like just gas, like just gas floating around. It's
Well, yeah, like
clouds.
a regular
Clouds are
air
bright.
isn't going to reflect anything, but clouds do.
Since when are clouds bright?
Uh, what is something brighter in nature other than the sun? I think the clouds are the brightest thing that nature produces. Other
You want
than
to try the moon?
I don't think the moon is as bright as daylight as the clouds during daylight.
I mean, wait, what? A moonlight can cast a shadow. Clouds create shadows.
Yes, so I'm talking about like a cloud. If you're looking at a cloud during daylight, the brightness of that white cloud is brighter than the face of the moon.
Yeah, I would have to disagree.
Snow.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Snow probably is in that category too. I mean, they're both the same thing, right? They're both water. But yeah, fair point. I think snow and clouds are probably about the same. I mean, not the underside of dark thunderclouds. I'm not
Where's our red and blue and purple and green and colored clouds?
That would be pretty, but we'd all die from methane and sulfur or whatever they're made of.
I guess we do kind of have some of them at like sunsets and sunrises, right?
Right, but that's because the light coming onto those white clouds is going through a lot of air, and so it has a reddish tint.
Yeah, but what about the purple? Because we get purple skies here.
Yeah, I mean, the more and more atmosphere it goes through, the more.
But we get
it's reddish. And
violet. All of those colors on that noble gas chart. During the summer, we get all of those in one night. I don't know about you, T-Dub, but especially in the summer, when I'm looking towards the city, towards the west, all of those colors happen at once. Not at once, but like one after the other. There's yellow, then red, then purple.
I have to pay more attention.
Go out when the sun's setting, and you can see it. When the Australian Open's on, and they show the sky. That's exactly what I'm looking at. It's a different color every night, and sometimes different colors on the same night. Green. I only pay attention because I can look out my bedroom window, like right at the city, facing. The window faces northwest, but I can look down this road, and I can see the city.
Yeah, Matthew, you're not a Christian, are you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay. Aren't you aware that biblical cosmology describes a stationary topographical plane enclosed in a solid firmament dome within the geocentric universe?
I don't think it does. I think it's metaphorical, and with me is 95% of Christendom. That's an appeal to authority, by the way.
Well, since 1969. With you
since a long time. What are you talking
about? Did you watch that debate, Matthew, with
Yeah, Greg Locke and
did?
Dean Nodal.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. It was pretty funny, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it started off with Greg Locke saying, "Hey, we're all friends. We can just we're all Christians here." And
that changed, didn't it?
And by the end, when Dean was tossing him back the mic, he slapped it out of the air and smashed it on the ground.
Yeah, he got security and everything, didn't he? But he was starting to get into a rebuttal.
Yeah, and then he angrily got up and said, "And what we're gonna do now is praise the Lord. So get up here, musicians. We're gonna praise the Lord now." And I was like, "It's the weirdest call to worship I've ever heard."
Yeah, I know. It was cringe, wasn't it?
Yep. He was getting pretty heckled, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's hard to tell because the video feed didn't show the audience, so I couldn't tell how much of the audience was saying what. You could only hear it slightly, but it was interesting.
He didn't do himself any favors, though.
Yeah, that's
He
for
pretty
sure.
much said anyone in his congregation that's a flat earther can pretty much leave.
Yeah, I know. I was surprised that he ended with that.
Yeah. He's not a very good pastor, is he? Pastor. You guys laugh at
They'll accept
Australians.
trans people, but not flat earthers, because they're real Christians. Yeah, they believe in a globe. They accept trans people, but fuck flat earthers who care about truth.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
The church isn't a place for people that go to heaven. Shocker.
Church isn't
Yeah, you
a place
don't
for science deniers.
Yeah, you don't need to have a church to believe in Christ.
Amen.
Right, but Christ said that he loves the church, and so part of being a Christian is being a part of a local body of believers somehow.
Didn't he also say something about organized religion?
What do you mean?
Well, weren't the people in the churches the money lenders?
He was talking about the Pharisees and Sadducees of the Jewish political establishment and religious establishment.
They come
that were lending money out of the church.
Yeah.
Day comes and now is when Father in heaven seeks those who will worship him in spirit and in truth.
Truth, Matthew.
Yep.
He didn't say day comes and now is when the Father seeks those who will worship him in churches and buildings and temples made by the hands of men.
On a globe.
A globe, yeah.
What did you think about Locke's arguments?
I don't think he made very many arguments. I mean, he was
no shit. Oh, you think?
Yeah, I mean,
he ended up just doing a sermon, didn't he?
He brought up some scripture, but I don't think he had very strong arguments about even those scriptures that he brought up.
No, like Matthew. Here's the thing. First of all, is the Bible concerned? Because the Bible's a very big book. It talks about a lot of things like history, prophecy, the plan of salvation, morals and ethics, wisdom and knowledge. Right? There's all these things. And like you mentioned, it's you mentioned metaphors, but of course, the Bible uses a wide array of literary devices, anywhere from like literal history and description to very highly symbolic or spiritual, metaphorical, allegorical type figures of speech. Right? You even got like a lot of Hebrew idiomatic expressions and that type of thing. But with proper with simple reading comprehension, using proper context, biblical hermeneutics as they call it, I think it's pretty clear to see, whether or not something should be taken literally or metaphorically. So actually, my question is, first of all, do you think the Bible is at all concerned with describing the nature of God's creation, specifically cosmology? Because let me preface it by saying literally the very first verse of the Bible is, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth." Right. So my question is, do you think the Bible, in any sort of way, even describes the nature of what the heavens and earth are?
I think its main purpose. So yeah, you're asking the right question. The main purpose is that it's answering the who and the why, whereas modern American, scientifically minded people want to know the how and the what. And so generally, the main focus is, hey, it's God who did it, and He did it for His glory. In fact, He did everything, like the entirety of creation. He brought from formless and void, and so that's the main purpose, is to establish God's authority and
Lark
dominion over the
is
entirety
because
of
of
it.
the globe, dude.
Now,
He didn't.
of
God
course, we
didn't create
wish
the
you had like
globe
a lot
for
more
his
detail.
glory. It's the
It's what?
complete opposite of why it was created. You discredit God, bro. Like, I'm sick of hearing this shit from you, man. You know
Wait,
you're
you don't
lying.
think God created
You know
the
you're being
creation for His
disingenuous.
glory?
Didn't create the world you believe in for his glory. Man created that to deceive you into being an atheist, into not believing in God. You're actually not a Christian because you're siding with the government over your own God you're supposed to believe in.
I just finished saying that God created the entirety of creation for His glory, and now you're saying I'm not a
And you're
Christian because
picturing an explosion with a bunch of balls.
I said God created the universe.
Right.
Did God create the universe, and why did He do
Yeah.
it?
Wait, hold on.
The
So,
chronological order.
so Matthew, sure. Even if I grant you that the main purpose of the Bible was to do what? To reveal God's character and legacy
And
and like
why?
The who and the why, rather than the how and the what.
the who. Okay, the who and the why. Okay, so even if that's the main purpose, it still does not necessarily follow that the other purposes or the other parts of the Bible don't describe the nature of Earth and its cosmology, right?
Yeah, no, that's perfectly reasonable to say too.
Right.
But we
So
shouldn't be surprised if we don't get our full answers. Maybe we wish there were more answers. That's all I'm saying.
okay, but so given the description that the Bible does have of the Earth, what more closely does it describe? Does it describe a globe spinning, rotating and revolving around the sun and hurling through space at unfathomable speeds, or
No,
does
not at
it
all.
describe perhaps a stationary plain Earth that's enclosed in a container that the King James calls the firmament, and that is set on an immovable foundation in a geocentric universe where it's only the sun, moon, and stars that move and not the Earth? Which one of those two does it more closely describe?
A stationary Earth that's on pillars with four corners. That's the more plain reading.
Okay, so do you agree with 2 Timothy 3:16 that says all Scripture is inspired by God and profitable for reproof and correction and doctrine?
Right. Yeah, that's the purpose of Scripture, to help us understand God better, and uh, doctrine and how we should live our lives. That's right.
Okay, but it uses the word all there, so it's like, it's saying all Scripture is inspired by God.
Of
Like,
course.
do you
Of
believe
course.
that part?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so so, so you just admitted that the Bible describes more of a geocentric flat Earth, but
Yes.
somehow God who actually created the Earth to begin with, his description of it that he inspired the prophets to write about is actually not the scientifically accurate version.
Right. I would say that based on our knowledge of science, we can therefore interpret the scriptures to say, oh, it must be metaphorical. So, for example, Psalm 112:6, surely, so it says, shall not be moved forever. It's because of my preconceived notions that I think that that's a figurative language rather than literal and physical. Shall not be moved forever. And I think it's appropriate to like bring all sources of knowledge. All truth is God's truth. So we're looking. God doesn't lie, and so we're looking at the ways to match up God's creation with God's revelation, God's word with God's the book of nature. The book of Revelation, the book of nature.
Newton's
Um,
Principia is scripture.
I don't think it's scripture. Well, wait. So what do you guys think about that? Shall not be moved forever. Do you think that has to be read literally?
Which verse is that?
112:6. Psalm 112:6 shall not be moved forever.
I mean, that's not the only verse that talks about the earth
What's it
being
talking about?
fixed and immovable and at rest. I mean, that's right.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get a sense for how, if you interpret every single word to be 100% literal and physical, or if it's okay for it to
No,
have a metaphorical meaning too.
they can. Wait, hold on. So, Psalm 112, what verse?
6.
6. Sure. Hold on. What? Psalm 112:6. That's the verse.
Yes.
Okay, it's not talking about the earth here.
No.
Why did you bring it up? Why is it relevant?
To see how you interpret the word moved in that verse.
Well, clearly, given the context, it says, "Surely he shall not be moved forever." Um,
Right, so it's
so
talking about the righteous, like in the previous verse, a good man.
right. So yeah. So it's talk. So this is like I'm actually glad you brought this up. So this in this context it would be about like him, like a righteous man will not be moved in the sense that like he will stay on the righteous path, like he won't stray away.
Yeah, he's safe in God's kingdom, and his place in God's favor, whatever. It's basically not a physical, literal meaning. It's more metaphorical or spiritual in that verse, based on the context.
Right. So,
Okay.
but verses like Psalm 93:1, Psalm 96:10, Psalm 104:5, 1 Chronicles 16:30, so on and so forth, where instead of saying he shall not be moved, it says the earth or the foundations shall not be moved.
Right.
It's a completely different context where that word move would take on a different definition because of the context, and we can say that it actually means the earth doesn't move.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. And in fact, it is the exact same Hebrew word for both of those verses. 104:5, who laid the foundation of the earth that it should not be removed forever. And so you're saying that the context determines how we interpret that word. And I think that's right.
Okay.
So it's the context that determines how we read that word, not that word that proves one way or the other.
Okay. So, but why is that a problem?
It's not. I'm just saying that both of us are using context to interpret that word moved.
Right. So shouldn't
So
that be the ultimate conclusion for what our interpretation should be based on the context?
right. And so I'm pointing out that that's the correct direction to go from context to interpretation of moved. It sounds like you were trying to say, because it says moved, therefore we know it's literal in Psalm 104:5. And I'm saying no, it's the context that
literally the whole, like, one of the main things that I was trying to say is that we have to use context. Don't you remember that? Like, I mean,
yeah, and I'm agreeing with that. But by the way, look at the next verse, 104:6. Thou coverest it with the deep as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. So it's sort of a poetic language, and so if you look at the context correctly, you realize it's metaphorical. It's talking about the earth's foundation, its spiritual place, and it's a metaphor. And it's not saying that the earth doesn't physically move, just like Psalm 112:6. Same word, same interpretation.
well, hold on, foundations, right? I mean,
Same thing. Foundations are like the It doesn't necessarily mean a physical foundation. It could be the foundations, in God's economy of like created order and being. Doesn't necessarily mean physical.
Wait, can I just
No,
interrupt for a second? What's with using the Bible as proving that the earth doesn't move?
I'm saying I don't think you can use the Bible to prove it one way or another, but I'm just trying to show that it's not inconsistent to be a Christian and say that the earth moves.
Okay. I'm Christian, by the way. And I believe it both me.
Yeah, most Christians
So you
believe
think
the earth is a
God's
globe.
word doesn't prove anything?
The
It's a
Bible
silly
isn't God's
question for
word.
somebody to claim they're Christian, bro.
God's
The
word
Bible
does
isn't
not.
God's word.
Yeah, God's word doesn't
Actually
give
is, though.
definitive answers about cosmology. It also doesn't talk about
What's Genesis,
electromagnetism.
Matthew? Like,
Genesis is what some people
this is a
wrote
clown
4,000
show, bro. Nobody's converting Matthew. He's a fucking paid shill. His entire job relies on being a liar.
That's not
What's your job, Matthew?
That is
I just
true.
want to. Can I add something? Context, Matthew. God is describing something to Job, right? He's asking Job, where were you when I created the earth? He's describing physical things. He's using poetic language to describe something physical. So foundations. Okay, he's not talking about his government. He's very specific. Okay,
Right.
context. Right. He's building. He's asking Job, "Do you even know how I made the world?" He's talking about physical things, right?
Exactly.
And
Good
he's
point.
using
Who's that?
yeah,
Yeah.
poetic language, right? He's trying to describe to you in words that you can understand and visualize, because you don't know what nothing looks like. Job doesn't know what it looked like before water, sun, moon, before snow. Okay, so context, man. He's being very descriptive about a physical thing that he created before it was created. I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
No, that's it. I'm glad you did. Yeah, I was probably eventually going to get there. I was kind of scrambling for verses. But that's a great point. Yeah, what do you think about that, Matthew? And what he brought out was in Job 38. It is very clear, even from the beginning of that chapter, the context is the nature of God's creation, right? Like in verse 4, it says, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Right? Who has laid the measures of it? Who has stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations fastened? Who laid the cornerstone of? Right? I mean, it's the entire chapter, pretty much for the most part, is completely describing God's creation. So, I mean, you'd have to be absolutely reaching for straws to try and put some sort of metaphorical twist on what the foundations of the earth means here in Job 38. And I have another cross reference for this that can make it even more clear. But I want to hear what you think about what foundations mean in the context of Job 38 here.
Yeah, so Job 38 is God asking a bunch of rhetorical questions to make the point very poetically and very strongly that Job doesn't know what he's talking about because he wasn't even there when the world was created. And so God is asking him all these questions like, hey, were you even there when I did all this stuff? And of course the answer is no. And Job doesn't even answer. He like shuts up and repents in dust and ashes, which is the right response. So I think that the point of that passage is that God did all of that stuff, but I don't think it's meant to answer our 21st century questions about exactly how it all happened. So God says laying the foundations, that's meaning like establishing the beginnings of the earth and making the earth. It's not saying exactly what the foundations look like or how they work. The point is that he did it all.
Right. So you're saying in Job 38, it doesn't literally mean that the earth is built upon a solid foundation that is underneath the surface that we live on.
Right. I mean, when it says things like, who laid its cornerstone, or when the morning stars sang together and the sons of God shouted for joy. I mean, I don't think the stars were literally singing, or who shut the sea with doors. You think there are doors to the sea? It's all very poetic language, and so I don't think you can say that this is meant to be the 21st century answer to our questions. Hey, God, exactly how did you do everything?
Well, Genesis 1:1 already has provided us with some of those details, right? So Job is, what God is doing is just supporting. You should already have known all these things. Like, what more details do you want? Then, if this is how much God has decided to reveal to people, then that's how much you need to know, right? Like, what 21st century questions that something that looks flat is actually not flat? That's not a 21st century question. That's a person. That's a stupid person's question.
Wait, you're assuming that just because something looks some way, it must be that way?
That's not a 21st century question. Okay, you say it is, but it's not.
The question of exactly how everything got put together and what order things
That's not a
happen.
21st century question either. It's
Yeah.
in Genesis 1:1. All those answers you're looking for, models, and what it looks like. It's all in there. Like, what 21st century questions are you talking about?
I'm talking about the idea that modern people are generally more concerned with the how and the what questions. The
That's not what God is concerned
formal
about.
questions.
He's already revealed the what and the how. He's not concerned with what 21st modern people are concerned with.
Yeah,
If you
so
read the Bible,
that's why
right?
Genesis 1 is the main answer that Genesis 1 is giving is who and why, and
Well,
the answer is God did it.
I think what the God of the Bible is concerned with is that people accept what he has done, his son that he has sent to
Right,
die on the
right.
cross.
Yeah,
I
that's the
think
main
that's
thing.
what he's concerned about, not these scientific, things that people are doing.
Yeah. And the other verse I was going to go to. Well, first of all, to sort of give a little background, let's go to the very fundamental of this, right? With what he brought up about Genesis 1. I mean, first of all, are you? I mean, I won't be surprised if you're not, but are you like a young Earth creationist? Like, do you believe in a 6 literal 24-hour day cycle creation as accounted for in Genesis?
No.
Okay, so even though it says, and the evening and morning were the second day, that
Right.
doesn't seem like an actual day to you.
No.
And how are you making, like, of which basis are you making that claim?
Based on the idea that the word yom could mean a definite time period rather than a 24-hour day.
But it's saying evening and morning.
Yeah, so it's kind of like splitting them up metaphorically, I would say. I mean, well, wait, which one are you going to take literally, the 6-day creation in Genesis 1 or the 1-day creation in Genesis 2?
There's a 1-day creation?
Yeah,
From
in the day that
no,
God
that's
created the heavens and the earth, it's 1 day.
Genesis 2 is like a summary of Genesis 1. Look, when a child reads Genesis 2, they know that it is a summary of Genesis 1. I know this because I understood it as a child. And when
Yeah,
I
of
heard
course.
people talking about it this way, I thought to myself, do people not know how to read? But look, people are actually believing this, right? Like, people don't know how to read. So
No,
no,
I
you're
agree with
taking
you.
because that argument comes from atheists and
It does.
people who want to reject, the Bible and go against the Bible. Okay, it doesn't come from anyone who can read and comprehend what they're reading.
Yeah, Genesis 2 is obviously, I agree with you, Genesis 2 is obviously a summary.
It's not too different.
Why would you?
That's fine.
If you knew that, why would you disingenuously ask it like it's some sort of contradiction, just like atheists do? I've heard it from atheists before, but it's
Because
clearly just
the
a
question
summary.
remains, in Genesis 2, it says, in the day, yom, same word, that the heavens and earth were made. And so if you're allowed to take Genesis 2, the word yom, as a definite amount of time instead of a literal day, then why
Hold on.
can't I do that in Genesis 1 also?
I'm not sure what verse you're talking about, actually.
Read Genesis 2.
Is it verse?
Yeah,
Well, you have
Genesis
to tell
2,
me.
it's talking about, and on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. Yeah.
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
What are
about
you
verse
talking
4.
about,
I
Verse
think
Matthew?
he's
4.
talking about verse
After
4,
that, verse
actually.
4.
Yeah. Right. So it's like
Yeah, and it prefaces talking about the seventh day.
No, yeah. So
So you have no context,
somebody
and you're
screwed up.
reading it like
The
a child.
chapter 2 should have
Nice.
started at verse 4. And so the thing about the seventh
what?
day should have been in chapter 1.
No,
And
dude.
then verse 2,
Yeah, we
4.
need Matthew to reconstruct the Bible for us.
Oh no, the chapters aren't inspired. What are you talking about?
No, you know how the Bible should be laid out. You know better than the Bible.
Bro,
Well, so
yeah.
the Bible
You
didn't
don't
when
believe
the
the
Bible was
biblical
written, there were no
cosmology.
chapters.
You don't believe the Bible should be wrote out the way it is, bro. You literally do not trust the Bible at all.
No, I'm talking about the chapter
Over.
breaks, where the chapter breaks are. That's not inspired. It wasn't in the original autographs, obviously. I'm talking about, like, it starts over with a new account of creation in chapter 2, verse 4. And I'm
It's not a
talking
new
about the word
account,
day
bro.
in that
We
one.
just went over it, and you just conceded that that's actually your position. That is simply a summary of what was happening. It's not like a recounting in any sort of chronological order like we find in the
Yeah,
first chapter about what happened. It's simply saying like, oh look, this is what went on
yeah,
in the first week of creation.
yeah. So all I'm
So
saying is that you and I agree that chapter 2, verse 4, the word day is meant as kind of a space of time, not a literal 24-hour days. So you and I
Well,
agree
then
about that in chapter 2. I'm just saying that I
no,
extend that and think the
no,
same thing
no,
about chapter
you
1.
can't say in this verse a day is a day, and in this verse a day is just X. No, like James says that the reason for the suns and the lights in the sky is so that we know it's for times and season, right? So a day is a day. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same Hebrew word in chapter 2, verse
It's not the
4, and in
same
chapter 1.
as, but to God, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. That's not what it's saying. Yeah, it's saying, and it was the fourth day or the fifth day. Okay, it's not trying to confuse us. It's not trying to tell us, well, on this day, it's more like 1,000 years that went by. Like, why would that's inconsistent, right? God is very consistent. The Bible is consistent. Like, well, why are like it doesn't even matter because you think the earth is a ball and you're
Right.
twisting
Yeah.
the Bible to suit your model and what you think it should be, right?
I'm saying that
Satan is a
yeah,
master of confusion, so all of these Satanists are trying to get us to see the Bible through a lens of Satanism.
no,
Right.
I'm not a Satanist.
People
I
are
don't
trying to
think you.
convince us that the Bible is all confusion. And it's not consistent, but it actually is. It is completely consistent.
No, I'm saying that we should read the Bible as closely and carefully
Oh,
as we can and figure out
Well,
what
right.
the
you're
true
saying
meaning is.
that you have a better idea of what the Bible should be than
Well,
the writers do.
these are the thoughts I had too when I was a Glober, right? When I was a Glober, I always used to wonder how Jesus is going to return, okay? And how are we all supposed to see him if he is going to be in one place? That always bothered me as a Glober. So I had some doubts about the Bible and how it's written, just like you do. So when I was like 12, man, 13, when I was learning, going through Bible study. And as an adult, still have problems as a Glober, okay? Because some things in the Bible that doesn't match, the world, right? The world as a globe. But when I understood, when I accepted that it's not a globe, I didn't have to do any more, somersaults and all these backflips in my mind to make the Bible fit my reality. It just fits, right? Your brain is not struggling to try to make the Bible fit a globe model. Do you understand how that works, Matthew? Like I know you can't relate to it, but that's what happens. That's what's happening to you, and that's what happened to me.
Yeah, I think it's okay to use our knowledge
It's
of
okay.
creation to interpret Revelation.
Either the Bible is true, okay,
It
and
is.
men are lying, right? Or men are telling us the truth. We're doing finding out the real truth, and this Bible is irrelevant and old and needs to be thrown out. It's causing wars. It's killing people all over the world. Okay, that's what the Bible. If the Bible is not true, it's the most evil thing in this world. That's how you have to look at it, man. It's either real or it needs to be removed from the earth. Think about it.
Yeah, you and I agree that the Bible is true and
You
it's
can't
inspired
half
by
and
God.
half. You can't half and half either one. Okay, you can't say some of this is real, but but it's still this. But the ball, you can't bring one over to the other. You can't make these two things conform to. You can't incorporate. You, the ball and the Bible oppose each other.
I don't think they do.
Well,
With each other.
that's
Yeah.
what I used to think too. Yeah, when I was a Glober, I'm trying to tell you that's what I used to think. But if you
Right.
look at it from a different perspective, okay, from a person who doesn't think the Earth is a ball, okay, it's easier to understand the Bible that way.
Yeah,
So there's
yeah,
a
maybe.
problem.
Yeah. And Matthew, when you brought up the Hebrew word yom for day, I just checked the Strong's Concordance and the other references in here, like the Brown Driver Briggs, and even the lexicon. The concordance alone specifically breaks down the different ways that the word yom can be used given the context, and it explicitly says here in one of the definitions that yom could be day as a 24-hour period, and it lets you know that the context that it can be interpreted that way is as defined by evening and morning in Genesis 1. So why should I believe you over the the Hebrew biblical scholars that were responsible for putting these concordances and lexicons together? Why are you more credible than that?
Oh yeah, I'm not. I'm not credible. You need to look at the what people say, and plenty of Hebrew scholars that agree with me that those could be longer periods of time. It's not just me making this up. This is one of the things that people have thought for a long time.
Well, unfortunately, they didn't make the cut to put their definitions in the concordance or lexicons, and that's probably for a good reason because it's probably false and not.
Yeah. What are the other definitions for the word yom that are in there?
Day as opposed to night, like the daytime as opposed to nighttime, like working day, division of time period, year, temporal references, today, yesterday, tomorrow. But anyway, that's irrelevant because we see that it can.
I think it's a time period.
But when the Bible was written, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was going to say, like we both agreed earlier, our interpretation should ultimately come down to the context, right? And so in this context, especially when it says things like is given descriptions like evening and morning, something that we observe even today in our experience, we can reasonably conclude, okay, this must mean a 24-hour day, just like as defined in the Strong's Concordance here.
Right. So our disagreement comes down to how to interpret the context and how to interpret the word yom, whether it's a 24-hour day or a definitive time period.
You don't have to do that because when the Bible was written, no one thought the earth was anything. It was flat. The people that wrote it, Jesus' time, there weren't any globe earthers at that time.
The Greeks.
Okay, so the Bible has always been based on a world that's not a globe, not a ball, and the reason why it's a ball is because a church turned it into a ball, changed everything. Okay, this church is also mentioned in the Bible. They will change the times and the days. Okay, this little horn with the mouth. I don't know if that's the little horn, but it's definitely looking like the Vatican. Okay, so the Vatican are the people that changed the Bible and the whole world so that it is of all. Okay, now if you think about that, okay, that's what you're doing. Okay, you're supporting what those people did. The Catholic, the Vatican. Okay, and these people in the Bible are not of God. Okay, because they strawman God, they strawman Jesus. They incorporate all these pagan and heathen things, just like God warned Israel in the Bible not to do. They did it, and God punished them. You see what I'm saying? So what you're
Yeah.
doing, you're not supporting, you're not reading the Bible as it was written. You're reading it as it was reinterpreted by this thing called the Vatican, the Catholic Church, or the these people that run the world, the elites. Okay, have you ever thought about that? That this is not your idea. This is some other thing's idea that's not of the Bible.
Yeah, most of education is learning what other people have discovered already. So I agree with you there, and I also agree. I
Jesuits
also agree with
bullshit.
you.
Education is the Jesuits brainwashing us and turning us into slaves. Like that's all public education is. It has nothing to
I,
do with truth.
that's not my
It,
experience with public education. I learned lots of
it
good stuff.
has nothing. Okay, 1+1 is 2. Congratulations, you're smart. My mom could have taught me that. Like,
Could
well,
could she have taught you calculus?
what is it about education? Okay, calculus comes from India, dude. Like, how would my mom know something that's going on in India? Okay, we
Right.
have our own.
Public
We have our
education
own.
taught me calculus.
Every culture has their own way, okay, of figuring things out. That's celestial navigation, doing math, developing all kinds of arts and crafts. And every culture had their own way of doing it because they were all taught by the same kinds of entities. In the Bible, they call them the fallen angels, the watchers, okay, the Genesis 6 account. That's where all this knowledge that you're going after, that you're so proud of. Pride, right? Pride of knowledge. The tree of good and evil, of knowledge of good and evil. That's what all this shit's about, man. I'm smart. I know things.
Uh-oh.
What do you know? You know what you were told by some dude. And then you go around, saying that, but you don't know that. You don't know what you're looking at. You know what I mean? We're looking at the same thing. We're saying it's flat, but in your mind, you think it's a ball. You don't know that.
Yeah. So, thanks for that, Matthew. So the actually main reason why I went to Genesis, to try to get your sort of hermeneutical interpretation of what the creation account is like, for example, what day is this? On the third day, do you believe that God literally brought forth grass and the herb yielding seed and the tree yielding fruit after his kind, like out of the earth? Do you think he literally sort of spoke that and it came to be?
So that's a good question. That verse says he brought it forth from the ground, which implies that it grew, and it doesn't seem like a whole tree could grow up in a single day. So that's some further evidence it wasn't a full day, unless you're like thinking like this is some sort of magical time lapse thing. So I think that generally God uses natural processes for things. That seems to be the way that he works normally. So I don't think that he poofed plants into existence. I think that they grew up
Okay.
normally.
All right.
Seriously,
So
bro?
okay,
Wait,
that's a
hold on.
problem.
Wait, okay. Wait, Bong, I just want hold on. So how about when he created Adam and Eve? Did he create them? Like it says, where is it? I think it's in Genesis 2, right? And the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Because nowadays, through means of sexual reproduction, we see that there's a long process of human development from the conception to zygote, the fetus, so on and so forth. Even after birth, you're an infant, you become a toddler, child, teenager, and adult. Um, based off your perspective, I mean, do you think when God created Adam that he started off as what, a baby that grew into an adult?
That doesn't seem right. So I would assume that God created Adam specially, and I do think that God created Adam separate. I know some people say they try to mix evolution with Christianity, and they try to say that Adam was just like one in a line of hominids, and that doesn't sound reasonable to me because even Jesus is like the second Adam, and the Apostle Paul says through one man, Adam, sin was brought in the world, and one man, Jesus, sin was redeemed.
Okay, you
So
know what?
yeah, for
Here's
all those reasons. Anyway, in summary, for all those reasons, I think that God created Adam specially. But I don't know how.
as a full-grown adult man, right?
Right.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
No, not possibly. That's what it says.
I don't know. That's a possibility that.
Wait, Matthew. So here's even a better example, which I think is a lot more clear. I probably didn't have to mention about the grass and the herbs and trees, right? On the fourth day, God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly, the moving creature that has life." And in 21 it says, "God created great whales and every living creature that moves, and which the waters brought forth." So, and then even what is this on the fourth day still? He says God made the beast. Or actually, hold on. It says God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast after his kind. So you remember when I mentioned how God brought the grasses and trees forth from the earth, you made the argument, oh look, that could sort of be implying that it took some sort of significant amount of time for these plants to grow, because we know that plants grow out of the dirt and soil. But when it comes to animals, we know that water doesn't spontaneously generate marine creatures, or that the soil doesn't sort of grow like lions and mammals and reptiles and this kind of thing in the same way that it grows plants. But the same sort of language is being used here. So clearly you wouldn't say, even though the same language is being used about God bringing forth the beasts from the earth, that you would say, oh look, it took some time for cows and lambs and goats to grow out of the soil, right? You wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. So as far as how it works, it doesn't tell us how it works, and
I'll
that's
tell you
why I say I
how it
don't know.
works. It worked exactly the way it said it worked. Okay, here's an example, right? There was a wedding. Okay, Jesus was there with Mary, and they ran out of wine. They ran out of wine. Can you believe a wedding ran out of wine? And then Mary said to Jesus, "Hey, I need your help." They ran out of wine. Okay, we you need to Jesus is like, well, what do you want me to do about it? It's not even my time yet. Okay, so
We're out of wine. Did somebody
she
say
said
we're out
to
of
the
wine?
servants, yeah, so she said to the servants, do whatever he tells you. Okay, and then he said to the servants, all right, fill these jugs with water, pour it, and serve it. Okay, like we know that it takes grapes, right, to make wine, right? And we know the process of that takes years, right? And yet this guy just poured it from a jug of water. Are we supposed to explain that, right? Was that instant, or did that take years? Like, of course, it was instant, because it happened the same night. It was served. They drank it. It was the best wine ever. And usually they serve the best wine first when everybody's drunk. They serve the crappy wine, but this guy saved the best for last. To turn.
That's hilarious.
Hey, is he supposed to explain? Oh, what about those? Remember those baskets with the fish and the bread, right? That fed 5,000 people. Like, where did those fish and bread come from? Like, is that supposed to be explained to it? Did that happen over? Did somebody come drop off this bread? Like, you know what I mean? Can't God do whatever God wants when He wants, the way we do with the things we create?
Yeah,
I mean,
clearly. So I think you're right that the water was instantaneously turned into wine in that miracle, and the
right.
bread, miraculously multiplied in the fish.
So when God
So yeah,
says,
God
"Let
could do whichever.
the herbs, or let the life come from the water," like it could happen instantly, and they could come fully formed. All these animals, male and female, and plants, trees, grass.
Yeah, it could happen
After
instantly.
See, each after its own kind. That means evolution is not a thing.
Yeah, so why does it not say that God created the plants, not the God caused the plants to spring up from the ground?
He
Seems to
did.
imply
He
more of a
said
process.
grass. Well, the grass spring is the grass, right? And then there's the herbs that has a seed. It says it has the seed in itself. See, and then they said the trees. So grass plants the trees. With the fruits, the seed bearing fruits. I mean, it's enough. It's enough information in there for us. Like, what more do we need to know that God didn't tell us about how He made the earth?
Yeah,
Can't
he
we
told
go
us everything
discover
we
it?
needed to know, which is that he did it.
Is that not what science is supposed to be? Us discovering, uncovering God's glory, right? It's to
Right,
the glory
right.
of God to hide a matter, and to the glory of men to uncover or reveal that matter. And yet we get lied to about how God made everything, right? About who God is. See?
Yeah, those are arguments for the idea that God created everything instantaneously in a single 24-hour day.
On the Yeah, but not a
Yeah.
globe. We're talking about, okay, Genesis 1 does not describe a globe. It describes a dome, like something like a dome, okay, like surrounded by water.
It doesn't say the earth is flat either. It doesn't say either way, to be fair.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
So Matthew, can you at least concede to the fact that making the argument that just because in Genesis 1 how it says, "Let the earth bring forth grass and the herb yielding seed," and so on and so forth, just because it uses that type of terminology, but the same phrase used for the marine creatures and the beasts of the field, where it says God, where is it? God said, like, let every creature be brought forth from the earth. Oh, here it is in 24. Let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind. We know that plants and animals don't grow in the same way. So what I'm asking is, can you at least concede that it's not a good argument to say, oh, look, because it says, God brought grass from the earth, it must have taken a long time, because that's how we observe and experience the development of plants. That there must have been some sort of time span developing the animals that grew out of the earth as well, right?
Right. And in general, here we are like arguing about a handful of words in this chapter about how God did it, which I said from the very beginning isn't the main point anyway. So yes, it says, let the earth sprout things like trees bearing fruit. And it's like, wait a minute, how are trees going to sprout and bear fruit in a single day? But because then he also said, let there be lights. He said, let there be, or let the waters swarm with sea creatures, or let the birds fly above the earth. And so it's very sparse. The main point is that God is the one who did it, and we don't get a lot of detail about how he might have done it. Did he grow it from a seed all the way up to a big thing, or did he just poof and say the tree exists and the birds are flying above the earth? Did they have to hatch from an egg, or did they just appear in the air flying? These are all speculations about, and this is what I meant by 21st century questions. We modern people love to ask exactly how everything happened, but the main point of this whole passage is
Well,
that God did it all.
it's obvious that the chicken came first, right? Like Adam came first, and then Eve, right? Right? And the birds, yeah, they came in flying. like everything came in like Adam came in. You know, God brought everything up to that state. Okay, that's what Genesis reads like.
Yeah, so it says, let birds fly. So those 3 words, how am I going to figure out how God made birds?
When you look outside and you see birds flying around, that's how
Yeah.
it looked. Yeah, that's
I'm
what it means.
asking, but did that let birds fly? Was there like there was an empty sky, then suddenly there were
Okay,
birds flying?
I'm gonna guess most like everything
Maybe.
was populated, right? Balanced the way the God designed it, except for people. Okay, only people had to multiply and increase, right? Or maybe God created only 2 of each, and they all multiplied together and filled the earth, right? Well, where does it say in the Bible, is that something that we have to know? Isn't Jesus?
No, you're exactly right. That's the whole point. We don't know.
Isn't the point of the whole thing is to get to Jesus, right?
Right. God did
Right.
it and that was the
Right.
ultimate.
This whole arguing about this is because of science. Is because of atheists or people who want to challenge the account of the Bible because science or whatever their beliefs are, right? But a believer understands because he's guided by the Holy Spirit and gets to Jesus, and then gets Jesus to other people. You know what I mean? Isn't that the
Yeah.
point?
Yeah, so
Right.
I think it's believers arguing about how exactly it happened, but ultimately it doesn't
Right.
matter. That
Paul
matters that
says
it did
we
happen.
shouldn't waste our time, arguing about silly things that don't matter. That's what Paul says, right? I'm paraphrasing. I forget the verse in scripture, but yeah, the more words, the less meaning. You know what I mean? Type of thing. People who multiply words are just looking to argue just for arguing's sake. I don't know, show off that they're smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Lots
the
of people
reason
like that.
the reason I brought this up is actually ultimately I was going to tie it back to biblical cosmology, right? So so where is I? Genesis 1. Yeah. So and here's the other thing. I think you're making the sort of the fundamental categorical error in trying to put like a naturalistic empirical lens on the interpretation of what you as a Christian believe to be in fact a supernatural creation, right? And so that's not really fair or genuine to do because you believe God by nature and by definition is in fact an eternal, almighty, supernatural being. And so to try to sort of argue, oh look, here we have a creation account, and we know the sort of ways that things develop nowadays. As far as the way it develops. Um, it's unfair. Clearly, the origin of life on Earth is a very unique one-off, event that will never happen again. It happened once, and everything else after that, God used means of sexual reproduction and that type of thing for life to, to become more abundant and produce more fruit, right? So you're sort of putting a cap and a limit on God's supernatural power to be able to just sort of simply speak things into existence. Because I think you would agree it is very well within his power to do so. And in fact, here's the question I would ask: what would which form of creation would in fact demonstrate more of God's power? That he has the ability to just sort of speak things into existence and eh, and everything here in 6 days, or that it would take him like you know thousands or millions of years, sort of like the evolutionary process. Which one of those two would actually demonstrate uh, more of God's power?
Doing it in 6 days would demonstrate more power, but I
Yeah.
think that having it grow up over a process of time demonstrates plenty of power too. So maybe it's not that much difference. And you're right, God could do it either way. He could make everything pop into existence, or he could make it sort of grow slowly. And
Look,
so we don't know how he did it.
look, man. All we're doing Hey,
6
look,
days.
we're putting words in God's mouth, man. Like when God says 6 days,
6
what
days.
is the reason? What is the reason to not believe that God means 6 days?
Based on evidence from His creation.
So then you are calling God a liar.
No,
Like
I'm
this
saying
book. Right?
I'm
If
looking.
you don't accept what this God says in Genesis 1, right? Listen, if you don't accept Genesis 1,
I
then you're
do.
not going to accept anything else that God says after that in the
I accept
Bible.
Genesis 1.
Okay, 6 days means 6 days. You accept that?
No, I don't accept that.
Well, then you don't accept Genesis. Then
I
you're
do
not.
accept Genesis
You're
1. I
not
just don't
believing.
accept your interpretation of it.
Okay.
It says what it
Is
says,
there
man.
any
6 days,
reason?
bro.
Is
It's
there
not
a
like you're
reason?
making shit up.
The probable cause. Okay. Was there any reason that you had to reinterpret what was said to you?
Freaking days, bro.
Right. Scientific evidence and the way that I see that God's creation seems like it's reasonable. So all I'm saying is it's reasonable to read Genesis 1 in this other way. I'm not arguing for it. I'm just saying it's not contradictory and
Well,
it's not diminishing
it
the
does say
inerrancy of Scripture.
the word days, and we all know what a freaking day is.
Really? You remember? Were you alive back in the day when Reagan was alive? When Reagan was
Of
president?
course, I voted for him in
Okay, so what does that word mean? Back in the day when Reagan was president.
what word?
Day.
Day?
How long was he president? 8
It-
years, not a day, right? But you
Yeah,
understood what I meant
for
when I
8
said
years.
back in the day.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's an example. Day in
back in
English
the day.
is like Yom
That's
in
your
Hebrew.
question.
Back on January 20th, 1980. Yeah, that
No, I'm
day.
just
How
saying that
long
day
does it?
means 8 years in that example.
All right.
How long does it take grass to grow from seed to maturity?
Oh, it depends on the
Okay.
grass. Some of it can spring up in a day.
Okay, fine. That's grass. How long does it take a plant, right, like an herb or a tomato, to go from to maturity, right? Okay, wait. What about a tree? They're all different,
A
right?
tree with a fruit tree,
Right.
right? They're all different.
Animals are the same too, right? How long does it take a fly to go from baby to maturity? I mean, it's really short. So to say that, oh, we had to wait billions of years for, so 6 billion years for everything, like, you're totally calling the author, right, of Genesis 1 a liar. Okay,
No,
like he doesn't know how to
we're
talk,
disagreeing
right?
about how he did it, not that he did it.
Yeah, people who are going to read this book are stupid, right?
No,
I mean, that's all you're doing. And for what reason? Because some people who believe they're on a ball and that things evolved from nothing, right, taught you, right?
no, I
That's the
learned all
only
this from
reason
Christians.
you have to question Genesis. 6 days. 6 days.
No, I'm pointing
That's all
out
we're
that
saying, man. That's what it says. That's all. Bong and I are on the same page. That's what it says in the book, man, in the Bible. Boom.
Okay, so
There it
Kevin, what do you think about birds? When God created birds, there's 3 words. It says, "Let birds fly." Does that mean they were created in like flying in the air?
Maybe, man.
That's true.
We don't know, man. Like you said,
Adam was created
We don't know.
the same
That's the whole
way.
point. I'm saying is we don't know.
Everything had to have been created the same way. Look, if things were created the way you were saying, right? If God made a baby, okay, Adam would have died. Okay, if God made everything birds and eggs, none of those things would ever grow up because they don't know how to grow up. Okay, so God explains
especially
that He
humans.
made, yeah, everything fully. Okay, when He made Adam in His image, right? God's image is not a baby, right? Right? It's a king, a fully grown man. I'm gonna guess 30s, right? I mean,
But we're
in our
celebrating Jesus
our
coming as the baby this month, right?
29 years old.
because that's how people, how men and life here on this creation He made procreate, right? Look, God doesn't make baby angels that grow up to become grown up angels, right? All the angels are probably made exactly the same way in His image, right? Like Adam. So when He made these animals, He probably made them fully in the image that they should be, right, in God's mind when they're fully developed, right? Doesn't that make more sense?
It does make sense, but notice again that we're arguing about how God did something, and he doesn't say how he did it, and it's not that important.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense the way you're
Well,
trying
he
to
does. He
explain
does
it.
say that he spoke.
Chicken
Right.
definitely came before the
right.
egg. Okay, the chicken
I think he
came before.
spoke it into existence.
Right.
He said, "Chicken. All right, now you're here. Make eggs."
Good.
And then the chicken
Next.
start making eggs.
Spider. Bad. Gotta have spider though.
All
I
right.
wish you
Egg
left
baby.
mosquitoes off the list.
Yeah, mosquito. Bad. But gotta have it apparently. For what reason I don't know. But damn mosquito. Fucking hate mosquitoes too, man. It's fuck.
Here's the reason why I actually wanted to bring Matthew to Genesis 1, right? Like, finally, like, this is the whole point. So instead of talking about like exactly how or what mechanisms were involved in like
The
the
evidence is
creation of life,
it's all here, man.
Right.
Spiders,
bingo.
snakes,
yeah, like
everything.
only God knows, right? I think we can all agree
Only
with that.
God
But
knows
That's
how,
probably true. Yeah.
how it created that shit.
let's talk about some definitions of how we can have a literal interpretation. So Matthew, when it says God created whales, right? Like, do you think that's like an actual? Do you think part of that could actually be like whales in our common sense, what we understand to be whales?
Does it say whales? In
Well,
Genesis?
King James does, yeah. It's in verse 21. God created whales, yeah.
Great sea creatures is what it says. I think.
Well, what version are you reading?
English Standard Version.
Okay. Well, okay, whatever. When it says great sea creatures, do you think it literally means biological marine creatures that live in the ocean and different bodies of water?
Sure.
So you take it literally. That
of course.
that definite. Okay. In the same way you would take when it says let the birds. He created the birds after their kind that they fly.
Yeah, those
are these are actual birds? Very good.
Right.
Okay, same way when he said, "Let the earth bring forth grass." Is it actually grass and trees and plants?
Not the type of grass that Kevin is thinking of right now, but yeah, lawn grass, sure.
But these are like actually like botanical plants, right?
Right.
Okay, very good. Okay, so
did I hear a drum roll?
It's because I made fun of you. Sorry.
Okay.
So you
did you hear what I said about grass? It's like
no, I missed that. What did you say?
He said when it says grass, what does it mean? And I was like, not what Flat Earth Dude is thinking when I say grass. But
I missed it. That's pretty good.
Yeah. So, all right. So the reason, so you would agree, you would have a literal interpretation on the definitions of what these are as far as what God created, right?
Yes.
Very good. Now, here's the kicker. On day 2, and I know you know where I'm going with this, God spent the whole day, whatever you think a day was, even though here it says evening and morning, he spent the entire day creating just one thing. To me, that seems like it would be significant because on other days, he's doing all sorts of stuff. He's creating plants, he's creating sea creatures, fowls, all types of animals on the earth, and we know there's a wide, vast, biodiversity of life, millions, billions of species, right? But on the second day, he created just one thing. Okay.
What was that? What was that one thing he created?
In the King James Version, it says, God made the firmament.
Oh, all right? One day.
So now, Matthew.
All damn day to get that damn firmament set, man.
Right. He must have. It took him all day.
Who the fuck is that guy?
So Matthew, my question is, if you're going to be logically consistent here, or at least if you're going to be consistent in your interpretation for the definitions of what God made, just like you agree to with everything else,
It was an accident. My fault. Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good.
What is the firmament that God created?
Firmament is an old English way of saying sky, and so God literally created the sky. He separated the waters below from the waters above. I don't know what the waters above are. Maybe the atmosphere. That seems to make sense.
Okay.
Hey, could be superfluid helium. Last time I checked.
It could be. I don't think it is. But yeah, firmament doesn't
It could be.
mean something firm. It
I
just
always
means
thought.
sky.
Really?
Really.
So there's nothing. Wow. So there's nothing firm or solid about the firmament.
Oh yeah, it's a coincidence that firm and firmament start with the same
No
four letters.
question.
And remember, this is an
Where's my
English word,
etymology experts in here?
not
man?
a Hebrew word.
I need an etymology expert. Firm? Yeah, that would be a good
Yeah,
one.
most modern translations say expanse,
Hard,
something like that. But they're being
surface,
expanse.
something.
Can I just say something real quick?
No, you can't, Lulu. Sorry.
Oh,
No, go
dang, it's not
ahead.
ladies' night. I'm sorry, guys. I'll shut up.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So, because I heard Matthew, I've been listening for a while. I just couldn't speak, but I heard Matthew saying that the plants grew and or sprouted from the ground, and that's the reason why they couldn't have been created in one day.
I didn't say couldn't have.
Hey,
I
White
was saying
said
God
that.
could do whatever he wanted to. I was just saying it seems to be that it took longer just from the words he used.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
but
I
that's
don't know
a
if
good- that's a
anybody
good
else.
point. Go ahead,
Oh.
Lou. Go ahead, Lou.
So I don't know if anybody else brought this up, but so in your worldview, I'm gonna use Crit's word. In your worldview, right? So if God created the plants and they took a long time to grow, however, the sun was created on the fourth day after the plants. And in your worldview, you need to have the sun for plant growth.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So-
that's hard to get out of that one.
So
What were the
So-
animals going to eat?
I love that.
well, the thing is, if you're saying that they took a long time to grow, and they don't have the necessary nutrient that whatever the heck photosynthesis does,
Exactly.
then how are they going to take? I don't know. In your worldview, they took billions of years. I guess I don't know. But my point is, how are you going to reconcile those two things that the sun was
that's a good
created after the
point.
fourth day?
No, you bring up something really interesting because, my point was that it says let the earth sprout vegetation instead of saying let there be vegetation. But then he says let there be lights. And so it seems like let there be might be more instantaneous than let the earth sprout. And I think you're right that there is a problem for saying that the
You're
third
right.
day
The plants
takes
came before the
thousands
sun,
of
right?
years.
That's
And
a
then
problem.
thousands of years later, the sun was created. So I don't think that's what happened. I don't think these are chronological. And I think that
Oh, okay. So now it's not correct.
Right. No,
yeah,
don't
it's
go
not
there.
chronological. I think it's a literary framework rather than a.
Got the days mixed up.
Oh shit!
We need you to go back and rewrite it, please. Can you give it to us in the right order, please? Somebody
Go
really
back and
screwed
rewrite
up.
it, Matthew. I need you. Come on, bro. Hook me up, man.
Why is it important to have it in a specific order?
Okay, wait.
You're saying no. Hold
Days,
on.
man. It's a week, bro. That's
we
why
don't-
it all happened
we
in a
don't-
week.
We don't think that they're out of order. You do. You don't think that that's the proper order. So that's why we're. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
joking over here. That's why we're saying, okay, maybe you should rewrite it and tell us what the order should be, since you're saying what God's word tells us as that is the order, right? The first day, second day, third day. That's not the right order. So what is the right order?
First the heavens, then
Hilarious.
the earth, then everything that's on it,
funny,
then the
man.
seas, and all that's in
The
it.
earth was spinning around the sun before the sun was created.
Oh, hey, we'll be here all week. Snacks and the beers and
so
the guys.
I think it's a literary framework describing the entirety of God's creation. I think if you want to look for an order, look at a historical passage like Nehemiah 9:6 that gives you the order.
No. So hold on. So you're saying that the heliocentric Big Bang, order is the correct order, and not what Genesis tells you is the order is the correct order.
Right. I don't think Genesis.
Wow,
1
now,
was
Matthew,
written
do you not see the problem with that? You're putting science before what God's word tells you. You're overriding God's word based on what scientists are telling you.
No, I'm trying to reconcile science and God's word, and I think that this is a reasonable way of reading Genesis 1 that matches science. And then that, now I
It
don't have a
doesn't
problem.
match science.
Well, reading it the way
Genesis
that
1
I do
and the
does.
Well,
yeah, and
You read it backwards or something?
it doesn't match fucking Copernicus. Fuck
But
all science shit. Fuck.
but the way you're reconciling it is you're letting science override. You're putting science above the Bible. You don't see that?
I see
the-
it.
yeah,
Reading
you
with
can't you can't let science override scripture, but I think we can let science inform scripture. And if we're looking for a place where science and scripture
Well,
disagree, then I
that's
have to go.
Why are you?
That's a fucking big
Okay,
brush
I'm gonna
you got
stop
there,
here.
bro.
I'm gonna stop here because I don't think.
I didn't even get a full sentence out.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna stop because I'm gonna
Had
let
to
you
cut
finish
you
what
off.
you need
I'm
to
sorry,
say,
man.
and I don't think I can participate in this conversation with you because Matthew, I'm sorry. Like the way you're doing it is completely out of what it's not aligning with scripture, and you're trying to fit
Word
scripture
of
into
God.
your worldview, dude. And
Exactly.
exactly.
I'm trying to
What
match
the heck? You're
scripture.
not supposed to fit the scripture into your worldview. You're supposed to fit your worldview into scripture.
It's
Like
the other way
you
around.
can do it the other
That's why
way
they wrote a
around.
book, man. It's like,
You're
here's
supposed to change your life. You're supposed to change
your
your
freaking
life.
blueprint. Follow it. Here it
You're
is.
supposed to change
You
your
gotta
life,
follow it.
your ideology, in order to align with the Word of God, not change what the Word of God says to align with
Exactly.
your
Good point.
ideology, dude. You're doing it all
Do it
wrong, bro.
backwards, Matthew. Just like, just say, okay, I'm doing it backwards. I'll accept that as an answer.
No, I'm saying that science and theology inform
I
each other,
can't
which
let
is
you get off that easy. Come on. You got to
Hold up. So
at least
let me.
say, look, I'm not, I took God's book and now I'm like kind of reinterpreting it. No.
Reading it with science-colored glasses on. Take off
You
them
can't do that,
science-colored
bro.
glasses.
You know
Like,
that.
sorry,
That's not how it
pseudo-science-colored
works.
glasses.
Fuck. That's not how it works.
Stop filtering it through the fucking pseudoscience.
Stop filtering it to the university. Please. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But universities are everywhere. So this is a university in its own way, man. For sure. 100%. Probably one of the best universities you could go to, by the way. I would love to come to this place as my university. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you learn all kinds of shit. Damn.
Let me ask Matthew a question real quick. In verse 7, it says, separated the water under the vault from the water above it. So you say, right, and it says the vault is the sky, right? You call it the vault sky. So it's saying that the sky separates, okay, water, right? So there's water beneath the sky and water above the sky.
Uh-huh.
How do you interpret that?
I don't know what the water above the sky is. The water below the sky is probably the oceans and rivers.
Okay, so the Bible says that there is water above the sky.
Right.
What do you say?
I say that I don't know what it is.
Well, that's good.
No. What I'm asking is, do you think that there is there's a vacuum up there, or do you think okay, whatever, you don't know?
Oh yeah, I think there's a vacuum up there. I don't know what. That
Okay,
person is.
okay. So you don't think that there's water up above the sky,
No,
right?
no.
That's silly, right? That's stupid.
Now, what if the water
Right?
was like,
Right. Only an idiot would think that there would be water up there, right? An idiot like
metaphorical.
idiot that wrote some book,
gravity would
right?
pull it down to the ground if there was water up there, dude. Come on.
You're putting words in my mouth. I wouldn't call people an idiot. These are like mysterious things. I'm not going to call anybody an idiot.
No, you've never done
Well,
that.
you're calling
Thank you,
Moses- you're
Matthew, for
calling
never
Moses
doing that, by the way.
You're calling Moses an idiot.
I might have called you
And
that.
You're saying it's stupid to have water above the sky. That's what you're
Maybe
saying.
there's people, because I heard that many waters is representative of many people. So maybe there's
Right.
many people up there somewhere. Aliens.
Maybe
I've heard that too, man. I grew up with that shit all through fucking school and cartoons, and yeah, it was everywhere, man. It's everywhere.
What,
So we're
the
gonna
many
twist
people one? This is the first time I'm hearing that.
People
That's
up in
crazy.
outer space, man.
it's
There's
just
people in outer space, bro.
What?
Come on.
Oh my
it's just a
gosh.
I mean, they're like
transition.
from other
People have to
places,
believe.
not just like our own. Yeah. Anyway, you guys can mute me anytime. I'm cool with that. Matthew,
No,
thank you
I'll,
for being on point with your beliefs. I'll leave it at that.
So I will say, if you think that my beliefs are strange, there's a significant portion of Christians who say exactly what I do. That's not an appeal to authority. I'm just
Right,
saying that I'm not
yeah.
saying
It's
anything
it's a
super
fact.
unusual.
You're right. You're right. I know.
we don't
Yeah,
think it's
it's a
strange.
fact. I
Yeah,
get it. We get that, man.
we don't.
And
It's not
yeah,
strange. You
significant
are right. There
majority
is
of
a lot.
people in Latin countries are Catholic. No
Right,
shit.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
just I'm trying to explain it clearly and carefully to help you see why people think this is
Oh no, no, I
AI.
appreciate that. Man. I appreciate it.
I think
Don't get me
it's
wrong. Man.
I think it's pride in knowledge. That's what I think. Okay, like deep down inside, there's pride there, right? There's I know. Okay, I know. Okay, what I know. Okay, I think that's
Right.
where it comes from.
I know
I
what
think
I
that might be
know.
true for some people, but there's
I used to
plenty of
be like
people
that.
who are humble people who have these same beliefs that I do.
Well, I used to be like that. I still kind of am like that, right? But I have evidence and you don't. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Well, we both have evidence, but we disagree about the
We
validity.
all, yeah, we both know it's flat. We both know it
I
looks
guess.
flat. You're the one who has.
Hey
You're the
man,
one
all
who-
those planes that fly over the Earth were designed to fly over a stationary flat plane, man. I mean, from day one. So prove me
But
wrong.
I just wanted to let Rebel Andres come in and finish off what he was going to say because I think I might have interrupted his point earlier. So, Andres, if you
Yeah,
want
you
to,
totally crushed his point, but no, he'll get back to it. We got it. It was great that you brought up those points, Lulu. Man, that was awesome.
yeah, no, I was listening. I was like, oh my gosh, somebody's
Great.
going to say it. Somebody's going to say it, and nobody said it. I'm like, come on, guys. This is
Yeah. Next time I'll say it. And
yeah. Next time you better say it.
next time.
I'm just joking.
That was pretty. That was pretty cool, man. It was a great. Well, why couldn't the plants can't grow if there's no sun? Mongos. What the fuck?
Yeah. But then it's just Matthew. You just move the
And then one.
goalpost and say, oh no, it is. It's you know, it's
Yeah,
not in
it
order.
might be possibly, potentially, sometimes. Yeah.
God's light.
Look, the plants came up, right? The plants and the trees came up, and then it was nighttime. I mean, it wasn't even that long. It was like the sun came up after. Yeah, they're not gonna die. There was light.
Well, seeds do germinate without light. I know that for a fact. And you might have just waited a day. Let the seeds germinate. That would have been my answer if I was a Globie. Really.
Right. And because God is life, right? Like, I mean, He's hovering on the waters, right? Like, life is just emanating
But
from God,
God
right?
created fish and spiders and mosquitoes, like boom, all in one day, man. Like shit, man. That was a busy day, bro. But it took them all day to get the firmament, which is the stars and the sun and the moon, right? That's the firmament, right?
Exactly. Okay, that's where I want to get back to, right? So Matthew, please reassert what you believe to be the definition of firmament.
Expanse.
Expanse.
Like sky.
Okay. Where exactly are you getting that from? Is that just based off your own intuition?
I think the word
Are you
is
referring to any
rakia.
definition?
Yeah, it's just an expanse. It's like based on the Hebrew word, right?
Okay. Yeah. So earlier you appealed to the concordance or some lexicon to define the Hebrew word yom for day. So now I'm asking you, what is your reference for the Hebrew word for firmament, which is rakia?
Yeah. So many Hebrew nouns have multiple definitions, just like English, and so the word rakia can be list or interpreted as expanse or as sky, or as something flattened, like pounded out, something like that. So, there's several different meanings there.
Gas
And
pressure.
Is there
Wait a
any
minute.
examples of where? Is there any examples of where it is used to define an area void of anything?
I think like when it's talking about the sky, that
Well,
that's kind of like an empty expanse.
I think we all know
It's got
nature
gas. It's got
abhors
pressure.
a vacuum. Yeah.
It's gas, bro. What are you talking about? It's vapor. It's all kinds of stuff. Look, every culture has it. In my culture, the sky was very important. People were squashed down, right? The Polynesians, and this one god had to lift it up. First, he had to lift it up to the height of a man. Then he had to lift it up to the height of a tree, then to the height of a mountain, and then all the way up to where it is now. That's the sky.
Hey.
That's the vault. I mean, it's very important. It's kind of important. It's where all the lights in the sky are.
A lot of
Right.
work.
So Matthew, I'm reading the Strong's Concordance right now. It's for H7549 Rakia. Let me know if you would agree with these definitions. Extended surface, solid, expanse, firmament, expanse, flat as base, firmament, a vault of heaven supporting waters above, considered by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above. And in the Gesenius Hebrew Chaldee lexicon, it says the firmament of heaven spread out like a hemisphere above the earth, like a splendid and pellucid sapphire, to which the stars were supposed to be fixed, and over which the Hebrews believed there was a heavenly ocean.
So the sky is spherical. I heard the word hemisphere in there. Is that
According to this definition, yeah, it seems to be some sort of like vaulted.
Yeah, well, we've talked about the.
Yeah. So Matthew, there's a lot of descriptions here, giving it a sense of solidarity. It literally uses the word solid several times, and it even says it has a flat base, almost like it's resting on a flat Earth, you could say. And the lexicon says it's in the shape of a hemisphere, and that it could even be made out of like something like a splendid and pellucid sapphire. And it says supporting waters above. And as far as anyone is concerned, only something solid could actually support water, right? Like if I want to get like a cup of water, I can't just start pouring it into the air. I actually need like some sort of solid container
That's
to
a
support
physics
it.
fact. Yeah.
Well, clouds have water, but they're not in a solid container.
Yeah, but
So you really think you think the firmament is talking about clouds? Is that your argument?
Oh yeah, I don't know what the firmament is talking about as far as the water is above, but I am thinking that the expanse is probably the best definition.
Okay, but it says solid. Why is your
hold on.
Wait, so you're
why do you have
saying
a problem of including the word solid expanse? Just
I
like
don't
I
think
read
it's
here.
I don't think it's solid. So solid is a definition of rakia, but it's not.
No.
Those are ors,
The
not
ancients,
ands.
the ancients that wrote the book, the ancients that wrote the text, right? They used it in that context, did they not?
Yes.
There you go. Good, all good.
And the ancients were actually the ones who were inspired by God to write it in that way. It wasn't just based off their own volition, right?
Right. So
yeah, and even biblically speaking, we see verses like in Job 37:18, it says, have you or has thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as a molten looking glass. So even in Job thinks that whatever the sky is, it has some sort of firmness and solidarity to it that is strong, and likens it to to a glass. So
right. Yeah, he say it looks like that anyway.
well, he says which is strong. The sky is strong. So there's nothing particularly strong. No, hold on. It doesn't say it looks like it. He actually says which is strong and as a molten looking glass. So it's not about it's purely like it's not about the optics.
I like the word strong. I like the word strong in there. It has to be strong. And that's really, really important word in all of that, man. Be strong. Strong.
Yeah.
Got to be strong, man.
I mean, do you believe in the biblical account of Noah's flood, where there was a catastrophic event that flooded the world, and
Some
it took
dude
up
built
Noah's
a
ark, and
freaking ship, and he said, "Hey, man, get your ass on here, lion."
Yeah.
And tigers and bears. Yeah, get your ass on here. Come on, get
Both
on.
of you. Both of you get on.
so you believe that to be a historical event?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's named people there. Noah and his wife, and like
Noah.
2 sons and the 3 sons and their wives. 3, 2,
Right.
no, 3 sons.
So,
So 8 people. There's 8 specific people.
yeah. Gosh, where is it? Basically, the reason I'm asking you is, in Genesis 7 and verse 11, because I'm pretty sure there was like 3 different forms of water, like a water source that, was able to flood the earth. But in verse 11,
You're funny.
wait, here, yeah, in verse 11 it says, "The same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights." So, in my perspective, this makes a lot of sense because, when it says the windows of heaven, you see in verse 8 of Genesis 1, God actually calls the firmament heaven. So these 2 words can actually be used interchangeably. Like, you know what I mean? Like, heaven, the firmament is heaven, and heaven is the firmament. So in Genesis 7, when it says the windows of heaven were opened, and we know that according to Genesis 1, there's actually waters above the firmament, or heaven in this case. Can't you see how in a flat earth dome model, some sort of, what openings, you could say, in the firmament opened up, and that's actually that actually played a significant role in causing a catastrophic flood to torrentially come down on the earth. Can you see how that makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense that the waters above and below, the waters above went up there until the time of Noah. They came down, flooded the earth.
Hey, have you guys heard of the
reasonable
term,
explanation?
the veil? The Milky Way veil? Have you guys heard that term? Maybe not.
I mean, yeah, the Milky Way looks kind of like a thin veil.
Looks like a veil, right?
Not from Southern California because you can't see it, but if you're
Well, not where we live, but when we get out to the desert or something, and you can really see it, yeah, man, it's like, oh shit, that shit looks like milk, right? That's why they call it the Milky Way. It looks like milk. Anyway, it's the veil apparently that where God put a little dent in the fucking dome, and he's
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I'm gonna put some water down here. That's that's a story. That's all I'm gonna say about it. It's not like I could stake my life on it. I'm not gonna do that, but it's a story. You guys have heard that story? Anybody?
I thought it was called like the Great Rift or something.
The rift, the
Or no.
veil. Yeah, the rift, the veil. Yeah, either one I think works.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
it
the
looks
rift.
exactly like the same size as the Grand Canyon. When I looked at it, when I was at the Grand Canyon, and I looked at the Grand Canyon all day, and then the Milky Way came out, and I was like, dude, that looks about the same size, man. It's like an interesting size comparison. It was so fascinating. I wish you guys could have been there, but it was just something I experienced in reality. And just put the 2 together and went, man, they look like about the same size. That's all. That was just an observation. Take it for what it
It's
is.
gonna roll back like a scroll. It's
Yeah.
like kind of envision like a sardine can, like.
Yeah. That's the other one I was thinking of.
If any of
Yeah.
you have ever been to the Grand Canyon, man, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, that fucking thing's huge, man. What the hell? It's crazy. Anyway, it's huge.
Is that an expanse?
It's what an expanse. The Grand Canyon?
Yeah.
Don't know, man. I don't know what it is. It's just so gigantic. It's a canyon that just goes down,
It's a
like
big empty spot. It's formless and void.
mile. It goes down
Oh,
like a
wait, no.
mile, and it just like is so huge, man. And you're like, there's this big giant hole in Earth over here. It's just got a river running through it right at the very bottom. Yeah, it's crazy awesome.
I'd love to go fishing there.
You would love it. I'd love to just, take a river. What do they call it? A river raft ride down that bad boy, man. It'd be great.
I hiked all the way down to the bottom there. We spent 4 nights, and then we hiked all the way back up.
Did you go to Havasupai?
No, just from Bright Angel Trail down to the Colorado River. A couple
Okay.
camp spots down there. This is like when I was in my 20s, so it's been a while.
Yeah. I was in my 20s. I had some friends that went to Havasupai, and they really wanted to talk me into hiking down 9 miles and doing it, but I'm like, I don't think I can make it, bro. So, I don't know. Anyway, didn't happen, but what an amazing place the whole place, the Colorado River, the Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, Lake Mead. Those are man-made, by the way, right? But yeah, that whole river system that runs through there, the Colorado River, is just incredible. Incredible. If you ever get down in it, you'll be like, what the heck? Where am I? What place am I living on? That place is so amazing. Anyway, if you ever get a chance to get out to the southwest of America, man, do it. It's a great place. Utah, Arizona, Nevada, California, got the coast. Yeah, it's pretty bitchin', man. It's amazing places of nature that God created, because we figured that out earlier, that God created the firmament. It took him a whole day to figure out that whole sun, moon, star thing. But, all the animals, that didn't take that long, apparently, as it did the firmament. The firmament did take a minute. I think that's an interesting topic on a flat server.
Sorry, just I wanted to ask Matthew, when do you think the flood happened?
That's a good question. Probably 7,000 years ago or so, plus or minus
Yeah,
5,000
I'm
years.
good with that. I'm good with that. According to
So, do you think that the timeline starting from Adam, do you believe that timeline, the age of Adam and so on?
Yeah. So I think those patriarchs did live much longer because there's no such thing as evolution happening now, because I think we're in the 7th day where God's resting, not creating new things right now. Instead, things are devolving and becoming worse. So human beings used to have the ability to live much longer, or the environment was cleaner or something.
Yeah.
And so I do believe that Methuselah literally lived 900 plus years.
Nice.
As far as how far back it goes, it's hard to tell because those genealogies, if you say that I am the son of my grandfather, it might skip some people. So it's hard to know how many generations it's skipping, or if it's just like the next generation. So my general answer is it's hard to tell how far back that is.
Wait,
Did you say we're in the 7th day?
Right.
Yeah. So
right.
just to before I forget, okay. So you think that I forgot the freaking names of all the patriarchs, but okay, let's talk about from Adam to Seth, right? Do you think that Adam was, or Seth was the son of Adam?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was probably the direct descendant, like one generation later.
So then, do you think like each when it talks about the son of Seth, the son of the lineage that it talks about, do you think those are direct generations that is directly below that person, or do you think there's a skipped generation that they don't talk about?
I think that sometimes there are skip generations. In fact, we know that for sure because there are some places where we have two different lists in the Bible, and in one list it's skipping some generations, and the other it's not. It's not saying that the Bible contradicts itself because it doesn't. It's just saying that sometimes they're emphasizing certain people in the line and leaving out others. And I don't find. I think that that's a common thing to do in the ancient Mideast. And so generally, it's hard to tell, is what I would say. And I'm not saying anything unusual. This is what biblical scholars say.
No, I'm not saying you're saying anything unusual, because I have talked to other Christians who believe in evolution, who believe in the Big Bang and all that. So for you do believe in evolution, right? That's why you're saying that we're not evolving anymore or something, that we're in the rest.
Oh no, actually no. I don't believe in evolution, that everything came from a single ancestor. But I do think that species can change. And in fact, it's probably the opposite, that things are getting worse. So God obviously made kinds, like broad categories like dogs, but here's coyotes and here's chihuahuas, and we know that God was creative enough to make a huge variation within species. And so we see lots of variation, but generally the world's getting worse due to the fall, and things do change, but only for the worse these days. Because I think God individually created each kind of animal. I think that's clear.
So you're saying you don't think that there's like the similar ancestry thing that they talk about, but you do think that people evolved from, or you don't think people evolved?
I don't
kinda
think so.
confused.
I think that Adam and Eve didn't have ancestors, that God did a
Okay.
special creation. And same
Okay,
thing
at
for
least
all
we're
of the
agreeing on one thing. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not crazy. Well, maybe you disagree, but I'm
That's
saying,
debatable,
Totally
Matthew.
crazy, Matthew. You're totally crazy. I know that.
well, I think we're all crazy in some areas.
And you know
If I
what?
knew-
You're right about that too.
If I knew which part of I was crazy in, I would change my mind.
True.
We've been telling you what you're crazy about, but you don't want to change your mind, Matthew.
Thanks for showing up, Matthew. Are you out of school right now or something? Well, you're not. Why the fuck are you in here at midnight?
Yeah, I'm going to bed pretty soon. Yeah, it's the end of school, so finals week is next
Okay.
week, and I'm just like,
You handed out the assignments and you just waiting.
yeah, there was an assignment that was due at midnight, so I was kind of waiting to see if the students turned it in.
Right on, right up. Well, I'm glad you're out, Luke. Maybe get a little time off this month. That'd be great.
Yep.
The holidays.
Is Renee going to do something? A meetup?
I don't think so. I mean, I haven't heard, so I'll keep an eye out. He might pop something together, maybe. But I know he's been working super hard this year, especially in the last few months. So he just might need some time off.
Oh, Matthew, you were there at the meetup?
Yeah, he came to many of our meetups, not just one or two or three, maybe 4 or 5, actually.
Oh, nice. Yo, DM me next time. So
Matthew and I measured the distance to the sun together. Did you know that?
I'd say we calculated the distance.
Calculated. We measured, calculated. Yeah, we calculated. That's right.
Oh, dang! It must have
That's
been.
what our number was, like 3,400 miles, and then it's really close to the radius, man. It was the both times we did it. It was close to 3,500 miles or something. Calculations.
Well, hey, next time you guys have your little meetups, DM me, yeah?
Sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great to have you there. It'd be really good.
All right, I gotta take off.
All right, Matthew.
And it looks
Get
like
some rest.
23 of my students turned in their stuff on time at midnight. I have 30 students though, so
That's not bad. Like you're like 78% there or so.
But I'm not going to grade it tonight. I'm going to go to bed.
All right.
So, all right. Nice chatting with you.
Good night,
Later.
Matthew.
All right.
Cheers. Hey, you guys know Matthew as well as I do. He's been very consistent. He is a trooper for the flat globe. What do you guys think, man? I don't know.
Flat globe.
I think he's
Is
a
that
dork.
funny or what? Come on,
I think
they made that shit up on the spot. He's a fucking flat glober, man.
I think
Yeah.
he's
What do you guys think, man? Come on, talk to me.
yeah. No, it's a no for me. Yeah.
No? Ah, shit.
You know,
Dorky.
I've always, since I've been here, I think we've been in here at probably the same length, but
Yeah.
he's always said that the globe is a belief for him, and I respect him for that
Sure.
because a lot of
Yeah. You
globers
gotta respect that,
won't-
man. Yeah, exactly. You gotta respect.
But
That's a belief.
yeah, it is a belief for him, and so however, when it comes to how he sees the Bible, yeah, I have to agree with Bong. It's he's, as he admitted, he's changing the Bible how he wants to fit his worldview. So, I mean, what else can you say to that? You know, except for you have to just pray for him, and that's it.
There you go.
And he's
I like
made it.
that.
He's made it clear what his mission is here. It's to make sure, like, to try and make sure people know the other side. Like, we won't tell them, like they don't already know. And
But
that, and to
Keep
try
up,
and stop,
man.
and to
Keep
try and
up, man. He gets destroyed every time he tries, bro. I mean, it's not like
it's his agenda to deter people from flat Earth. That's what it is. That's
Well,
all he's here to do.
dude, it's a bit punishing, or what do you call it? Sadomasochism, a little bit. But yeah, he gets destroyed. All his shit gets destroyed, man. And it's not like we aren't destroying his beliefs, man. I
He
mean, come on.
knows it's flat. He knows it's flat. He's in.
No, that's why I
You
call
know
him a flat glober, man. Because he can't
the
let you
role
guys. He
flat earther.
cannot.
Sorry,
A
go
guy
ahead.
that's been in here this many years, man, cannot be coming here because he's not a flat earther, man. He's coming here to just say, hey, this is what NASA says, and this is what the Bible says, and this is what my calculations say. Period.
Well, I've told this to him before. I think he doesn't want to admit it's flat because of his job,
He's a
his
professor
status,
at a fucking
and
college.
he is.
He can't
Yeah,
admit.
he's a
He can't.
professor, and also he has like a YouTube channel. He's very
Flat
well
Earth.
known. So, at least in whatever community he is well known in. So I don't think he would
he's
actually
got
come out and say it's flat because then, you know.
I mean,
He's gonna, I don't blame him.
go
that
back and
much.
watch his video where he exposed the flat Earth or whatever. He got thousands and thousands of views, hundreds of thousands, I think. But yeah, he did bring up all the points we bring up. He did.
Look,
That's
guys,
weird. Kind of weird.
water is literally everywhere. It literally falls from the sky, right? The chances that there is water up there and out there and down there, okay,
Right.
are
Yeah.
like 99.99%. The chances that there's a vacuum anywhere, okay, is like lower than zero. I don't know, zero.
0.125, yeah.
It's zero, right? There's no such thing as a vacuum like they say in space anywhere. But water is everywhere. I mean, yeah, if we released all the water, it'd be nothing but water, I suppose, right?
Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys putting up with me. And me and New Perspective are responsible for bringing Matthew into this Discord. So you can hate us or thank us. I'm not sure, man. Which one?
Oh, you're to blame.
It is literally without New Perspective and myself. I don't think Matthew would even
getting
be
him.
here.
That's it.
So I just want to either take the credit or get the criticism. I don't care. But the
Give me the
fact,
love,
man,
man.
those are facts, fuckers, mongos. Those shit is fucking. That's the facts. Without Dave and I, man, we would have never even had Matthew.
Sack 'em.
So you
I
guys
like
can.
him because he's he's respectful. He has manners. Yeah.
He's got manners.
Yeah.
He'll pitch the globe all day long for you. He'll say, "This is what NASA says, and this is what the Bible says," but I interpret it differently. You know, I see the
Think
outer
he's a
space
snake?
differently. I mean, the guy's a fucking flat glober, man. I'm telling you.
I think he's a snake that thinks he's a sheep.
But so if you guys want to blame anybody for bringing his ass in here, it's me and New Perspective, and
We really appreciate it, bro.
He has identity issues, right? Like,
all right. But if he's that guy's, I don't think he's ever called anybody stupid ever. And if anybody's got any tape of that, then let me know. You got some audio on that? That'd be good. Hey, I don't trust audio. Audio could be AI generated these days. I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson telling everybody the Earth is flat the other day, man. I heard it last week. Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth is flat right here on this Discord, man.
What?
I heard.
Oh yeah.
I heard it.
Yeah.
It was
What
a
you
bot.
heard? Yes, is
Were you
AI.
smoking?
Yes.
It was AI. It was AI.
And when when everyone starts saying things that they didn't say, right? Then no one will be saying anything.
Nobody bong. Nobody's
Mirage.
safe, man. Fuck off, right?
What you heard was a mirage.
We're fucked. We're all fucked. I can't trust him. I don't believe I'm on Discord anymore. I need help. Fuck.
Is that a bot?
I'm just talking to a bunch of bots on fucking AI bots on Discord now. They're flat earthers.
Yeah,
This is pre-recorded.
Yeah, the next step is to build an avatar off of all the data that you let them use off of your social media.
They're
off
gonna
your
build the
phone,
data. I'm screwed.
email.
We're all screwed, man. We're all screwed, by the way.
All in a database, right, in a library, right, and put your name on it. See, and now it's an AI, right, that can represent you, digital world, right?
Yeah, it's digital blackmail, 100%. I'm like,
Kenny, we're gonna
All my
have you saying it's a
responses are
globe, bro.
pre-recorded.
What's that? Flatman? What?
I said we're gonna do an AI of you proof globe.
All right, I'll be the judge. I can spot AI from reality. I think.
Oh, you know how you make it really, really good, right? The way you make this avatar or this digital clone of you, as real as possible, as close to as authentic to you as possible, is biometrics. I mean, like inside your body. They call it the Internet of Bodies. Okay.
Internet of Bodies? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Internet of Bodies. Your body.
Interesting. Yeah, I like it. Yeah,
device that connects to the internet and all your biometrics, everything, even your thoughts. Right? You believe it? If
I had some serious gas today too, man. I don't know what the
They
hell.
probably have this Internet of Bodies thing going on, but it's more like just promiscuous people interacting with each other as they do. Let me quit.
I wonder if we should.
Like an
I wonder if we should copyright our voices, guys. Should we copyright our voices?
Oh, that's the
You
thing.
actually can own stuff related to.
The idea is to manipulate your DNA until you become a GMO, a genetically modified organism. And now you're owned, right? You're owned.
You are what you eat, and now you're the GMO.
Just like the food, the plants.
So bad, man. You guys are so negative, man. Fuck. No, I'm just
Wait,
kidding.
so Bill Gates could like literally own us, right?
bad. So bad.
Could be the property of Bill Gates. Is that it?
I'd be like, yeah, bring it on. Wait.
Yeah.
It's
When
so
it comes to
wrong.
funding Bill Gates,
So wrong. That shit is so wrong, man. And it is gonna come to that, and that's where we can be ahead of the game at least a little bit, man, because it actually is. It's coming to that real fast, so fast we can't even believe how fast.
I'm gonna
it's
go see
coming
a
now.
fucking lawyer.
When
Gotta
it
get a
comes to
lawyer.
government,
Gotta get a fucking lawyer.
Bill Gates basically bought Boardwalk and Park Place when it comes to farming in the world.
Yeah.
Like he can do what he wants.
Fuck yeah. So anyway, hang in there, boys and girls. We got this. No problem. I'm a cheerleader. Without a doubt. I mean, once you know it's flat, man, you're just like everything else is like, oh shit. Well, no shit. Yeah, they're gonna try to do that, and they're gonna try to do that. Okay. It's at least you're aware of it. Most people are not even like paying attention because they only care about who won the football game. Yeah.
The
That's
idea
it.
is like if you don't have the resources, right? Let's say you need to learn something, well, instead of having to travel somewhere, right? Because you're not rich, you're poor, you can still go there in virtual reality.
Right. Yeah, you
How
can
about
go
that?
there, man. Hey, you know
Yeah.
what? That definitely has been a benefit to what would they call it? These millennials. Yeah, that's been a huge, huge advantage. I've watched some very young kids do amazing things. Like, holy shit, man! That fucking 4-year-old's working a drill press, and I'm like, what the hell? You're like, damn, that 5-year-old's playing drums like a fucking pro. And you're like, I mean, I think there's some benefits to that internet thing, man. They're able to see some of these people do the drumming or the drilling on the drill press, and they just take it in, man, and they got it because they're so young.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to connect your brain to the internet so that
I know
your
they're
whole body.
trying to. They're doing a good job, but there is some talented kids coming out of this internet technology that I don't think they wouldn't have been able to reach that if they didn't have, the great resources of tutorial videos on on YouTube. It's incredible, man. I mean, shit. You want to learn to drum or play guitar or shit, man? There's fucking 10 billion fucking videos on both those subjects, man. 10 billion. I guarantee.
Imagine being able to watch all those 10 billion videos in 1 week with the help of AI.
Oh, fuck
in your
off. No. Yeah. You just download it into your fucking head. No. That
No,
seems
don't you want
wrong, man.
power?
It seems wrong. It's fucking wrong.
Don't you want to change the world, make it a better place?
Yeah, no. Not like
entire
that, man. No.
There are people struggling.
That destroys all the intricacies of building up to success. It just takes away from all of that work that you have to put in to be successful. And whatever success is determined by the individual that's doing the work, man. Sometimes I've gone and helped some old lady move her condo or whatever, and I just did it for free, but the experience that I got to do was like so amazing. It was like crazy. I got paid like tenfold, It was just she had a great outlook on life, and she shared it with me, and that's what we're trying to do here, man, is to get people to look at their lives in a more positive reality. And that's it, man. A positive reality versus some kind of fucking stupid in your head outer space shit, man. That's all.
Well, here's
That's
the
all I'm
thing.
doing.
It's not just to connect you to the internet, right? It's to
Yeah.
connect you to the financial system. And without it, you're out.
Yeah.
You're a threat.
Oh, fuck me, Bong.
You're toast. You motherfuckers.
Motherfuckers, man. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm pissed. Yeah, they want to just put you all in that one little box that's called Costco or Home Depot or whatever it is. It's one big store, man, that controls everything.
Well,
And
I think it's what's gonna back the money, right? Is people, right? The ultimate asset, the human resource.
I've been singing that shit for years, but I remember like, dude, without us Mongos, man, they ain't building fuck all, so we should be getting paid, bitches.
And you should be under my thumb because
Exactly.
you motherfuckers need to be controlled and shit.
I built your toilet, your faucet, your fucking garden hose, whatever it was, man. I mean, those guys should be getting paid the top dollar and flying around in fucking private jets. And these Mongos that run the banking system should be fucking, kissing our boots. But that's not how that's not how they fucking rigged it, Bong. They rigged it the other way around, man. And that's what, interest and compounding interest and, debt and all that shit came from, man. All that shit's just cuckery, man. 100%. It's just like, dude, really? You're going to be the cock? Even they talk about that shit in the Bible. Like, you're going to be the cock that loans the money to this poor fucking peasant fucking wants to get a couple of goats, fuck. If he gets 2 goats, that can hump, make some more goats, we can make some money on that, man. How do we make money on that? Well, I'm going to finance your first 2 goats, bitch, and then you're going to owe me for a long time, man. You're going to owe me for years. You're going to pay me back because I loaned you that money to get the fucking goats.
You're going to pay me back like 1,000 goats.
1,000 goats because I paid for 2 of them. That's fucking cock, dude. I fucking hate that kind of thinking, man. It's so wrong. It's just wrong. You guys know it's wrong. I know it's wrong.
Yeah, it's in the contract on page 397.
% interest. Yeah, literally. I mean, when you think about percentage of interest, I mean, like, let's say I borrow $100. I'll give you $100, but you owe me 200. Oh, okay. Well, that's 100% increase, right? But
yeah, but you have to pay me every month. If you take any longer, you have to pay me.
You got to pay it back every month. No. That's called compounding interest, bro.
Oh, I mean,
a whole different thing, man. That's a whole different ballgame.
Hey, are you that desperate? If you need the money, here's the money. I mean,
here's the money.
It's right there.
Oh my goodness, dude. So the Earth is flat and the money system is corrupt. That's all I'm going to take away from that. And the other thing we were talking about was scripture. We had a lot of scripture tonight. It was great. Thank you, Bong. We had some breakdowns of different words that are in scripture, and we could do this shit for the next fucking 1,000 years, and we're not going to get to the bottom of it. But the bottom of it is that according to the Bible, what it says in the Bible is that God created this place in 6 days, bitches. And if anybody wants to take, contrary to that, that's what it says, okay?
And for Christians, for Christians that I forgot my point. Oh yeah, for Christians that ask why would they lie about the shape of the earth, right? Like, I think my simplest answer and correct one is because Jesus said so. When Jesus called them, that their father, is the father of lies, right? Right, and when they speak their native tongue, it's in lies, right? And you start from there. You say, all right, are they liars? Yeah, they're definitely lying to me. I mean, and that's why they lie.
Definitely lying to me,
right? Why do liars lie? That's what they do. You know what I mean? like a bad
Have you
habit.
heard? Oh shit! Hey, flat man, you got to open your mic. But yeah, apartment coffins. Yeah, that's
Coffin apartment eating the bugs, bro.
holy shit, dude. Did you see Truth Stream Media's take on the what do they call it?
No.
Teeny houses? Teeny houses.
A teeny house.
Teeny houses. Have you guys familiar with the word teeny house or teeny house? Teeny houses. Have you guys heard this
I've heard
term?
of tiny houses, but not teeny. What are they, even smaller than a tiny house?
I think they are smaller than tiny.
Damn, they really. Flatman was right. They really are.
They're going teeny, bro. Oh shit, man! You got to watch this fucking doc, man. It's about 37 minutes.
You just bury yourself. You go and bury yourself in the coffin apartment, and the bugs will come to you.
Yes,
So you get
actually, yeah. She brought that up, man. Like you're in the you're basically living in your coffin. That was it, bro. It was so like enlightening and it was amazing. Anyway, not to get off flat Earth or something, but yeah, let me shoot you the link, man. I'll put it in the live voice stream text. Yeah, I'll put it in there. But yeah, man, what an interesting thought process, right? Is that like, here's this little place you can live, and we can just bury you right there, fucking. That's how small it is, man. That's how damn fucking small it is. So
You leave your house when you're done.
and it's $100,000, dude.
At least you don't have to worry about funeral costs, bro.
Oh shit! You guys gotta watch this fucking. Oh shit!
Dead ass.
Or don't watch it, man. But this is absolutely worth a few minutes. Just kind of get the vibe of your teeny houses, shit. Tiny houses, teeny houses, whatever it is. But what a weird concept, man. She puts it into such a nice context that you can digest it and say, hey, man.
If you think about maximizing profit, right? It's not really a weird concept. It's kind of like what you want to do, right? You want to fit as much as you can into the space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know some people that are minimalist. At least that's what they claim. However, my minimalist friend, has a beautiful coffee table, a beautiful couch, a beautiful dining set, a beautiful backyard patio set. I'm just talking about his furniture alone. This guy's a minimalist. If you were a real minimalist, you'd have a backpack and a fucking laptop and a cell phone, maybe, right? You would go ahead and there's a definition of minimalist, and then there's a real minimalist.
Yeah, these teeny houses, it feels like a project, throw a bunch of people into a small space for a long time and see how
the mouse. Yeah, the mouse.
like kind of laboratory experiment, but people,
yeah.
Or get people used to the idea of not having space. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what this documentary kind of goes into. It's like 30-something minutes long, but she was dead on, man, about the tiny houses and the teeny houses, however you want to say it. But she's like, you're gonna live in this little shithole for $100,000.
What?
What? Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Oh, okay. That's all she was saying, man. Throughout the whole documentary. I mean, she's like, "This is so wrong. This is so wrong. This is it's a wrong approach." It's not like that little teeny house is in the middle of, let's say, New York City or Paris, France. If that house was in Paris, France, you walk out your door and you can go see, the Eiffel Tower or something real, at least interesting. You could go see some ancient artwork or whatever. Bitchin' ass building down the road. No, this place is 30 fucking minutes from fucking nowhere. it's 30 minutes from Walmart, for fuck's sake. That's the closest stores, 30 minutes away. But they'll sell this whole house to you for $100,000. They will. And that's just, there's something wrong with that, man. The system has exposed itself as being a complete talk show, man, at this point. I mean, go through history, man. Go look back and look at how they went from trains and electric cars to automobiles to airplanes. Yeah, go back through it, man. That's pretty recent history. Last 150 years, man. It's amazing. But now they're selling this little cocky shithole for $100,000. Like, really? It's fucking wrong, man. It's wrong. It's just wrong. And
Rather caravan, or
kind of like the globe. That's what's wrong.
Yeah.
And there's so many things that are wrong and that add up to this amazing awareness of corruption.
This is the American dream now, eh?
Well, that's the greatest thing she does in this documentary is that she talks about the American dream and how it became a thing. The whole thing is in the American dream, and the globe is part of the American dream, man. Dude.
Yeah, remember that house on Home Alone?
What?
That's, Home Alone, that house, the house on Home Alone, that used to be the American dream, and now it's this thing, this Minecraft looking thing with one door.
Good night, flat man.
Going into his coffee, freaking Dracula. Good night, bro.
I think he's at work.
Yeah, I'm at work, guys. I got to get off though. Peace out.
All right, peace, man.
Hey, bro, drive safe.
Yeah, he's at work. I can hear the machines in the background. Something's. All right, keep it real, brother. What did we learn tonight? I learned that Bible scriptures have many meanings for the word firmament. I thought that was what? Firm.
Yep.
It's firm? It's firm. Okay. It looks firm. Damn thing does look firm. I'll give you that.
Well, just because it says firm doesn't mean, it's firm, right? One of those. Just because it looks flat doesn't mean it's flat, right?
Hey, that's why we're here, man. To expose the trickery of the MK Ultra school system programming. That's, what else can I say? I mean, that's the truth. Anyway, the school system programming it's highly effective, man. They figured it out before they rolled it out, but they knew it was probably going to be successful. And they rolled it out, man. Here we are. You know, we're post Coco 19, man. We're post Coco. Yeah, what a shit show that was, man. I wish the AI could figure it out post Coco, but only you guys are smart enough to know that. But yeah, someday AI might be good enough to figure that out, man. Maybe. We'll see. I don't think it can. I don't think it can do it.
What, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
Hey, we're in the post Coco era, man. What do you think of that? Post Coco?
I mean, it's not that hard to figure out, right?
No, it's not. Well, for us, it's not. But
But
for
if
the
you
rest,
say, post Cocoa Puffs, now you're adding a little bit more to
oh, gotta have a little puff. Oh,
puffs.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is some more puffs, man. There's some more puffs. They do keep coming with the puffs, man. You're right. Yeah. They're still selling. They're still selling the puffs. Last time I checked, man. Yeah.
AI will look at it and be like, cereal?
Cereal
No.
Cocoa Puffs, man. 100%. That's what
Bun.
AI would figure out. Be like, oh, those guys are talking about Cocoa Puffs, like the cereal. No, we're not talking about that, man. But only a few people know what we're talking about. But the AI would never catch that. I don't think it would. But yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe 20 years down the road might catch it. I don't know.
I mean, if it can, then wow. Oh,
damn.
How?
Those
You know
guys
what I
are
mean?
those guys are talking about illegal things that they shouldn't be talking about. Those Cocoa Puffs, because they shouldn't be talking about. We should shut their channel down and give them a strike and tell them you are a bad boy. Stand in the corner for 30 days and write, "I'm a bad boy" on the chalkboard for 4 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know the pizza, right? You know how they have code words, right? I think it might be too simple, right? Too easy to crack. So I think, yeah, making it,
Dude, post Cocoa Puffs. It's so good.
What are you talking about?
You know what?
Cereal?
Post was a cereal brand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you know that, but yeah, Post Cocoa Puffs is like what? What the fuck? I mean, that's gonna throw that shit. That's gonna throw AI into a fucking head spin, man. I can guarantee it. And that's why we're here, man. We gotta throw that fucking AI shit into a head spin occasionally. We gotta do that, man. And I think we do a good job. I think we do a great job of that. Not just a good, but great. It's like fucking. You guys are so good, man. Thank you. Fuck. I'm just so happy to be here and be part of the experience because it's epic, man. It's epic. Smartness in this place is like off the hook.
Cocoa Puffs are so good. Well,
Cocoa
I used
Puffs
to.
are so yummy, bro.
It turns the milk into
It's
chocolate.
so good, man. You can't. Oh, I was a kid, man. I ate the Cocoa Puffs. I did, man. I ate that shit. It was good, but it was like
Cocoa Rice Krispies.
sweet. It's all sugar.
Rice Krispies, Cocoa Rice Krispies. You like that? You ever tried those?
I ate at least 472 bowls of Rice Krispies in my life. I swear, I ate that shit like it was candy, bro. Growing up, yeah, Rice Krispies, man.
It'll make a big ass milkshake with a lot of stuff to eat.
Captain Crunch. Dude, I had it all, man. I had like, yeah, what's that stupid lucky fucking Charms, man. Fuck off.
Thing about I
Oh,
didn't like about Captain Crunch is it used to hurt the top of my mouth. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because it was so fucking hard, rough. Yeah, it's like
yeah. Captain Crunch is tough.
I used to think like, is this the poor people version, or I'm gonna go buy from the rich neighborhood? No, that's the generic.
Oh man, right?
Dude, they do that, especially here in Australia. I'm like, what the fuck? I took my boss to this one supermarket, and when we got back, I took my boss. He's the CEO shopping. He was doing. But when we got back, the people asked me, "Where'd you take him?" It's like, "Oh, we went down to just over here," and they all like, "Why did you take him there?" It's like, "Oh, what's the difference?" It's like, but apparently there are nicer things in the nicer neighborhoods.
Well, there's always nicer things in the nicer neighborhoods, bro.
Yeah, you
Always.
said.
And yeah,
Like, I didn't know it was a It's
well,
like taking your boss shopping in Compton and not in
right.
L.A.
Yeah, not Beverly Hills. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I get you. I mean,
Compton is just next, the
Compton
closest one.
and Beverly Hills are like just a few miles apart, bro. It's not that far, bro. But
So picture like Home Depot in Compton versus Home Depot in Beverly Hills, right? It's like a big difference.
you know what? You just gave me an idea, man. I want to go to the Home Depot in Compton. I want to go there. Fuck it.
Or China supermarkets, you know what I mean?
No, I'll just go to Home Depot in Compton. I don't think it'll be that much different, but we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, it'll be different. Yeah, customer service will be different.
The selection might be different. Yeah, you're right.
Right. I mean, yeah.
It'd be worth a trip, man. Just go check it out. Yeah.
There's gonna be like no barbecue grills.
No, that's all there is barbecue grills, bro. In Compton. It's like the whole place is barbecue grills, man. Yeah, that's it, bro. I'm telling you, man. I know my LA people. I know my LA people, man. I know how they roll, but yeah, barbecues, chicken is everything, bro. It's everything.
Knowledgeable people worked in the barbecue section.
Chicken, barbecue chicken, man. You get the best barbecue chicken in the world in Compton. I guarantee it.
Everyone's passionate, about their jobs. We're in the barbecue section. That's
It's gonna be fucking epic. Fucking barbecue, bro. Epic. Anyway, so yeah, it'd be fun, man. I'm sure there's a shitload of barbecues at the Home Depot in Compton. I'll check it out. I'll let you know how it turns out. I'll shoot a couple pictures or video or something. But
Lowe's still open. Check Lowe's too.
yeah, Lowe's or Home Depot, both, whatever. Yeah. Pick them both. It'd be good since I'm there. Yeah, it'd be fun. I wonder if there is a Compton Home Depot. Let me check, man. Hold on.
Try flat smacking there and then flat smacking in Beverly Hills and see what the difference is. And the response.
Beverly Hills versus Compton. Yeah, that would be fun. I'm gonna go to Compton and do some flat smacking, man. Fuck, that's risky, bro. You're white and you're the wrong color, man. Shit. Yeah, I'm screwed. I'm totally screwed. All right, Home Depot, man.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Compton.
Probably.
All right. Let me see if there's a Home Depot in Compton, man. Hold on.
All right. Don't wear red or blue, right?
Oh, there is one. There's one right here. Dude, yes, there is a Home Depot in Compton. Oh, here
No
we go.
baseball caps, no bandanas, no colors. You know that, right?
And yeah, I'm gonna be wearing all black.
I mean, you're so you should be all right. Yeah, you can wear whatever you want. If you're white. I'm assuming you're white. Are you white? Flat Earth, dude?
Yeah, I'll be all right, man. I'll wear all black, man. Baseball cap. I'll be low key. You won't even notice me. I promise. All right.
Dude, I always dress like a white dude. You know, I dress like dorky, geeky dress. You know what I mean? Because it's a
Dude,
good,
wear
you know,
black.
it's a good. It's like you're not noticed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be noticed.
Yeah.
Low key.
Or construction worker. You know.
Yeah, that's me, man. Construction worker.
It is like.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know the Earth is flat? See, there's a spirit level here.
There's a spirit level over here. Check it out.
You know where your spirit levels are? All right. Instead of fast making the employee.
Hey, new perspective. Dave, man, you there, bro? I gotta bounce.
All right, man. Yep.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Yeah, man. Cheers, man. You good?
Cheers. I'm good.
All right.
Yeah. Let's talk soon.
Yeah, man. I'm getting out of my shop here pretty soon, so
Yeah, gotta go. Come and get the rocks. I've been thinking about that.
I got the rocks. I got some rocks. Oh my god,
get some rocks. You got rocks, man.
I got rocks. Big
I got lots of
rocks.
rocks.
Heavy rocks. All right. Next week or
I'll give you
so.
a call.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, Bong's here. We're just talking
Bong?
about if you had a 6-foot bong, how would you light your own bong, man? That was my question.
You have to get a long lighter.
You gotta really. Is that the natural observed phenomena?
Now, flamethrower, even maybe.
A flamethrower would work. Okay, got it.
Talk to Elon Musk.
All right. Have you seen one of the Cybertrucks on the road yet?
No. Are they automatic?
No, man. I was looking for one.
AI?
I live in a rich neighborhood. I was like, there's got to be one that's going to show up here somewhere, man. I haven't seen one in person yet. But
what is it? What's a Cybertruck?
That's Elon Musk.
Okay.
That's the
the automated ones that don't have a driver. You mean?
No, it's a pickup truck, man.
Okay.
It's Elon Musk's Cybertruck. They call it Cybertruck.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. And
what's it do?
It's made out of stainless steel, man. Stainless. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not even a truck. It's like a futuristic car looking thing.
Yeah, like it's I don't know, man. I haven't seen one in person yet, but it looks huge. Thing's fucking huge looking, man. But
that's the Cybertruck.
Cybertruck, yeah.
Has inexplicable magnetism, causing dumbstruck disbelief and breathless euphoria wherever it goes. Huh. All right.
Who the fuck said that?
That was the advertisement for it.
That's
funny.
super cock, dude. That's super cock shit, man.
Right? You gotta have balls to drive that thing.
Oh.
Or a big ego, one or the other.
Ego.
Yeah, well, remember when the what was it, the big ass truck, was that Tesla too? With the big ass Humvees? No, that wasn't Tesla, but the Humvees. Remember those?
Yeah.
Those are still around, I guess, but yeah. It was just such a, ego thing to have one of those, it seemed like.
My name is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I bought the Humvee for my everyday driver, and I drove every day in Hollywood. I drove my Humvee.
This thing does look pretty badass. There's no room except for the truck. Okay, I see.
Weird, man.
Yeah, very futuristic.
Is it futuristic?
It's kind of got a DeLorean type You know,
DeLorean. That's what I was thinking. Stainless steel DeLorean. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 100%. All
And
right.
it's all it runs on the batteries, just like the
It looks
Tesla
like
cars.
a coffin. It does look like a coffin.
Yeah,
I'll say that. All right.
interesting. Oh, hey, tomorrow, Sasha might come down for lunch. Maybe we should come over there and find you.
No, really?
Yeah.
Well, text me. Text me.
All right.
Let me. All right.
You gonna be at the shop?
No, I think I'm at home tomorrow, man. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, then maybe we could plan it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave you a call. All right.
Man, that'd be great.
All right.
I'd love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Totally. Okay. Bye. So what's up, Bong? What's up, everybody?
Oh yeah, you know. Just looking at the Cybertruck. It looks nice. Oh yeah.
Who else is in here? Everybody's in here, not saying anything. Is Root here? Big Root? What's up, Big Root? What's up, everybody? Lulu? What's going on, Lulu? Timbo?
Hey, dude, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Can't complain. How are you?
Good, good. Still doing some crypto action?
Not really, dude. I stopped
Yeah,
after it kind of went down, so I'm just waiting for it to just get back up a bit.
right. Yeah, that's kind of everybody's deal. What else is going on?
I was just listening to Flat Earth Dude say stuff, but
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, we had a Ether Cosmology Roundtable earlier, and I should post a link to that if nobody else has heard it yet.
where at?
The Ether Cosmology channel. You know Toby. He was around here for a while.
I don't know if I'm in there. Send me a
I'll
link.
invite you. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this guy named Robert Bennett who has been on with us for the last, I think, 4 times, and he's a geocentrist, but he's getting it. You know, like we give him shit about being a geocentrist, but he's you know, a scholar, so it's interesting because he's breaking down the special relativity and showing that the ether is you know, a real thing, and that's debunks special relativity, which is what the globe depends on, you know. And this interferometry stuff is what does it, because they show that there's like a faster propagation of light in a clockwise direction as opposed to, or actually in a counterclockwise as opposed to a clockwise. It's so sensitive. It's only like, you know, parsecs of a you know, amount, but you know, it's enough to show that light doesn't travel equally in all directions, and that's the constant they depend on. So it's interesting because it shows that, you know, that's how they finagled everything to save the globe back with Einstein's Michelson-Morley interpretations.
Yeah, sounds like interesting stuff, dude. Was it recorded or?
Yeah, I'll post a link for it. We've had like, let's see, 10 of them now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm trying to look through the channels that I'm in. I'm in so many channels, but I don't know if I'm in that one. So
Oh yeah, I'll send you an invite for sure.
okay.
Yeah, there's some good shorts on this one too, if you want to just get an idea of what's up with the you know, the channel it's all about and stuff.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll check it out.
I'd say the one earlier tonight wouldn't be like the best of the round tables, just because there's been other really good ones. But yeah, I'll put the link for that one since it's the most recent. Cool. There's a lot of people in here again. Nice to see. Big Root, you there? Anybody else?
Big Root is not in here.
Oh, it looks like his thing because it's green. That's the Rumble bot. Sorry.
Oh, I think that's Billy. Wait, is that Billy? Oh no, that's the Rumble you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It looks just like Big Root's thing. Yeah, so not too many arguments left to conquer. You know, I think it's pretty much over for this globe. Again, over completely. It's been over for a long time, but it just gets worse and worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been over for a while, but
Yeah. There goes an invite for you. Oh shit.
thank you.
Hang on, I gotta take this call. I'll come right back.
Okay.
Yo, Lulu, my Abisha sister, how are you?
Hello. Sorry. Who said that?
That was Rebel Andres.
Oh, hey, dude, what's up?
Not much. Salam in
Selam
Daisnesh.
እንዴት
ሁሉም ጥሩ ነው?
እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን እንዴት ነህ?
ደህና ነኝ. That's pretty much all. That's like the extent of my homework. That's as far as it goes, pretty much. just like greetings, and that's about it. But what was I gonna say? So I had no idea who I was talking to actually. Like this Matthew guy. I asked my friend I Level Up early in the DM because you guys were talking about, you know, I guess he's coming from a biased position, being a professor and such. So I asked him like what his job was, and I guess he's a math professor. And then he told me he had like a YouTube channel with like, you know, over hundreds of millions of views, and he sent me a link, and I was like, wow, like I had no idea who I was talking to this whole time, you know. I mean, you know, he seems cool though. I mean, he's a total dork for, you know, for that matter. But yeah,
Yeah, Matthews, he kind of sneaks up on you as far as like what he does in the backgrounds, because he has, I think, I don't know, like 500 or 600,000 subscribers now. and yeah, he is a math professor, and that's the reason why I say that he doesn't want to admit it's flat, is because of all of his background, in my opinion. I think if he was just an anonymous dude just on the internet and he came in and spoke to us, I think he could try to at least say, okay, yeah, the earth is flat. But his voice is well known now. I don't think he could, even if he changes accounts, I think I could, at least for me, I could identify it's Matthew right away, you know? So, but as you saw, his biblical view of things is just kind of out of whack. So
Yeah, I can see that. Um, yeah, I had no. I mean, when I was in here with QE earlier, and who else was talking about him? Oh, I think yeah, Miguel was like posting little memes about him. They mentioned Matthew, and I was like, "Who's Matthew?" And then Q was like, "Oh, don't worry about it." So, um, and and actually, when he did end up joining the room, I sort of didn't put two and two together until like after the fact. So, yeah, well, I mean, I guess it was a good experience getting to meet him and talk to him, I guess. But yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, he's probably definitely highly influenced by his position, especially being a public figure of sorts. If that's the thing, with the YouTube channel and everything. But I mean, fortunately for him, the flat Earth is not a salvific issue. You know, as long as he believes in Yeshua the Messiah as Lord and Savior, and that he's truly repentant of his sins and that kind of thing. We should see him in heaven. You know, I don't think God is going to turn him away from the pearly gates just because he's a Glober. I'm sure there will be plenty of Christian Globers in the kingdom of God. So that's the bright side.
yeah, for sure, I do agree. But yeah, Matthew's been here for, I would say, at least 3 years or maybe longer. So he knows all the arguments. He's the one thing, as I said before, I do respect about him is that he doesn't say. I mean, he does say that it is a belief, and he doesn't try to prove it from like a scientific way, I guess, as other Globers would try. But yeah, he's chill. He's respectful. But yeah, he's a zealot for the globe, and yeah, it is what it is. He doesn't want to change his mind. I don't know if he ever will, but that's at the end of the day up to him. So
Yeah, even despite his position as a math professor, I think I've noticed a pattern of like a lot of people who are sort of mathematically inclined, just the way their brain works. Like they're more what is it? It's the whole like division between the left and right brain, whether you're like more logical and like or creative, intuitive, and more in tune to like your senses. Yeah, I've noticed like the people who are good at math, like I know personally I'm not like math was never my strong suit in school. I was always like a science guy because I always thought science was like simply the study of God's creation. So I was always like fascinated by that. Um, but when it comes to numbers, even like simple like arithmetic equations, like I was never really good at it. Like or even doing like simple stuff in my head, like I never really, it's something like I had to work like extra hard at compared to other people. But I've noticed people who are um, mathematically inclined, like it's hard for them to sort of wrap their mind around like the flat Earth model. So I think he has both those things like working against him, like how his brain or mind naturally works, and his sort of position, being like well known on the internet and that in the limelight of that all. So I can see where he's coming from.
yeah, I don't know. I would think that I guess it does make sense because the globe is only mathematically proven. You can't really prove it in the real world. So I
Yeah.
guess that could be why it's hard for them to let go of the math and actually look at reality. But yeah, I think there's like more factors and more variables when it comes to Matthew and his beliefs. It's just I don't know if he has a role where it says flat earther in denial.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's funny.
And yeah, I really think that really applies to him because it just
Mm.
I think he does know the earth is flat. He knows the Bible does not say anything about a globe or freaking Big Bang or whatever the heck he was trying to prove earlier. And I think he just is holding on to these irrational beliefs and I think that really has something to do with his position in as a professor, but I don't know. I was a bit shocked that he actually admitted he's trying to fit the Bible into his worldview rather than like he's trying to reconcile it into making sense rather than just accepting for what it says, so
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you were here, but like early on in the conversation, he did at least admit, like when I asked him, given the two options of the heliocentric globe or geocentric flat Earth, which one of those two does the Bible more closely describe? And he said something along the lines like the plain reading of the Bible would be more of like a stationary plane. He said so. I think he does somewhere in the back of my mind or in his heart. He does know that the Bible more so corroborates a flat Earth as opposed to a globe. So at least there's that.
yeah, I don't know why it's weird with him. Like he admits some things that will make you think like, okay, he knows it's flat, and then at the same time he'll just be like, but it's a globe. So I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, well, you know what James says, right? A double-minded man, unstable in all his ways. So who
True.
knows? He might fit that bill.
True.
Um, yeah, Matthew, interesting. But yeah, I mean, you got to give it to him. Respect for him to. I guess he's been at it for a while, but he was respectful. Kept decorum. Didn't completely lose his shit like a lot of other Globers do. He just started to spurg out and stuff. So, and yeah, and I saw some of his videos that he was like referring to flat Earth content. That was interesting. I mean, I guess I haven't really run into other like YouTube math professors and see what their content is like to compare it to. But it's funny. He has like a bunch of math stuff, and then he has like a couple of videos on flat Earth. So it's kind of like an interesting mix, if you will.
Yeah, I think his videos, at least from what I've seen before, I don't know if he has any recent ones, but I think he does present it fairly. I don't think he strawmans our position, whereas if you look at Professor Dave and other people, they really strawman flat Earth. So I do, again, I respect him in those senses, but yeah, it is he. Again, the arguments he brings forward and the not the arguments, but I guess his rebuttal for flat Earth, I think they're never really satisfactory enough for me. Like I think he just always reverts back to math and belief. So, and I think that's why I always find him weird because it's like, okay, he understands the argument very well. He he knows what he has on his side is just a belief. So, you would think somebody as smart as he is would just come to the conclusion that, okay, maybe I am being lied to, or NASA is not really looking out for my best interest, or the government, or whatever. But he somewhat chooses to stay in that lane. And aside from wanting to keep his position, I really don't see any other reason why he would not come to this side, So, I don't know. It's just that's just how I see him, though. He's overall he's a nice guy. Yeah, he's very respectful. But I've never seen him lose his cool. I've never heard him cuss anybody out or yell at anybody. So it's kind of odd.
Yeah, it's definitely probably not the norm for your average Glober, you could say. Yeah, but and that's the other angle you can take, especially with Christians. Like this whole thing kind of started by me asking him if he was a Christian, and I'm glad he said he was, because with Christians you sort of have a double-edged sword. You can use both the empirical scientific side as far as observations and that kind of stuff is concerned, but then you also have the Bible as a source of authority, that you can use as God's word, to also make your argument. So you kind of have both those things to work with. But the other aspect of this that you could attack it with is, especially in the context of Christianity, is the whole idea of like satanic deceptions, right? As a Christian, if you believe the Bible, then you believe that there was a God who created the universe, and that He sent His Son Jesus Christ as well. But then you also have to believe in like this sort of antagonistic enemy known as Satan as well, right? And Yeshua says himself that he's like he comes to kill, cheat, and destroy, and that he's the father of all lies, right? And the book of Revelation even says that he has deceived the whole world, right? So I guess the other thing I would have to ask Matthew is like, one, if he believes in Satan as an actual entity that exists, and then two, what are some of these deceptions that Satan is responsible for, just like the Bible says, and maybe he can name me some like false religions, or I guess evolution he didn't subscribe to, and then I would ask him, well, is it possible that the spinning, hurling globe through space idea would also be one of these? Is it possible that that is also one of these satanic deceptions, right? Because that goes into the whole conspiracy thing, which I think that's actually where a lot of the mental block is. It's not so much that he has a problem with the flat Earth per se, but like what I've noticed with the Globers is like they have a hard time like truly processing the information, because there's a mental block in the back of their head somewhere saying like, wait a minute, there's no way flat Earth can be true, because the conspiracy is just way too grand for it to be pulled off like that. Like I think what really gets them is like the implications of the flat Earth, like the level of conspiracy that would have to be involved. So I think that's the other aspect that you have to consider.
Yeah, that is true. The most question that we get is, why would they lie, right? So if they don't have a reason for them to lie, then the lie doesn't exist, even if you show them the evidence that there is a lie. So it's like, oh yeah, what do you think everybody at NASA is in on it, and that includes their best friend's uncle's daughter or something, right? So that they probably don't know, but they just assume that this NASA as a body is lying to them, and they can't imagine that this, yeah, as you said, this grand of a lie could happen. And it's kind of, they have played the game very well, and Satan has played the game very well, because when you think about it, it's not a lie that was just concocted, whatever, that was made within the past like 50 years or anything. It's been ages since this was started. Apparently, right, they tell us it's from way back when the ancient Greeks, found out it was a globe and so on. So I think there was always been a little plan that was made from, I don't want to say from the beginning, but for this lie to take place. So I think when people think about the lie, they just think of the time that NASA has existed, whereas the lie has been happening since for the past, I would say, mostly for the past 500 years or so. So that's like, if you can think of, if you can give enough time for a certain story to take hold, then would it be so hard to convince the whole world, just as they have done it, right? So it only takes actually like one generation, I would say, to convince them that certain things are true when they're not. I mean, I don't want to get into it too much because we're on YouTube and there's, TOS and stuff, but the confusion now that we see with the generation about what a woman is or whatnot, right? So if I sometimes wonder in the next generation that's after Gen Z, with like, what are they going to actually be taught, and what are they actually going to think what a woman is, So even in our lifetime, we're seeing this great delusion happening with with a few teachings or indoctrinations or propaganda, right? So I don't know why people assume that it's such a hard thing to do to convince the whole world. So I get what you mean, though. Definitely one of the biggest issue people have is getting over the grandness of it.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be interested to get his thoughts on, if he doesn't subscribe to the Darwinian theory of evolution, for the origin of life and how it sort of evolved, as they say, into all these different species of plants and animals, and humans included. I'd be curious to ask him, like, if he thinks, like they're just simply wrong about that theory, like Charles Darwin and the rest of them, like, do they actually truly believe that's how life evolved on the earth, and they just honestly happen to be wrong about it, or was there actually some deliberate deception involved to sort of take God out of the picture and equation for the origin of life, right? I think that would be a crucial question to ask, because if he answered that yes, it is a deception, then you could sort of argue, okay, well, it wouldn't be very far-fetched to also consider the globe to be a deception as well, and not just the fact that cosmologists or astrophysicists just happen to be wrong, and like YouTubers and people on Discord know more than they do or something. I don't think that would be a reasonable position to take for that. And the other thing I've noticed with Christians as well, even though evolution is not biblical, like, yeah, that's the thing. There's a contradiction, and I've got a meme about it too. It kind of says like, how come Christians deny evolution but don't question the globe, even though both are unbiblical, right? And I think, yeah, it's weird, right? It's like evolution is sort of the scientific consensus for how life came to be, and Christians will outright deny it, despite it's like how well established it is in the scientific community. But when it comes to the globe, somehow that's like it's like a sacred cow. Like you can't even touch it. Like somehow it's almost as if it's like unfalsifiable or something. So there's like a large discrepancy there for like how their logic works.
Well, you've heard of Kent Hovind, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you just described him. That's who came to my mind right away when you said people who deny evolution but still believe in the globe. He's done so much for the evolution fight to discredit evolution. So and it's so tragic for me to see that he would deny just flat out that the earth is flat. And I don't know what the rationale is. Like, I can't grasp like what their thinking is when you have those kind of people. So I don't know, but yeah, you bring up a good point.
Yeah, Kent. Yeah, he's a weird one. I mean, do you know who? Have you heard of RV Truth? Like that sort of conspiracy theorist, flat earther guy.
RB Truth? I don't think so.
DJ old school.
Yeah, RV stands for Russian Vids. Yeah, he's like one of the OGs or whatever you want to call him.
Oh, RV. I'm sorry, I thought you said RB as in boy. That the Russian vid sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'm sure you've come across some of his flat earth content before. I mean, he'll go as far as saying like Kent Hovind is like, I don't know what he says, like some sort of like controlled opposition, or like he has like ties to masonry or something. This whole idea of and like in esoteric secret societies, like the Freemasonic Brotherhood, there's this whole concept of like duality, right? Black and white, good versus evil, dark versus light, this type of thing. So according to RV, his theory is like, okay, well, Kent must be, a Mason, or like controlled, or like at least influenced by them or controlled by them in the way, in the sense that, so on one side, he is able to expose the the nonsense and pseudoscience of that evolution is, but on the other side, with this whole duality concept, he can't touch flat Earth because it's like that's like his role. Like he can only expose one, but not the other. I don't know. That's what RV says, at least. I'm not sure if I believe it, but that's what he says.
I mean, I get the rationale, but that's kind of hard to. No, I can't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't. I refuse to believe that Kent would be. No, dude, no.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's hard for me to believe too. But I was just saying that's what RV says. gosh, what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh, well, the other answer to why Christians have a hard time with the globe is actually, and why they can sort of they have no problem denouncing evolution, is because with evolution, the sort of the furthest or the highest degree or magnitude of the person you would be denouncing is like, say, somebody who has a PhD in like evolutionary biology, right? Whereas with the globe, because there's so many people with jobs and careers that are specific to the globe, right? You got your astronauts, of course, and you have astrophysicists and the professors of astronomy, satellite engineers, rocket engineers, aerospace engineers, right? There's all these different people that are involved in a field that like is specifically tied to the heliocentric model. And so, because a lot of Christians aren't conspiracy minded, and they, I don't know, for some reason they don't have a backbone to like to support God's word over anything man could ever say, despite however inconvenient or unpopular that may be. That's what actually gives them a hard time. Like, they can't possibly sort of come into the face of all these people working in this field and say that they're involved in a conspiracy. Whereas when it comes to evolution, Charles Darwin and all the pioneers of that theory, they're all long dead, right? So they have no problem like talking shit about them, essentially, because they're they're in the depths of hell, or like somewhere in the grave for all they're concerned. So, but when it comes to the globe, there are still people alive today that they would have to, if they admit that the Earth is flat and space is fake, they'd have to admit that they are involved in like some sort of conspiracy or deception, and that's the step that most Christians aren't willing to take. Like, they don't want to be what's the word, like what is it, like confrontational, I guess. I think that's sort of like the root of the problem for a lot of this.
Well, so for what is it called, for the globe, I actually think that Christians have been indoctrinated to think that the Bible says globe. So they will think that there's actual evidence for the globe in the Bible, with the Isaiah verse and the verse from Job, and they've been taught to think that okay, we've been to the moon, right, with video evidence, with pictures and so on, as you said, that is presently right in front of us, versus things that we can't really touch a billion years ago with evolution, right? So I think people just assume, oh, we have, the evidence is different because we have evidence of real life pictures, videos right now for the globe, whereas for evolution, it's it's billion years ago, it doesn't matter. And also, the Bible says globe, and so it must be true. So then, and that's what Matthew did earlier, is he tries to reconcile that gap between what the Bible actually says and what the scientists say, and then he's just trying to just kind of merge the two together and say, oh, well, there's actually nothing wrong with both because they both say the same thing. And so they did a really good job indoctrinating Christians to think Bible says globe, and then of course with the scientific quote unquote evidence of videos, pictures, people going to the moon, people doing experiments in space and so forth. And so So I think that's kind of the difference between when it comes to evolution and globe. So people easily could just disregard evolution, and and the globe is almost religious to them. And I don't know if you experience this, but I experience that Christians have a bit more of a reaction, like a triggered reaction when it comes to the flat Earth topic than your regular atheist or like agnostic people. So at least that's oh my gosh, I can't speak. That's what my experience have been.
Yeah, I've come across that too. I think it comes from like a sense of pride or something. Like, as a Christian, like they can't, like they don't want to be associated with what's in their mind deemed to be like some sort of like archaic pre-scientific knowledge that the Earth is flat, right? Like, so to suggest that the flat Earth, or sorry, the Bible actually supports a flat Earth, they can't rock with that because to them that's like that would like make God look foolish. I think that's where that's coming from. But as far as Christians being indoctrinated into thinking the Bible supports a globe, that to me is like sort of few and far in between. It's just like Globers that are like Christian Globers that are hoping and like just doing a whole bunch of mental gymnastics and reaching for straws to try to, work to fit the heliocentric model into the Bible. I think anybody who's intellectually honest could say it, kind of like how Matthew admitted, could say, there's no true, real support for a globe, or any sort of motion, through space, in the Bible. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, Isaiah 40:22. The only versions that actually literally say globe would be, the corrupted Jesuit versions, like the Douay Rheims. All the other versions say circle, which of course there's a big difference between a circle and a sphere. Which even within that book, I'm sure there's a different Hebrew word for circle and ball, because Isaiah uses the Hebrew word for sphere like 18 chapters earlier, right? And so that's not really a good argument. But yeah, no, I was going to say, so I think mostly the cases that, as far as the indoctrination is concerned, Christians actually think the Bible isn't concerned with any sort of scientific knowledge at all, right? I think that's the default position, right? I don't think most, like your average Sunday church, there's no pastor ever mentioning that the earth or that the Bible supports a globe. I think the Bible is just simply used for the gospel message, and whatever sort of other stories they want to read out of that book, and rarely I think is any pastor or church or congregation or denomination for that matter ever saying like, oh look, the Bible is so inspired that it's they knew the Earth was a globe spinning in space before science. Like I don't think that's something that happens very often or is common at all.
Are you sure? Because maybe not in back home, but in the Western world, I've only experienced people saying like, not necessarily that it's flat. I'm sorry, that it's a globe, but they would argue with you that it is not flat, because as a glober, I remember thinking when I was reading Genesis, especially, I would have Bible studies, and when we were having Bible studies, we would have like a lengthy discussion about not whether the earth is flat, but because that never even popped in my head before, but what the firmament actually is, what the waters above actually meant. And in my head, it's like it didn't make sense what the Bible was saying. Because in my head, it was already a globe, right? Like, I never even questioned that it was a globe. But it was like trying to adjust what the Bible was saying in what I thought the world was. So that's kind of like how I encounter Christians, is that they usually are. I mean, when you tell them it's flat, they freak out because in their head it's already a globe, and that they have done a lot of gymnastics, as you said, mental gymnastics, to fit the globe into the Bible. So then also there's the taboo of like, oh, the Bible is a flat earth book, is such a like a such an insult to them, I feel like, so that's I don't know if I would say that could be why they get so triggered and so mad when you say it's a flat earth book. And they also have tried, I think, with people like Kent Hovind, they try so much to disprove flat earth because they think it's a globe and that it doesn't say it's flat earth. And so when you have people like us that are saying, no, it is a flat earth book, it does say what it says, it's not a metaphor, it is literal, then you have this clashing of within our own community, basically saying, when somebody's saying one thing and then somebody else is saying another thing, and it's like the atheist or other people just looking back on, third party looking at us is like, well, you guys don't even agree with your own, what it says, why should we believe what it says? So they think it undermines the whole Bible as a whole, so but yeah, I don't know, it's a very complicated, it's not complicated, it's simple, because just take it for what it says, but it's complicated because people like Matthew exist, and so I don't know.
Yeah, he's a special case for sure. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because I haven't been like part of any sort of deep Bible studies with like the church I grew up with. Like, I was raised in a Methodist church, and like never. I don't remember any sort of sermon that any of the pastors at my church, like none of them were ever focused on creation, let alone like a deep dive on Genesis 1 or about the firmament or whatever. Like, it was just always about like Jesus, I guess you could say, like, yeah, that there was never really a focus on the exact creation account, and certainly not about the firmament. So that was just my experience. Gosh, I was gonna say something else, but it's so late over here, my brain is like half working right now.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt here. I was just going to say, interesting point being made by the young lady where they're doing the mental gymnastics to try and fit this globe into the Bible, but yet they're not experiencing it at all. So it's not something that they can prove for themselves or experience, but yet they're trying to fit it into the Bible. Isn't that just crazy? Isn't it?
It is. Oh, and yeah. Hey, Jen, good to see you, brother. No, I remember what I was gonna say, because Lulu, you mentioned metaphors, right? So it's actually, when you think about it, it's actually not. It's not a good argument, because like even if the Bible was using some sort of figure of speech or allegorical type messaging, right? it still doesn't necessarily follow that just because it's a metaphor that somehow it's not God's way of poetically describing like what is actually happening in reality, right? And actually Isaiah 40:22, which I think you would agree is one of the best flat Earth Bible verses out there, it does use a lot of metaphors actually, or in fact, even within the one verse, you could say it uses one literal part and the rest to be metaphorical, right? So it says, "It is He who sits above the circle of the earth." So to me, I can take that literally. I think maybe perhaps when you consider how there's like a perfectly circular rotation of star trails when you do the long exposure astrophotography, I could see how that matches up with some sort of circular shaped Earth, right? But then the rest of it could be metaphorical. It says, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. So anybody with basic English knows anytime you're using this I forget the term, but this word like, it means that there's a simile, right? Which is a metaphorical language. So God isn't saying that we're literally grasshoppers, but it's saying that from his vantage point, being up in the highest heaven, when he looks down, we're like we look like little grasshoppers to him, right? So here God is using a metaphor, but it's actually describing reality in this case, like his perspective on what we look like to him, right? And then it goes on to say, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain. So of course we know the heavens are not like an actual shower curtain, like we know that's not the case, right? But it describes it by saying, and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in, right? So we know the heavens aren't a curtain or a literal tent, but when we picture the idea of what a tent is, it's always pitched on a flat surface, and it sort of makes like a little vaulted dome type structure, right? So in this case, even though God is using all types of metaphors throughout this one verse alone, it's still God's way of describing what's happening in reality. So this whole metaphor thing, it's not a good argument, because either way you put it, either way you interpret it, it's still going to be describing reality one way or the other. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. And I do agree. It's just what they try to try to use as an argument, but it doesn't work. It never does. And as you said, it is clear whenever the Bible uses metaphors, similes, analogies, poetries, you can tell it makes itself known. It's not vague, So it's just that they only try to do that with verses that they don't agree with, basically. So
yeah, because if if the Bible, it's such cope, really, if when you think about it, because like if the Bible at all, like even remotely suggested that the Earth is a globe spinning through space, I mean, they would just absolutely run to that verse and just use it over and over. Because as you mentioned, a lot of people go to Job 26, right, talking about how the Earth hangs on nothing. What is it? Yeah, verse 7, right? He stretches out the north over the empty place and hangs the earth upon nothing. So they'll go to this verse and be like, oh, look, this means the earth is, suspended in the vacuum of space. But the problem with that is, it talks about the pillars of heaven right below that. But then I would say, of course the earth hangs on nothing, because how do you hang stuff? You hang it from the top, right? Usually you want to hang your clothes on a hanger in your closet, or whatever. Hanging usually implies you're doing it from the top position, right? And it hangs down, right? So the earth is hanging on nothing because, well, guess what? All throughout the Bible, God says that He set the earth on a foundation, which of course that's underneath, right? So this makes sense because if the earth is resting on a foundation from underneath, then of course it's not hanging on anything, right? That's really all this verse means, right? But the fact that they run to this verse and are obsessed with it, like we have like hundreds upon hundreds of verses, especially when you consider like the books found in the Ethiopian canon. We can go to all these verses to make the flat earth argument, but they just like they obsessively cope over this one here. That tells me if there was a verse that says something like, the earth soars through the heavens like an eagle. I mean, they would completely run to that
Yeah.
and be like, oh, look, the earth must be moving through space with our Milky Way galaxy, just like the heliocentric model says. So yeah, that's the problem with that.
Did you watch the debate recently with the two pastors?
Yeah, total shit show. Yeah.
Yeah, so that tells you everything. He didn't bring not one verse. I was waiting. I was, just at the edge of my seat. Obviously, I knew there was none, but just trying to see what he was going to use for the globe proof from the Bible, and not one, not even close.
Yeah. See, that's exactly that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that's what I was saying earlier about, like, I don't think Christians can really make a legitimate argument that the Bible supports a globe in any sort of way. And if it was truly the case, then we should have seen it being brought up by this Pastor Greg Locke guy, because this was one of the most highly anticipated debates on biblical creation, like ever, like to this day, right? So if anybody was to do it, he would have been the one to bring it up. But just like you said, he couldn't bring not one verse. Like, it was just complete red herrings and verses that were just completely irrelevant to the whole discussion. So I have no idea what he was thinking. But you know what's funny about that? I saw you in the chat, in the live chat, on their channel that they were streaming it to. I saw you in there, and only after, like, I don't know how long did I realize that the mods actually banned me. So
Oh,
yeah, they
wait,
banned me from the chat.
why?
So I was trying to say what's up to you and everything, like, to try to reply to people, and I was wondering, like, I wasn't getting any responses, and you didn't say anything back to me. I was like, what the? That's actually what ticked me off. Like, when you didn't say anything back, because I knew for sure you would have recognized who I was from Discord. I was like, hold on, did they ban me? I guess, I don't know. Maybe I was dropping too many truth bombs or what. Like, the mods couldn't handle it. But yeah,
Wait, were you on the YouTube channel from the church?
yeah,
I mean,
that's
there
where
was
you
a
were,
lot.
right?
Well, yeah, I was, but there was a lot of people that were saying a whole bunch of things. Because I mean, what exactly did you say? Because you must have said something very controversial if they banned you. I
And
mean, not that, obviously they're super woke and sensitive, but I feel like there's a lot of people saying a lot of truth. I would think.
that's true, actually. No, you're right. So I actually think I know what happened. Um, Wait, what was the other thing? Gosh. Anyway, um, So I think what happened was I saw one of the mods post like 3 globe emojis followed up by 3 prayer hand emojis. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's funny. So I did a direct response back to the mod. I think her name was like Christy something. And I was like, and I said something along the lines like, oh, cool. So if emojis equal scientific evidence, then I guess men can get pregnant too. And then I put the emoji of the pregnant man, So, yeah, I was kind of making a joke that obviously we can't use emojis for truth because sure you have the globe emoji, but you also have emojis of pregnant men, men getting pregnant. So clearly, emojis, are not a reliable source of evidence. So I think that's what might have done it. To be honest.
Yeah, you probably triggered her personally, because then, yeah, that could be the case, because there were just so many people, and maybe I don't know if you did that earlier in the.
I did. Yeah, that was early on. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it wasn't as busy, because later on when I was in there, the chat was just zooming by really fast, and
Yeah.
for a few times they ended up shutting down the chat, so I couldn't even really type in there. I thought they banned me at that point, or they discontinued my thing, but then it went back again, and they did it like 2-3 times. So, but yeah, I mean, if you're directly responding to the woke mod and triggering them, yeah, they probably would ban you.
Damn it, dude! I hate that type of ban too. It's like a shadow ban. Like you don't know if you're actually banned. Like
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about? Like usually, like the average like moderation technique or whatever, they'll like time you out. And so when you go to type a chat and hit enter, it'll say you can't because you've been timed out, right? But when they do the whole like ban thing, you can keep typing and you just will have no idea until you can like cross check it up from another platform. And that's what I had to do. I kept typing on my computer and I pulled up the stream on my phone. And then when I saw that my comments weren't popping up, I was like, oh no shit, I got banned. Yeah.
But in that sense, I could have been banned too, and I didn't even know it. So.
Well, I saw you in there, so I.
Okay, yeah, that is true. You did see me, but the half the time I was just saying, "Oh my gosh, wow," shake my head, all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I wasn't saying anything ridiculous, but because it was just so ridiculous. Like I couldn't, and the chat was going super fast that even if I typed out anything, it wasn't easy to read. So what I ended up doing for, I don't know if you saw it, was I just ended up like putting this Discord channel, discord.gg/flat earth, and I would just put that, copy paste that every few seconds, and that was it. Because I figured if at least 1 or 2 people would come in there from their side and try to talk to us, then that whole thing would have been worth that whole ridiculousness would have been worth it. So
Yeah. Do you think anybody joined through that link or?
there was one person that asked for it, and that's kind of like why I posted it at first. But then I realized, hey, maybe people don't even realize that there's a Discord. So I'm hoping that one person joined. I don't know if they did, but I hope they did. I don't know. But then they took down. Did you know that they took down the video?
Yeah. Well, yeah. From the churches.
Yeah, from their
channel,
side.
yeah. But of course, there's Dean Odell had a copy himself, and a bunch of other channels were covering it as well. So it's not like it's long gone like the like the
No.
telemetry tapes for the moon landing or whatever.
Yeah, no, his embarrassment will forever live. I'm actually gonna
Yeah.
YouTube right now to see if they posted anything. They went like radio silent. They didn't even say anything. They're not acknowledging. Let's see.
I think on their Facebook they like made some sort of what do you call it? I don't know, like some sort of update post type thing. I actually didn't read it. Somebody sort of like was talking about it. I don't know. They were sort of like, it seemed like they were talking shit or something about like how the flat Earth group, refused to like leave the premises and that they had to get the cops
a
call on
lie.
them and something like that.
That's a lie. All of the flat earthers stood up and left their church, and they were in the parking lot talking, and I think they got the sheriffs called on them or something because they were just
Yeah.
talking like they weren't doing anything. They weren't being disruptive or refusing to leave. Come on.
Yeah.
Such BS.
It really is. I wish, gosh, I mean, Dean Odell, he's good. He's good. I like him a lot. He's definitely done a lot for fire community. Like the whole dispelling of those NASA and U.S. military documents, that was pretty legendary.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish he had pushed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he was triggered or like. I think him and Greg, they sort of have like a lot of history that led up to this debate to begin with. So I think Greg knew which buttons to push that would cause a reaction out of Dean. And and I think Dean was sort of like on some sort of some loose ends on his patience was growing thin. I think with Greg, but the way it ended, I think if Pastor Dean Odell would have pushed back a little bit, I think he could have stayed up on stage at least to have like Whitsitt and Dave Weiss come up there. So when Greg said like turn off his mic, get out, I think Pastor Dean Odell could have easily been like something like, oh dude, like hold on, like come on, no, like you promised me a rebuttal, like that was
Yeah.
that was the agreement, like let's just chill out for a second, let me finish my rebuttal, and you promised me just earlier that I can bring up my guests on stage as well. I think if he sort of wasn't so high strung on his emotions, he would have had the logical thought to say that, and I think the debate would have continued. But for whatever reason, I think he was just waiting for a button to be pushed, and you could see that with like him throwing the mic at him and stuff like that. So it was way too emotional than it had to be.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I think he could have handled it a lot better, but to be honest, I don't blame him because I felt like after he did his whole ranting of 45 minutes with no proofs except just preaching and ranting and just calling flat earthers names, it kind of gets to you. I think that there's like that emotional, as you said, that there was emotions involved, and for me, I was like, okay, when are we going to end this? Like, when is this going to be over? Because first of all, they should have done it with a moderator. There should have been moderation, in my opinion.
Right.
This was like a sort of like a informal debate where Dean took, I mean, it was a great presentation, but he took like 2 hours or something to do his presentation.
Yeah.
And that could be sometimes overwhelming, especially if you're trying to get across the flat earth topic to a new audience, you need to be more palpable. Is that how you say it? And so it has to be like a gursha. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so but it was just a bit overwhelming, I think, for them. And then I don't think that the Greg guy was listening at all for that 2 whole hour. I think he was just preparing for his chance to read that 240 proof things that he had. And so but if there was a moderation and there was like back and forth, sort of like what they did in the beginning, except maybe like a 10-minute long presentation, then a rebuttal, and then a 10-minute long, and then so on, I think that would have been a lot better than whatever format this was. But I don't know. I get what you mean. Yeah, could have handled it better. I don't think he should have tossed the mic at him, and it wasn't like a bad intention toss, but the reaction was funny. So
yeah.
I don't know. It's just, the whole thing was just weird, man. It was such a weird debate. But they haven't posted anything on their YouTube. I just checked it. They're still radio silent on this one. So I don't really have Facebook or follow anything on Facebook. So whatever they said on there, probably just propaganda. And I don't know, dude. If I was in his church, though, I would think twice about what flat Earth is and actually start looking into it, because the way he presented himself was kind of opposite of what I would think. If I had the truth, I wouldn't react that way, So.
Oh, you talking about the Glover guy, right?
Glover guy, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
oh, I see.
He's certainly he has the gift of the gab, like just the way he's able to speak, which I guess sort of comes from his preaching style. Yeah, I mean, he knows how to sort of rile up the crowd to try to make himself look good. That's pretty much the only thing he had going for him. Like the energy just completely changed, like when he came on stage. Like just the way he talks, it's very. I mean, it's sort of it's high energy. It's quite tenacious, and he certainly grabs your attention. So.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, if I just posted any sort of update that you might be thinking of, you can see it in their Facebook posts here.
Yeah, I just opened it. That's a long. It's like a freaking essay, man. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, towards the end of it, he's like starts talking shit about the flat earthers. What did he say?
Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna read it out loud.
Oh, sure.
So, Flat Earth Debate official press statement. The December 2nd Flat Earth debate between Pastor Dean Odell, Flat Earth, and the host, Pastor Greg Locke, Spherical Earth, came to an abrupt end after 4 hours when Locke decided Odell and his followers, who were the large majority of attendees, had not come in good faith, but were there to attack, intimidate, and provoke Locke and others who were there for a peaceful debate based on the Bible. Is he serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Locke opened the evening in the spirit of unity and reconciliation and delivered clear instructions for the crowd to remain civil and loving. But Odell wasted no time and angrily threatened a walkout after Locke levied his first line of questioning. Odell repeated that threat. Why is that a threat? Okay, sorry. Odell repeated this threat every time Locke challenged him on a point of fact, but Locke continued showing great restraint, even while Odell delivered his opening presentation by stating the false premise that the Bible was not in any way a book of metaphors, but had to be taken literally at all times. That is not true.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, I know.
Wow. Okay. Odell then went on to deliver a 2-hour filibuster wrought with pseudoscience fallacies and gross misinterpretation of scripture. Locke and his minority crowd, oh, so they're the victims, okay. Locke and his minority crowd remained quiet and civil throughout Odell's very long monologue, and even applauded along with Locke when appropriate. Never once disrupted Odell. Locke then followed with his very brief biblical presentation, but Odell's crowd repeatedly interrupted Locke with heckling and disruptive outbursts. When Locke concluded his opening presentation, Odell retorted with more combative language and continued bullying Posture. Bullying Posture. Okay. It's like, what does that mean? Bullying Posture while denying the Bible truth Locke had presented. I lost my spot. Sorry, I lost my spot over here.
It's like, what, couple lines down from the second paragraph?
Okay, yes, I got it.
Denying the Bible truth.
Yeah, bullying Posture, the Bible truth Locke has presented, which further incited his crowd to outbursts that put the security team on high alert. Locke eventually decided he had seen enough and told Odell to leave. When Odell responded by throwing his microphone at Locke, it was clear that he had gotten exactly what he came for. The Global Vision Bible Church security team did an admirable job of keeping the peace while Odell's flat earth supporters erupted with anger and took over the floor. What the heck? Several of Odell's supporters had to be restrained for rushing towards Locke while yelling profanities, and many more screamed and raged at the small number of Global Vision members in attendance. The visitors continued raging. The visitors continued raging in the parking lot at some defiantly smoked marijuana in the parking lot. One enraged visitor rammed 3 cars as he sped away. Wow, okay. Further necessitating police involvement. Sadly, despite 4 very, very difficult hours, the actual debate never happened. For this and for the bad faith behavior of Odell and his flat earth supporters, Global Vision, Bible Church, and Locke Media have decided to remove the event from all platform archives. We will not help them promote their deceptive fairy tales and conspiracy theories, as we consider them to be doctrines of demons. Wow! The truth is clear. The Bible never claims that the earth is flat.
Amen, brother. Amen. Yeah, how can you do? Guy's just off his rockers, man.
Do they not know that there are other people who recorded the stream?
Right? I mean, no, they had to have known.
Wow, that is insane that they could actually just flat out write a lie piece like this as if nobody attended, nobody recorded it, and like thousands upon thousands of people were watching the whole thing as well from their home.
Yeah, and you're right. It's funny that he played victim in the beginning of the second paragraph here, where it says Locke and his minority crowd. Bro, you're on home turf. That was your fucking church.
No.
What are you talking? Like, so whose fault is it that at your own church,
yeah,
that you're hosting the event for? Where is it? Whose fault is it that your church going members didn't decide to come out? That's not the flat earthers' fault. They don't even go to your church.
Yeah, the flat earthers came from all over the country. Like
exactly. Yeah.
Your people are just down the street. Like what?
Right.
Oh
yeah,
my.
that makes no sense. Um,
Insane though.
and then look how they twisted the reason why it like had to like sort of come to an abrupt end. Where is it? Something about the security team. Gosh, where was it?
When Odo retorted with more combative language and continued bullying posture while denying the Bible, which further incited the crowd. That's Locke eventually decided he had seen enough and told Odo to leave.
Right, that wasn't the case.
No.
We all remember exactly why he ended it, right?
Yeah, because he realized that I think he realized that he was going downhill. Like as soon as Odo's presentation was over, I think he knew like he was done for. But right when I forgot what verse they were talking about specifically about the seal, and he was saying, "Oh, is that about the sun?" And Odo was like, "No, it's not about the sun." And that's when he was like, "No, okay, fine, get out, like, leave, turn off his mic." And I think he was realizing that if he let Odo have a rebuttal, Odo's going to be going down every single point that he had made earlier, which is what Greg didn't do. He did not address anything that Odo was saying, but he knows that Odo's going to be addressing every single thing that Greg was saying. And so, in my opinion, I think he just freaked out and just got triggered and said, like, oh, shoot, like, I got to stop this before it gets even worse for me. But that's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, well, apparently, even after Dean's rebuttal, like, Greg Locke was supposed to have the last word with his own rebuttal to Dean's rebuttal. I think that's what Dean said the format eventually was ultimately going to be, like out in the parking lot, during the aftermath of it all. But yeah, I don't even, maybe I have to watch it back, but I have no idea where he's getting like this idea of Job 38:14 about it's turned as clay to the seal, and standing out as a garment. I'm even looking around for context in that chapter. I have no idea where he gets any sort of sunrise description out of that verse. Like, so Dean Odell was completely within his right to reject that was the case. Like.
Yeah, half of his Bible verses were out of context, and a lot of them were misinterpreted. And when I don't know if you remember, but when Dean Odell was saying, when he would talk about the definition, he would talk about the Hebrew definition and the root word and so on. And all Greg would say is like, nope, that's not true, and then that's it. Like he wouldn't give, okay, what does the Hebrew word actually say, or okay, can you elaborate a little more? It's just, no, that's not what it says. You're wrong, and that was it. So I think he totally underestimated Odo, in my opinion. He was not prepared. I don't think he looked into the topic at all. Maybe because he said it himself too, like, oh, I never even really looked at this topic, or so. I think he just underestimated him. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he had to know at least a little bit of what he was going to be coming up against. I'm sure him or his assistant or somebody, like, looked at some of Pastor Dean's Flat Earth sermons and, tried to prepare, against what arguments he could make against it. And actually, I think that was the case, because if you remember in their first sort of little introductory back and forth, he would say something like, and I know you're going to talk about the document, so that tells me, he sort of looked ahead into, the sort of things that Pastor Dean has talked about and brought up for the Flat Earth. So, whether it was like, ill prepared or like not not thorough or sufficient. He did look into it somewhat, but probably the furthest extent of it was like he looked at some random Professor Dave video of debunking the flat Earth and just parroted all the classic Glober arguments against it. I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but overall, it was, I think, a win for Odell, at least, for the flat Earth. I don't think it was a win for Christians overall because, I don't know. I think he should have presented himself a little bit better. But whatever. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's human like the rest of us. I guess he's not perfect, right? Yeah. Whatever their history is, I think that had a strong influence in sort of the emotionally charged nature of the debate. So I think that's what happened there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, true.
Yeah. Man, I wish. Yeah, Dean's presentation was good. The only thing, let me think. Yeah. Well, part of it is probably because the format. Yeah, the format was not good, and that's probably due to the arrogant stubbornness of Greg Locke. Which, by the way, according to Dean, Greg actually didn't even let Pastor Dean Odell know the format of the of the debate until the day of. So he actually didn't. He wasn't privy to the format, like for the month or so that it was like scheduled to begin with. I'm not sure why. That's kind of a weird thing to do. Usually, traditionally speaking, both sides of the debate, they know well ahead of time the format of the debate, so they can properly prepare. So what ended up happening was Dean Odell had, like, according to Witsit, like over 273 slides, and so he at one point he sort of had to like rush through it all. Not that he was probably going to get to it anyway. I think he was just sort of had it all to see where it was going to go. But I wish it was good, and I like how he brought up like those atheist testimony, because a lot of the globe deception is to sort of influence a society that promotes atheism. I think that is true. But the one thing I wish he just didn't do, that I think wasted a lot of time, was show that one clip from that documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I think that just took up a lot of unnecessary time. And if he didn't show that, he wouldn't have felt the need to like rush through so many other of his slides that probably would have been more beneficial to his case.
Yeah, I do agree. It should have been structured a tad bit better, but I think he just thought, okay, it is weird that he didn't let him know the format. I didn't know that, but maybe he just thought, okay, I have all this time, with limitless time, to present this new information to new people, possibly these new Christians that have never heard of this, that have only heard or seen the propaganda, right? And so he's like, I'm gonna just take this opportunity and just present them with all of the information as much as possible. So which is a good thing and a bad thing, because then again, he's rushing. It could be overwhelming for the audience.
Yeah.
There's so many things, but overall, yeah, it's not too bad. But it could have been better.
Yeah, he was kind of just he kind of brought the whole kitchen sink with him, and just throwing it at the wall to see whatever sticks. That I think
Yeah.
that's sort of what he was going. But yeah, I wish it was more of a structured debate. Like the back and forth they had in the beginning was good. And then I think more of that with the scripture would have been good as well. Kind of like how I was doing with Matthew earlier. Just like slowly, one by one, going over these verses, and sort of using the Socratic method to try to not put them in a corner, but try to make someone be like logically consistent and intellectually honest with their interpretation. I think if Dean had access or privilege to that sort of debate style, I think he really would have cornered Greg and really made the case for biblical cosmology. But for whatever reason, he just sort of let the free for all, like a unlimited time, free for all kind of thing, which is very weird for any debate. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, me neither. I was just wondering why he decided to do that. It's just odd. The whole
Yeah,
thing
yeah, it really is. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's super late over here. I probably got to get going now. But
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, I meant to message you. I did end up showing my mom your flat Earth YouTube video, and I sneakily took just a tiny little recording. Not that it was a reaction, just to show you that she was actually looking at it. What did she say? Actually, my prediction was correct. Like something about how she was gonna resonate with you being a fellow Abisha woman, but then that the cognitive dissonance was gonna set in with the flat Earth, right? And literally exactly that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was pretty funny to see in real time. Like I specifically didn't send it to her over text or anything. The day I went to her house, I was gonna make her watch it then because I want to see what her reaction would be in live time. So it was funny to see. But then afterwards, I think she kept checking out your content, and and we were talking on the phone one day, and she was like, "Hey, I kind of like this Lulu girl. I guess what was it? She found another video of yours where you're sort of like doing like a bit of health research into like what was it, like the kidneys or something like that, right?
Yeah, I do a lot of health videos. Yeah.
Was there something about kidneys, or am I just completely?
Yeah, there's one. I have a lot on diabetes and a few on kidneys,
Mhm.
and other stuff too. I can't remember.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, she was she was commending your content for that kind of thing. She was like she thought it was good that you were doing that type of research, and that it was making sense. So I responded back to her by saying like, "Oh, cool. So she does good work on these other topics, but somehow when it comes to flat Earth, she's just completely flat out wrong." And she was like, "Oh, but yeah, well, just the typical reaction, of course."
Yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's
So
gonna
yeah.
take time. So and I am planning to make more flat Earth content. So I will definitely get to those soon, hopefully. And maybe slowly she'll come through.
Oh
So
my
give
gosh. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, yeah. I feel like I don't know. I feel like somewhere deep down she does know, or at least it does make sense. But she's too I don't know. I don't know if proud is the right term, but
yeah.
yeah, brainwashed, indoctrinated. I don't know, something.
Uh,
So there's a block there for some reason.
Yeah, but it's kind of odd because a lot of Abishas are not they don't really care for the globe. Like I would think they would agree with the flat Earth more than the globe. Unless, of course, her field of work or something has to do with globe Earth. Then
No, not at all.
oh, okay. Then yeah, I don't know why she would be resistant. but I'll make more content. And if you give me, maybe you can DM me her name, and I'll do like a shout out to her.
That's crazy. She's gonna feel like she's in the Twilight Zone or something.
I know. Imagine I'll be like, listen, this is specifically for you. You know it's real.
Nah,
Last.
nah, that'll be. Yeah, she'd be like, she'd be asking me to like pinch her that she's not in a dream or something. Especially if I didn't tell her beforehand. Yeah, she would she would freak out. She would definitely be like, "What the fuck?"
Nah, I'm just playing. Unless you want me to do it, I will do it.
I
If
mean,
not,
dude. I mean, the Globers troll us, so you know, there's nothing
I know.
wrong with trolling back on their side, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a little. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. It's like a little, like innocent joke, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
no,
yeah.
I definitely will let you know on my next when I'm gonna do my next video, and then if you want to, you can DM me her name, and I'll do a little shout out for her, and we'll see how she reacts on those.
Okay, yeah, got you for sure. Yeah, we'll keep in touch in the DMs.
All right, sounds good. It was nice chatting with you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, and
I-
yeah, I don't see you often, but you can definitely stop by more often. It would be nice.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if it's ADD or whatever, but you know, I have a lot of other interests besides flat Earth. So I'm just always in a bunch of other rooms. I'm on TikTok as well, Clubhouse on occasion. Where else? I guess it's mostly probably TikTok, honestly. But yeah, yeah, I'll swing by, you know, whenever I get the chance, I guess.
All right. Well, you know where to find us.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I always recognize that avatar, so I know where
Yeah.
you're at.
All right.
Cool. All right. See you
Yeah.
guys.
Take care.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Read.
I want to know why Reed's still on the fence with the old flat Earth argument.
Yeah, I thought somebody was going to bring it up.
Oh my gosh! Wait, guys, this is part of how you convince somebody to not be a global whatever. Like, you gotta give me some time, bro.
Well,
Is that fair?
It does take time. It's not a instant meal. We put it in the
Yeah, we're not trying to make you convert or be kicked out or anything. In fact, we would rather that you didn't convert. We would rather you go outside to the beach and look for
I'm
yourself.
outside at the dog park, bro. I've been outside for like the past hour.
Would you like to use the lifeline?
Did you see any curvature while you were out there?
Well, it's
Did
in
you
the
see any
river
buildings
valley, so I
moving?
can't see the river when it curves.
The river
How about
curves?
a 50-50?
Wait, when does water do that?
Wait, yeah, I've been outside for like the past hour and a half.
Well, have you experienced any curvature, axial rotation?
No, I'm not dissociating. I'm just sitting on a bench, bro. It's nice out. I'm trying to get all the fall I can, or summer before fall comes.
Yeah, take your shoes off, dig your feet in the dirt, and get you some vitamin D.
Dude, my feet are dirty. I don't need to make them more dirty. I'm wearing Birks.
Dude, what do you think your feet are made out of?
I don't the skin and toenail. What that kind of question is that? I don't like feet, so I don't think about it that much. But anyway,
Your body's made out of dirt from the earth. You know that, right?
I'm gonna go back to the text thing because that's how I was. I was talking to somebody.
Well, wait a second. Wait, Root asked you need more time. That's fair. But like, what are you on the fence about? What do you need?
I was just in the middle of responding to like a cybersecurity thing that was like healthy for me to engage with. So I'm gonna do that, and I don't want to be like this topic of whatever. Just the innocent bystander, just trying to listen right now.
Why? What are you so afraid of?
What am I so afraid of is
Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What
Feet
do you not
in the dirt.
understand about that?
I mean, you are speaking in the live stream using the live stream text, bro.
What's wrong with discussing the shape or, the potential shape of the Earth? What's wrong with that?
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Apparently, it's not safe. He wants to talk about cybersecurity.
Yeah.
no, I don't want that to be the topic of the thing. It
Of the
was
server?
just a different talking point. Like you guys can talk, and then we were talking there, but I'll stop typing, and I guess I'll just be quiet.
No, we want you to talk and engage. That's why you're here, right?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be like the globalist, monkey
Bruh.
show. I don't dance when people tell me to dance, bro.
No. You said you were on the fence. You didn't. Are you a glober now?
It's a very big divide. It's a dam that I have to crawl across, and I am leaning more pro-global. Yes.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so did you want to hear what I was talking about earlier before it turned into my group therapy hour and then turned into me being just a complete butt of myself? I was on good track with the individual. I forgot his name. He sounded Hispanic, though, and talking about like military infrastructure and technology, specifically with like intercontinental ballistic missiles and anti-ballistic missile systems. So...
Yeah, but that none of that helps us to establish the shape of the Earth, right?
Oh, wait. Oh, it totally does because it follows a ballistic trajectory depending upon the type of ballistic missile. So there's multi levels of it, and they have to go into
What?
space in order to crash down, and some of them can be launched from submarines. So like, I thought it was completely relative. Is that not? If it's not, then I'm lost again. I was trying to like get somewhere, but
So you're saying that because missiles have a curved arc or whatever, that
yes.
proves we live on a globe, or that's a globe proof.
No, y'all keep thinking I'm jumping to conclusions. I'm not sold on it yet. I'm just saying this
We're just taking
logically
what you're
makes sense.
saying at face value, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not sold based on that the world is a globe because of that. But
We're
to
not selling
me,
you
it would
anything either.
logically follow because, well, shit. If you have to do the trajectory of like launching a Minutemen missile all the way to China, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have to go in a ballistic trajectory, correct? That's going to be in a 3D motion. If it were to actually be like a hypersonic missile, it can glide and avoid our missile defense systems, so it can re-enter into the stratosphere, come back out, etc. That doesn't make sense from a flat perspective, like unless there's a biome above this place.
Why? Why doesn't that make sense on a flat Earth? Why does there need to? What's this biome? What do you mean?
Well, what is in space? What's above us then?
No.
Like,
Before we go there,
you guys, why is this not true?
what do you mean?
Well, I'm looking to buy this flat Earth, for instance. What have I said thus far is not relative to the world not being a globe? If you look at topographical targeting systems like the Tomahawk missiles use, they study the topography of the globe. There is curves within topography. Why is it beneath me to think that the world would be curved because of that? Maybe.
You're losing me a little bit, but like
I know. Sorry, that's because it's like I'm not a science person. This is the one thing I can like for sure point to and say, because of these things, it would lead me more to be inclined the Earth is a globe.
Would you guys mind
That's
if I
it.
butt in? Is it okay if I talk with him for a second?
Yeah.
I'll mute myself.
Awesome. All right. So, what do you know about the railgun? Do you know anything about that? Because you said you don't like science, but you seem to know a little bit about military tech.
Well, the railgun so it was supposed to be on the Zumwalt class destroyers. Essentially, the Navy scrapped it because it was going to be too expensive. But however, I think they're dumb for doing that, and now they're going to start doing it again. Iron Beam is going to be coming out soon. It's a directed kinetic energy weapon. I think it's great. They can shoot out those things at like Mach 7 or 8. It's insane.
Right. What is the distance that they've, told the population that they can acquire a target line of sight?
Oh, it's like as much as our current THAAD like missile system. It's a long way into space for sure.
No.
It can be an anti-satellite weapon for actually.
No. It's 100 miles ground to ground. I'm talking right because you said it's all. I think you said relative, right? So 100 miles. Yeah.
100 miles. No, more than that. Like it would be able to go probably. I think the altitude of like our SM-6 Aegis system we have on our destroyers, they can go up to 300 miles or so.
Ground to
vertically.
ground.
What? Sorry.
Ground to ground.
Well, no, it's not a ground. It's a anti-ballistic missile, so it doesn't go to the ground. It goes up to the air. That wouldn't be. There's different types of missiles, and some are ground to ground, but some are also air to ground, etc.
Right. I'm talking about the railgun on the ships.
Okay.
Acquiring
Let
targets
me.
100 miles away, ground to ground.
Let me pull up the railgun again because it's been a little bit since I've seen the specifications on it. One sec. Yeah, it's by BAE. Okay. Yeah, fires an AF.
All right, well, I'm done. You guys can please continue.
What? Yeah, okay.
So I'm curious about the angle of the gun that has to be adjusted to fire, let's say, 2,000 kilometers away and hit the
Well,
target.
don't speak German, Reed. Hold on. Give me a second. I have to look up the specifications of railgun, Reed.
All right.
Because I was asked about it, so I'd like to give you an answer on it. But you know if you have to ask as a German, you probably know the answer. I don't do math that well, but let me see here.
I mean, you can do it in miles too, so it doesn't matter.
Do it what, sorry?
You can convert it in miles too if you want to.
No, I can't. Mein Hauptfach is Politikwissenschaft. I don't study math that well, bro. I do more so other things, but I'm trying here. Just give me a sec.
There's Google Converter.
Okay. I can trust a Google Converter, but I'm now at the end of my capacity to answer the railgun question, so I'll pass.
Listen, Reed, I don't know if you know this, but all ballistics and aerodynamics are developed with the assumption of a flat plane, a flat topographical plane.
Are they developed all of them like that?
Yep. In
Even the ones
handbook.
launched from below the surface?
Yeah, dude, there's absolutely no allocation for curvature, Coriolis. They have to assume a flat stationary plane.
There is, because like re-entry vehicles can actually glide and change in air. That is a thing. It's not beneath them to do that. So if you look at the interception of Iron Dome to rockets, they self-correct. It's not just a flat thing. It operates in a 3D environment.
Listen, bro, we're sending weather balloons up to 100,000 feet. Okay.
Okay, we've been doing that for 100 years.
Yeah, and when we get there and we record it, it's just completely flat. The horizon, no matter 20 miles up in an aeroplane, no matter how high you go, it's just completely flat. There is no
their flight programs and trajectories are programmed in zeros and ones. I get that, but it operates in a 3D environment with sensors and the ability to go up, down, all around, left, right, sideways.
Yeah, man. We're not saying flat as in a two-dimensional surface. Stupid. A topographical plane. Right. So yeah, there's a 3D environment. 3 dimensions: length, breadth, width, height.
Right.
We're not talking about just a flat 2-dimensional surface. But in having said that, some of their coordinate systems are based on that. Right? Military coordinate systems are based on a 2-dimensional flat surface. A grid system. A grid system.
No, they're not. The Kinzhal hypersonic missile system is not. And we're having to rework our missile defenses to be able to intercept them. With that, it's not 2D. No way. I'm sorry, it's just not 2D.
I'm talking about their mapping systems.
There's different types.
A grid system, right? They use a grid system.
Depends on the type. Some use star-based inertial navigation. That's been around since the 50s, so that would be 2D, yeah, for sure.
All right, so when they locate a coordinate, when they allocate a coordinate for a destination or a target, they're using a flat 2-dimensional grid system.
No, topographical ones like the Tomahawk missiles analyze the ground topographically, which involves more than 2D. It is a 3D plane, and it scans the ground, pings it back up, and then it knows based on the topography of those coordinates where
Right, so it's accounting for topography. Okay, I got it. It's accounting for topography. Is it accounting for curvature, drop over distance?
Yeah, because there's over the horizon, like, and I'll move to the next example. So, like, anti-ship missiles have to be able to go over the horizon to get a ship that you can't see. The radar can pick up that ship, and it can transmit that data to the missile to C-skim at that point. It goes down from its cruise point down to C-skimming and speeds up to about Mach 2 depending on the country. That would involve more than 2D coordination. Yeah, for sure.
So
it's an electronically scanned array radar, so it's capable of seeing more than 2D.
Right, it's accounting for something, like it's trying to target something that you can't see visually.
Exactly.
With eyes. Okay, does that necessarily mean that they're shooting over a curve?
Yeah, because the missile doesn't go through the water and come back out. It C-skims all the way there. I'm talking 320 kilometers, like so the range of some of them. So, yeah.
How many kilometers is it away?
It depends on the country. Like the Storm Shadow missile, like that the UK uses, is about like a 500 kilometer range. We'll say the Tomahawks can go 1,000 kilometers.
No, I mean the target for the example you are mentioning. I mean, when do they not see the ship?
Wouldn't the horizon point? So this is where like y'all's expertise can come in. What is typically what global people say is the horizon point? Is 80 miles or whatever, 70 miles or something?
1.2 at 1 foot away from the surface.
I can see more than 1.2 miles away right now. That's not true.
Welcome to our spot.
Oh. I hope. Oh my God! Is he only just? So, do you not know where the horizon should be, Reed? Why do you think it should be 80 miles away?
Oh, I'm seeing at a ship at sea. To my understanding, you can only see X amount of miles away before not seeing anything, right?
Like 3 miles for a 6 foot observer.
Sorry?
Exactly.
So they're saying about 3 miles. So if you're like 6 foot tall, 3 miles.
No, you can see more than 3 miles when you're on the ocean.
Duh, that's the whole.
That's
point.
correct.
So it's about 80 kilometers, I think, is the range of like your visual eyesight for such things.
That's not the claim. That's not the that's not the claim.
Well, I'm gonna take a second to mute and then go look up what I mean to clarify, and then hope that you guys are okay with that.
You're doing
Why don't
great.
you just?
Yeah, take your time.
No, I'm trying to get to a number conclusion really quickly here, because
Think about what you just said.
no, I'm gonna look something up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Why don't you just listen for a second, Reed?
Well, let me just play the clip. There's like a 90-second clip of
Ironically, this is the perfect
good
discussion
idea.
for today
Actually, yeah.
because it's water curve, water hill Wednesday.
Water Hill Wednesday.
We can also help him out with some Earth curve calculators online, horizon distance calculators.
Yep. Let's take 90 seconds and take a quick listen, folks. We can react to it afterwards.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing?
Well, there you go, Reed.
Wait, is your brain exploding?
Oh, that's amazing. I like that.
That's
Dr.
a great.
Carlson.
Yeah, that's a great one. Is your
Keep that
brain
one,
exploding?
Trace. That's a really good one. But
I
yeah,
work-
Reed, this video. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure it's from like 10 years ago. Let me just pull that up. Yeah, 9 years ago. So this is an oldie, but a goodie, and it's so you don't have to hear it from us. You can hear what the actual claim is. So you're saying you can see like 80 miles? Yeah, well, that's what we're saying. That's a problem because they're saying you should only be able to see about 3 miles for like a 5-6 foot observer, and only 1.2 miles if the observer height is 1 foot. So that's a big problem if you're seeing 80, 50, hundreds of miles. Yeah, that's the whole argument we've been making for years now. So thank you, I guess.
Welcome
I'm on sensory overload now, so I'm not gonna be able to answer back to the math stuff for like 10 minutes.
Bruh. And I think you're assuming that the military account for curvature without like having provided or looked into any data, any math that they're actually using practically to target, in their targeting systems and things. You're just assuming that they have to account for curvature because I can't see this certain distance.
You did just hear his response, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not you.
No, but yeah. No, I know what yours.
Not
yeah.
you. Not you. Not you.
do
Yeah.
Check this out. You ever pour a cup of juice and then when the cup is full, continue pouring?
No.
Flat earther?
Yeah.
So are you what's going
I
on?
heard what you said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've been
you don't
working on
keep
this one
pouring
for
the
a
cup
while.
when the cup is full, right?
Yeah, man.
That's why
Thank
I
you,
told him
Larry.
to take his time.
Thank
and
you.
Do what
I'm
he's got
just
to do.
saying that because he was like, I'm like overloaded. I need 10 minutes. What happened like literally 5 seconds after that?
Are you talking to me, Elijah?
I mean, as a collective group of people that are listening, everybody
Okay.
in the room, like, let's.
Okay. Yeah, so there's like 20 other people here that even I don't need to
I
respond.
know that I was very clear, and Hank. I know you're following what I'm saying, right?
Now I am because you started talking about me
Your
again, but
name's not Hank. You might get muted in a second. I'm not talking to you, so
shit,
just
my bad.
because I have to tell you directly, I'm not speaking to you. You can just chill out.
Yes, sir.
I'm not speaking to you at all.
The way you addressing me, Elijah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just spit it out. What are you saying?
All I'm saying is the guy just said he needs like 10 minutes to process everything. And then right after that, you begin talking about what he had to process. I'm just saying we just need to like take a more relaxed approach. This shit is not easy for people to hear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't feel like I was like being overly aggressive or anything.
I didn't say you were being aggressive. I just said you completely ignored what he said when he said, I just need 10 minutes, and then you didn't give him 10 minutes. Like
Yeah,
the
I was just
appropriate
addressing.
response,
I was just addressing
the
something that he'd already stated.
appropriate response would have been, all right, you go ahead and take 10. So this is what I want to say to the room. You know, like, I mean, I know I can't. Do you really think that's unreasonable for me to ask of you, my friend?
Were you listening before? Were you part of this conversation? prior to the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was
What I'm
addressing something
saying
that was
is,
discussed
what I'm
earlier,
saying is,
and it was directly related to distance to the horizon and being able to see, and how he was just simply assuming something.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I did also hear him say he needs 10 minutes, and
Yeah, that's fine. He can
give
go
him
and
that.
take his 10 minutes. I don't mind. I'm not stopping him. I'm not inhibiting him in any way from
I'm sorry.
going and taking
Is
his
it
10
not
minutes.
called you out that you're not listening to what I'm saying? And should I? I mean, I'm not. When I speak to my brothers, I just point out something that's obvious, and I go, "Yo, if I can't do that with you, I won't give you any kind of anything." If that's, I thought I was saying something that was obvious to everyone.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't obvious, and I'm not saying I don't think it's obvious. He can take his 10 minutes, and I can still say something in between.
All right, you're being very defensive. I'll just chill. Do what you want.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like common sense. Someone says, "Give me a minute." We can't force the conversation on people. And the guy did say, "Hey, you're doing the opposite of what you want someone to do if you want them to look at a subject." So I think the social cues have to be picked up on. If someone says they need a minute, give them 10. If they say they need 10, give them an hour.
Hey, we got time today, all right?
How long have we been talking to this guy in chill chat for?
It's been a while.
Like
Not
4
even-
hours?
Too long.
Yeah.
Too long.
No offense, Reed. I'm glad you're in the live stream though, to actually talk to people who've been around the block. I've
been around the block, Beasticles. I appreciate it, and believe me, whenever I say I know I'm on a live streams, and if I need to be quiet, there's a reason. I don't want to get reactive and deal with what you had to earlier from me. So I apologize.
Information overload. No, I get it. You're good.
Yeah.
Do whatever you gotta do, bro.
Like right when Ripcord started, I wanted to start speaking in German. I'm so frustrated. It doesn't happen a whole lot, but I need to chill.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Anyway.
How much time you got, buddy?
I'm trying to, I've been looking the whole time on railguns and trying to find when the drop occurs, after the distance, but it's crazy actually. I'm looking at it pretty crazy. It has the same amount of effective kill power at what is it? What's it say here? Yeah, 200 nautical miles has the same kill power. It's it doesn't lose any of its momentum. It's so crazy, actually.
Damn, so it's almost like it's just going through a flat surface.
Yeah, it's weird. I almost never thought about that. I was thinking that it ramped over the hill, it's kind of, yeah.
I thought it went over the water hill.
Yeah, I mean,
It would just follow it like that.
Yeah. No, that's the benefit of railguns. It goes through the water hills.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
That's powerful.
Who's the guy that's asking? Is that Reed?
Why do you guys call it Water Hill Wednesday? Is it just a meme?
Yeah, it's a CB original right there, I think.
There you go. Sorry, Root. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, let me just play the clip really quickly. It's a very short clip.
Hell yeah. Perfect.
Essentially, we're talking Black Swan, right? I'm talking to this guy named Bob, the science guy. And here's how the conversation went. Let's take a listen.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
So it started off as kind of a crude way to highlight their position. They're saying the water, all of the water, lakes, oceans, ponds, they're curved like a hump, like a hill, a mound. You can call it whatever you want. So I mean, again, it sounds crude, but that's what they believe. Some people don't like the word hill, but listen to Bob there. I said it's not a hill of water, not curved water, and he goes, "That's exactly what it is." Okay, well, if you say so.
Gotcha, bitch. So, the Earth is measured flat. I highly recommend Quantum Eraser's presentation. So, the Earth is measured flat. I highly recommend Quantum Eraser's presentation on the Sea Sparrow missiles and its targeting systems.
Thank you very much, Tucker Carlson. Appreciate that. Somebody else wanted to chime in on the Water Hill thing?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's more of a global legend, a bit of a myth. They've been searching for this water hill, the geometric horizon, for a long time now, but it's missing. Been missing.
I think I gotta give credit where credit's due. I don't think I'm the first person to say that. If you search in the server function and go to old, I believe Indio was the first one to say it. Let's just double check that.
I was trying to find something on water hills, but ended up finding a list of gravity hills, which is also yeah. I'm not even kidding. This is what
bullshit.
A gravity hill is a place where a slight downhill slope appears to be an uphill slope due to the layout of the surrounding land, creating the optical illusion that water flows uphill, or that a car left out of gear will roll uphill. Many of these sites have no specific name, and are often just called Gravity Hill, Magnetic Hill, Magic Road, or something similar.
What kind of shit is that?
Exactly. I don't know. There's like a bunch of coordinates in like different places. Like, wow. Who has time for this?
This is actually one of the tactics I've been using lately, is just to sort of repackage their idea and then hand it back to them. And that's, you see that with the moving houses, the moving buildings thing. I ask people, do you think your house is moving? If you're in a building right now, is that moving? And a lot of people's gut reaction is like, what do you know? Of course not. And it's like, well, that's
exactly
what I'm saying. Exactly. You're supposed to think it's moving.
And that's a good tactic too, like yes and. That's how you get to somebody's like core of like what they believe too. That's a good persuasion communication mechanism too. Okay, I sound psycho now.
No, I'm glad you recognize that. But some people recognize the question. They go, okay, well, yeah, everything's moving. And at least they understood the question. But a lot of people, they have weird reactions. I have a whole channel in my server for this. I'll drop a link. But the responses are absolutely hilarious. You guys should take a look. I can post some screenshots, but they are funny. People say, yeah, of course my house moves. Of course buildings move. Really?
I'm looking at your screenshots of water hills right now.
They're trying to convince people that we have the crazy position, but it's the other way around. Them. Out of the two of us, who has?
I have a food for thought too for you guys. Is it possible that all streams of these dialogues are perpetrated by the individuals, or could it be something else? Like who's saying what type of stuff, and do they believe what they're saying?
What?
Well, to be fair, before we move forward with that, it's been about 10 minutes. Are you prepared to answer, T-Dub?
Yes, and the answer is I was wrong.
Cool.
Wrong about what specifically?
The original claim I made, I was wrong. He was right. So that's my final answer.
All right. So, given the video that you saw, and given the the flat Earth proof that you accidentally shared, what do you think about that? Where do you stand, like, right now?
I stand that I'm still not sold all the way, but shit, I just dropped my lighter. I do think more thought is needed for me to be put into it, and that will take some time. So
let me help me understand. When you say that you're not sold, because I'm not sure what you think we're selling, but
well, I didn't mean I didn't mean to say that like y'all are actually selling it.
No,
It's just
I do need real precise clarity here, though. Like,
okay.
it's
All right.
don't be offended by what I'm saying. I heard what you
Okay.
said.
Okay.
I understood what you said.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, most people have an idea of
Sure.
what flat Earth is, so they think we're trying to sell them on this idea that people come in
Mm-hmm.
that they have about flat Earth. And all I'm saying is, all that really is important is the actual claim that's out there. There's only one direct claim, is that there's an Earth curve and that the horizon is, a product of that Earth curve. And you're finding out that that's not there. There's no argument
There's a
or any evidence
de-radicalization
that you would come
aspect
across.
to it, for
My
sure.
bad. I think I'm talking, but you're talking at the same time. I got the volume turned down. Why are you interrupting?
Yeah.
Need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
No, I apologize. I muted. Apologize.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, this is the one thing that needs to be the case and absolutely true, is that there's Earth curve, and if there's Earth curve, the Earth curve is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That gives you the distance to the horizon the guy in the video was talking about. Now, you showed a video that clearly blows that out of the water. Forget that. So that'll never be untrue.
Right. So can I?
For me,
Oh,
it
sorry.
seems like that would be like kind of a topic changing moment.
So I think maybe that the entire view of it can be dissuaded by single point things. If what y'all are saying is true, there is a process that individuals have to go through in order to come to said conclusions. And it's going to be a multi-stage process. It's a nuanced approach because of every single thing that goes against flat or not flat. I'm going to have to take
Well, are you
time
counseling us for someone else's therapy, or are you talking about for yourself?
No, saying there's inductive and deductive ways of looking at everything, and there is no right conclusion right away. So
Well,
if I'm not,
if I said, let me ask you a question.
Disrespected you that got you to dislike him.
This is not. Oh, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I apologize.
Hold on, bro. So let me ask you a question. Because I don't think it's as complicated as you're making it out to be. This isn't a psychology course, even though a lot of this has to do with psychology. If I told you that I had, I don't know, a Lamborghini in my garage right now.
Okay.
And I just told you that.
Okay.
And you're like, oh, that's cool, man. I'm actually just pulling up right now.
Okay.
I want to see it. And then my garage is open, so you're pulling up a moments after I tell you that I have this, and then you realize there's no Lamborghini in my garage.
Well,
that just means I lied, right?
Yeah, but I generally err on the
Is there a
side of
but?
good.
'Cause I have a follow up to that. So if the answer is yes, let me follow up with that.
Okay.
Okay, right.
My response.
I'll ask you another. I'm getting a lot of interruption from you, sir. And I know you hear how calm and quiet I'm trying to be. So who do you think is being unreasonable right now?
Both of us.
How am I being unreasonable? Inside.
Oh, sorry.
Because I was trying to talk and you were just talking over me. So
very nice and respectful, and I very much thank you for that. But also, too, we've already established it's nuanced.
Yeah, you already made that point, right? So
but I don't
I'm
want to
sorry.
say it on
You already made that point, and then I was giving you a rebuttal, and you're not allowing it to happen. So in this case, it's not like I didn't hear what you said. I was giving a rebuttal that you wouldn't You don't seem to be allowing. Do you think that I'm wrong in this case,
No,
or
no.
so can you let it happen? So that, I mean, because if you're being honest, you're gonna have to say, well, that makes sense or it doesn't make sense. But if you don't allow me to get it out, that moment will never happen. And then who do you think that will hurt? You or me?
Yeah, you probably more so you. I don't want to do that though.
How would it hurt me if I'm just trying to get a point across and you don't hear it at the end of the day? Who does that hurt, me or you?
Because the things that I want to say, I have to formulate and take a second, and then go okay. But then there's a time frame on it, so I'm trying. I'll shut up.
It's not a time frame. You made a complete point, and then I tried to rebut it, and you won't listen. So again,
I'm listening.
I mean, I could give you another shot at what you already said, but I'm still going to make my rebuttal. Are you going to interrupt it again?
I'll mute, and then you can keep talking.
Okay, so I'll just make a different example. Let's go with measurement. I tell you I'm 6'2", right? 6 feet 2 inches. We both, everybody agrees on the standard of what feet are and inches are. So I'm 6 feet 2 inches. Okay. Now you say, okay, you put up measuring to me, and it turns out I'm actually 5'7". Did I tell you the truth or did I lie? I'm only looking for a yes or no because I have a follow up.
You roboted a lot midway through. Can you repeat the example?
Sorry, I'm gonna respond in the text, Elijah. My bad. I try to tag you.
Yeah, sorry. So I say I'm 6'2". You have a measuring tape. You find no, you're actually 5'7". Did I lie? I'm only looking for a yes or no, so that I can give you a follow up, and then that'll be it. Then you can respond.
Okay, and I said yes, truth. In the VC text, and I'm gonna be there and muted and respond that way.
All right, thank you. So when they give us a measurement, circumference of roughly 25,000 miles and of 3,959 miles, then their claim is that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, you can just go to the beach and find out that that's not really the case. So if you were to go to the beach, or if you were to take into consideration your video, or if you were to take into consideration some of the videos that we have, and find out that the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, wouldn't it be a lie to claim that the Earth is a sphere with the size that they've given us? I mean, it's no gimmick, it's no trick. You can probably see how the analogy marries up.
What is he saying?
Bro, I'm saying just I'm responding through the VC, the text thing, because
You can go ahead and speak now. Now I'm done. You can speak for like 2 minutes or whatever you want if you like. I already laid it out. Do you know that you do know there's a live stream, right? This is recorded.
Yeah,
Someone told you that?
I'm already, Elijah. I'm already hyper aware of that, my friend.
All right, just making sure. Please go ahead and respond for the audience's sake.
So, the reason that I said look at it from a sort of de-radicalization approach is because there is a nuanced thing going on here from the top down, bottom up, in a 2D plane of information as it stands. So, if it's the case that I have spent 18 years of my life studying at least basic sciences, there's going to take a lot of time in order for somebody to reverse those conclusions. And I have cognitive dissonance like any other human. and I don't remember a lot of my education, but I am very upfront about what I don't know, and what I don't know is a lot of basic physics. What I do know is a lot of social science. So definitely, it's like you should understand, if anything, that you cannot change somebody in a day. Um, it takes a long time to do these sorts of things. So yeah, that's what I'll respond with, and I'm well aware it's being recorded. That's no issue with me. That's no issue with me.
All right,
Y'all should,
so
yeah. It's just like,
I get it. That was a non sequitur, meaning it was like there's no relation between your answer and my question. My question being like that would have been the correct answer if I asked you, could new information change your mind? You probably would have responded with yes,
yeah,
but as you can see, I've taken a long time in this field and blah blah blah. But that
yeah.
wasn't my question.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that to argue with you. I'm just making
I'm not
another
trying to
point.
argue
Like,
either.
is that like,
Yeah.
that was complete non sequitur? Because clearly, if something is not the dimension that was claimed in a perfect world, someone would just be able to go, yeah, I'm looking at what I'm looking at. You're right. I'm not asking you to be a flat earther today. I'm not asking you to consider anything other than the direct information. But you know what? If that's too much to ask, then so be it. I understand what cognitive dissonance is, so
Okay. As
I get it.
as it stands, I'm able to help prevent things from happening in certain ways socially, not answer direct science questions sometimes like that. So I apologize.
You know the difference between science and geometry?
Well, geometry is a science. I understand a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
it's not the
social
method
science.
of establishing cause and effect, right? It is
Yeah,
definitely
exactly. So, I
it's
mean, I
different, right?
strive to make sure things like Jacksonville, Florida, don't happen
So
again.
so so wait, let me get this clear for the audience.
There's like differences of social
Let me get this
science.
clear for the audience. We understand that math, science, social studies, all of these things are different. So let's not
Yeah,
let's not
there's
let's not
intersections too.
confuse the language by saying these things are different, but they do connect somewhere. There is an intersection between
There's
this and that.
no.
Like,
Sorry.
so all I'm trying to say is this isn't rocket science we're talking about. We're just talking about geometry. We're talking about a measurement. So you're saying that
It is rocket science.
so you're saying that a measurement
No.
so you're saying that a measurement is not easy to understand, because we're not talking about cause and effect. We're not talking about physics. Because physics deals with the study of the physical and natural world as it relates to phenomena. The horizon isn't a phenomena, meaning something happening in nature. The horizon is supposed to be geometric, which means earth measured. So that's something totally different. And if it's supposed to be earth measured, then all you have to do is kind of figure it to measure to be where they claim it should be. And from what you can gather with the video that you posted, it's not there. And you already said you were wrong as it relates to answering T-Dub. So I guess I just don't understand the resistance.
I know,
Maybe I need
because
a
there's things
psychology
in this
course for
world that
this.
people don't understand, and so we're all equal in our ignorance.
I didn't hear you.
That's
Can you start over? Because you were talking like directly on top of my heels.
We are all equal in our ignorance.
Okay.
No, I
Including
disagree.
you and I. Including you and I.
Oh, there's definitely levels to it.
No, there's infinite. We don't know. There's infinite information we both cannot perceive. That's a fact. So if I can't paint a picture to you about something, I don't expect you to be able to do it to me right away. However, I hear what you have to say, and I take it into account. But I'm, out of respect for the audience and stuff like that, I am giving you my utmost communication skills. And yeah.
Reed, all you've got to do is keep it logical. All these arguments you're hearing is with a little bit of logic, you can make these conclusions. You know, it's nothing.
I know. I'm being
complicated
logical.
about.
I'm being logical. Believe me.
Well, if you think
Stop
about
the
it,
cap.
the flat plane is the logical position, because in reality, as you've just heard, there is no geometric horizon. There is no physical Earth curve that can be measured or seen. So why would we assume there would be curvature without actual physical evidence? Same with the Coriolis and the movement of the Earth. We have no way to prove there is any movement of the Earth. And we also know that in science, you can't have a vacuum next to an open system without some sort of container or barrier. So what I'm saying is the logical position is to assume that we're on a motionless, flat topographical plane. Do you see that? Do you see how that's the logical position without any pre-assumptions?
I'm gonna say yes, and that's my answer for now.
Why is there no more?
Why is it no more? Because I'm in a light atmosphere, and I have respect for individuals here. So that is the learning experience for everybody. But I have read the YouTube TOS, Discord TOS. If somebody is very flustered in the moment and sticking around to try to figure out what the heck this is, so be it. But like, yeah.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
It's all good, Reed. I mean, you've said some things I agree with. This is not an overnight.
Bro, I mean, y'all were, if you were in the chill chat earlier, like, believe me, you don't want me to start, like, really going at it and trying to do stuff. Because that's where my brain will go. That's what people do whenever they're felt pressured to react. And I've been trying to not react. And if anything, it's very, very healthy for the audience to hear, because this is my best healthy communication skills as it stands.
You're doing great. My sister wants to also praise you for trying to do that.
Thanks. I thank your sister for that.
The other part of that too is like, I mean, I'd say this is like season 9, right? You know, we should know the show rules by now. I played that clip earlier just for fun, but
yeah.
And another breath, like you should be here to win the show.
Was that D-Dubs?
I said something earlier to a Russian dude that like I am still kind of like that was messed up, and I'm not gonna do that again. But it was definitely a thing, and I'm like not gonna look past it, but I'm also not gonna dwell on it. I'm just aware.
Man, I almost choked on my water right now. That was bad.
Unless we want the FSB or crazy stuff and blah 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 blah. Like, no, dude, I'm gonna stop talking.
I think the conversation is done. Maybe you can meet up and maybe we can find something to talk about amongst ourselves or find someone else. Unless you have a question.
Yeah, I would like to sit and listen for a sec and then ask a question. I haven't been given the opportunity to do that, so I don't want to be the star of the show. This is y'all's place. I'm just a guest.
So you don't have a question?
I will have a question. That's the whole point of a panel, right? Is that
you don't have one right now, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, Elijah. I do have a question. So, why, if you pay attention to the world around you, why don't you believe people whenever they say things?
Because people lie.
What? Give me an example.
People lie, really.
Oh no, that wasn't Elijah that answered you.
No, that was me. That's not Elijah.
Yeah, be specific. You mean like?
Okay, so yeah, well,
Because
you
when
specifically. Okay,
because that's
so my
actually
brother, like Jacksonville, Florida, the dollar
I would
store.
love for this to be a conversation, but you
If you
gotta
don't
let
want to
me
talk
speak.
about it,
Do
then
I have
we
to?
can move on.
Do I have
Mr.
to
Beta
like
Male, hold on.
moderate by muting you when I'm talking? Because I don't want to talk over you. I just want to talk when it's my turn.
That would probably be better if you just muted me. Yeah, 100%.
How old are you?
I'm fucking 27.
Right. So can you just
How
like
old are you?
recognize that when you ask a question, you're gonna have to be quiet in order for me to respond?
I do understand that. Yeah,
All right.
I understand that.
So
All right. So if we're gonna have to be
so
a daddy doming thing, just mute me.
so when people tell me things, I do believe them. So I
Oh,
guess
do
it
you?
depends. So
Because like,
your statement was kind of vague. So can you give me like an example?
yeah. Oh, sorry, Jacksonville, Florida, the dollar store thing. Whatever. Those are the sorts of things that I'm in an expertise to try to solve and not happen again. If you don't believe me or are aware of it or the reasoning behind it, I'm not here to paint a picture of what that reality is.
I'm here to tell you
Believe you
right?
about what? I'm kind of. Maybe I missed it.
Do you live under a do you not are you not aware of what happened in Jacksonville, Florida?
I'm here to tell you
What
right
happened
now.
in Jacksonville, Florida?
We don't care.
A guy with a manifesto went to kill black people at a Dollar General store. How would you not know about that?
What's this got to do with the shape of the earth, though?
Because the world is not just 2D. We exist in an information realm.
I know, but
right?
if your girlfriend asks you where you've been, you're not gonna say
phone right
paintball is amazing, right? So we kind of got to have a conversation that makes sense. So I'm just trying to understand. You said you had a question. What was the question?
Oh, sorry, you don't understand how de-radicalization works, and so I can't paint that.
No, I just want to know what the question is.
Yeah, do you understand what I had responded with initially? Because if you can't understand that, I cannot.
But you didn't ask a question. I asked you if you had a question. You didn't ask one.
I did. I said, do you not understand what I said by de-radicalization? Because it is key to understanding how people learn and develop worldviews.
What?
I'm still confused. My bad. Actually, I was asking for paper towels, so my bad. Say that one more time.
If you don't understand how a de-radicalization process works, I cannot furthermore try to explain where I was coming from. Because
so that doesn't sound like it was a question though. Like you're just telling me if I don't
and you didn't give me an answer. So
what was I just said I was looking for bounty. I didn't hear. What was the question?
Do you understand what I mean by a de-radicalization process?
Bruh. I guess so.
Okay,
so what's your question?
That was it. And then with the follow-up
do you have any more questions?
The follow-up to me explaining that would be, okay, here is said thing as an example as to how the world is not just 2D. Based on that, leading to Jacksonville, Florida, which I don't want to bring that up, but you shouldn't be under a rock. You should know what's happening to people in your country. And I shouldn't even be giving a shit about it. I really shouldn't. But
I mean, the phone that we're talking on, the battery is made by literal slaves. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in a lot of places. But your point.
Yeah.
Ask your question. Still waiting on a question that I can answer.
I don't think he has a question.
Yeah, I was trying to think of one, and then I couldn't. So
I asked you initially if you don't have a question right now. Well, I said, do you have a question right now? And then here we are, like 5 minutes later. So you don't have a question right now. So can you pop yourself
okay,
on mute?
yeah, I don't have a
you
question
one?
right now. That's quite obvious. Holy moly!
All right.
All right.
there anybody else?
Because I would love to be talking to my friend Darius from high school that was a flat earther. But, like, bro,
Who the
he ain't
fuck
here
is
no
that
more.
guy?
No, he's not here. I can't.
Gary?
So, like,
Are you talking about Gary?
Gary. No, it's my friend. Never mind.
I thought you said you was going on mute.
All right.
I'm so confused.
You're good, brother.
No,
You're the
man.
only one.
You're not confused, man.
it's a
I'm
process.
confused. Yeah.
Bro, shut up.
Oh.
Go on mute. Jesus
Shut up,
Christ.
bitch!
Sorry.
Well, I had an idea I kind of want your guys' opinion on.
Hi, Karma.
Hi, Karma.
Hi.
Please save us, Karma.
Well, I had a honeypot idea that I wanted to run by you.
I'm liking it already.
So because I downloaded an app and I get like 1,000 message requests, I was wondering whether I should just throw them the Discord link and say nothing but like, well, Tracy just said, be like, you want to talk to me? Get through these boys, something like that. But basically, I was thinking about honeypotting anybody who messaged me that I don't want to talk to just come into Flat Earth Discord.
Beautiful.
What an
That's
amazing
beautiful.
I would say yes.
Please do that.
With pleasure.
I feel like they would do it too.
Oh, yeah.
If you can prove the ball, you can date my sister.
Oh, you know what you should do, Karma? You should say, when they come in, say Karma sent you.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Trace, because no one's gonna date her.
It's been going that way for 30 years, so I mean.
Well, I'll accept if you can prove the Earth is flat as well. So, like, she still got a shot.
Well, think about the dude that goes through the ringer. You know, that's the one you want. Anyway, the one that goes through all the gauntlet, becomes a flat earther, and is like, whoa, thank you.
Yeah, someone who proves themselves worthy. That sounds nice.
It's a great filter.
I mean, whenever I get someone I'm talking to and I kind of want to get rid of them, I drop Flat Earth on them and see if they pass that test. So
Yeah, you can like tell them to come here, and if they can prove the Earth is a globe, then you go on a date with them or something.
Damn, throw you dads out there, take notes.
If our morality weren't so high, it would be so easy to catfish people using that method.
No, it would fucking work, dude. In today's day age, oh my god.
You know, it's funny. Before Flat Earth, for me, like way back, my filter was Fortnite. I was like, "Oh, do you play Fortnite?" If they said yes, I don't talk to them.
Fortnite's shit.
Exactly. It's like I already know exactly what this dude's about. 10 times
come on,
over.
man. I play Fortnite with my son. Is that a bad
I
thing?
knew someone was gonna say something. I knew it. Dang it, Hank.
That's how popular that game is. It's crazy.
also, you play any shit game if it's for your kids. That doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah, if you're playing it for your kid, it's fine. Even though I would never let my kids play fucking Fortnite.
Well, my son's an adult, so he can do whatever he wants, including Fortnite.
Oh, so it's just two adults playing Fortnite, right?
Yeah, no big deal.
Okay.
I'm playing Starfield right now. Judge me. Go ahead.
Nah, it's fine. I was watching it the other day. Somebody playing it. It's just doesn't it load in when you go into the planets?
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that I have to skip all that boring flight time.
No, I mean like
render.
It's like it loads from from looking at a planet to like a flat Earth.
Right, yeah.
Basically what happened.
Yeah.
Any Houdini. What's up, Max? I saw you sneak in here. Can't hide from me. Just kidding. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, Boom? What's up, Beast?
What up? Were you
Chilling.
listening
What's up,
in?
guys? How we all
Oh,
doing today?
Kembo popped in too. You snuck in here.
Yeah, bro. I just got off work, so.
Nice. Nice.
Yep. Walking around New York looking for curvature. Most of the curvature I see got on skirts.
I knew that was coming. I knew something like that was coming. Did you guys happen to hear Karma's great plan? No?
I don't know who Karma is.
I think they just came in right now, so.
Yeah. So Karma's gets like a bunch of DMs from a bunch of dudes, and like she's gonna put the server. Hey, you have to go through the gauntlet here if you want to even talk to me. Just filter them in.
Man, it must be a desert out there. Dudes act like, there's like all this hoflation going on. I don't know what's going on.
She belongs to the streets.
Well, when 1 in 3 men are fucking virgins at the age of 30, then yeah, there's something fucking wrong going on.
Well, you got to think about, taking a shot. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So.
Oh no, they threw a couple of plot twists into the picture.
I don't think that's the problem, though.
No, I'm just saying they're just going for anything. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, yeah. They're just blindly just shooting at everything. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, that's desperation. Yeah.
Oh, it definitely comes off as desperation. No one likes that. Not even like
when you mess up normality, right? When you mess up normality and make it almost criminal for a boy to approach a girl, for her to be able to call it harassment, for a boy giving a girl a compliment, it kind of throw a couple of hooks in the game, right? And then, when you can't identify who you are, that kind of throws some hooks in the game too. So it's kind of different and difficult. And I don't know if these young people have learned how to navigate this new society yet.
Oh, they were born into it. Well,
there's a lot of.
A lot of them were born into it, but we don't know how to navigate it the generation before, so we couldn't pass that down to them, right? There's a generation gap.
You can, bro.
Well, no, there's a huge generation gap created by the technology. This technology is huge, years beyond anything that was before it. I mean, TV was the big to-do.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah,
you're a Gen Xer. You've been around since the birth of the PC, so I feel like you understand. You can interact with younger people. There's
is this Reed talking again?
Yeah, I was just responding.
You have a question, Reed?
Yeah, like how is it different for like Gen Xers versus like someone my age in this thing? I think it's more so just a communication thing, not technology.
Bro, I'm 28. I'm 1 year older than you. I don't think it's an age thing.
It could be emotional intelligence and maturity. Yeah, I am definitely not the most mature person right now, or intelligent for sure. But everybody doesn't stay on the same. Progress is not linear, bro. So just because somebody has a bad day doesn't mean that's their whole thing, right?
You're not emotionally intelligent? Oh man, all the girls love that.
God, I'm.
Oh, mature.
Wait, did you say linear? That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you guys should know that the flat Earth has gained traction, right? So if you want it to continue to gain traction, you have to do more of this stuff. As hard as it is, I understand what it's like to be cliquey online and this and that, but you, as a group, you have to be willing to be open, but also respect boundaries, right? So.
Hey, we're all individuals here, bro. Everybody.
It's like, well, we are until we're not. And then I enter in as a new individual. I have promised people who invited me here that I would be on my best behavior. But right now it's like as reactionary as like I'll say it, like a communist VC on the politics Discord. I am way better about like.
Oh yeah.
I don't even have to try there. I
Yeah.
just be quiet. Like and 17-year-olds don't even ask me to prolong my ideological responses because I won't let them.
Guess what, bro? Go for
What?
it. Get out of here. You don't have to
No,
be
I
here.
don't want to. Oh my god, it's just quite ever present. Like unless I'm kicked out, like I'm not trying to like make a big brouhaha. Like
sounds like it.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're
Okay.
complaining. It's all. It's not a problem. We understand where you're coming from.
It's criticism, yeah, like constructive criticism.
So you're saying
we just
that you're
addressed
not.
it earlier. We talked about it earlier, and you bringing it up again just seems pointless.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start to try to learn quantum grammar and just communicate in that way.
Okay, if you seriously want to participate, then participate. Go look up some things that you actually find a question on, and then ask the question. You have a lot of very well-versed people in this topic, in this panel. Like,
okay,
for real, you want to learn.
I know,
place.
but what y'all are not well versed in is persuasion, and so
we're not here to persuade you.
Then how do you come together around a topic?
It's a choice, bro. It's a choice.
But the world's flat or it's not. It's either true or it's not true.
Reed, you're so goofy, bro.
It's true.
Well,
It's
Reed,
just it's a
guys,
self journey. That's all it
Reed,
is.
it's not about persuasion because we're not here to persuade anyone.
go ahead, Jay.
We just want people to go and look for themselves, to know for themselves, so that they can have confidence in their own beliefs. We're not here to
I have
convince you of
confidence
anything.
in my basic beliefs. I really do. I really do.
So help me. Oh wait,
It
hold on.
starts that way.
Help me understand. You just said either something is true or it's not true. Now, didn't you just get proven wrong by the video that you came in with?
And didn't I already say that I was wrong and that was not true?
Right. So I mean, what else is there to talk about? Like, you have to have a new question.
It's not a single issue thing. It's not a you're thus right or wrong.
Well, the geometry is that it's not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. What else is there to talk about? You tell me.
I was going to ask that
I thought
before
you were the one that said it's either true or not true.
all right, yeah.
I thought you said that. You said it's true or not true. Well, given the size of the Earth that they claim, we go out and we try to observe it, and you can't observe it. Therefore, it's not true. Is it true or is it not true? I don't know. You're confusing
I'm
me.
white and you're black and I'm not, right? There are things like that, but whether or not somebody is more open-minded or closed-minded, or how that leads to differences between us, that's not a true or false statement.
How do you know I'm
well
black?
beyond that.
He's pulling out the privilege.
How you know that?
It's your profile picture. Like in,
How do you know it's
that's
him?
what I'm saying. Dude, what?
How do you know?
Yeah,
it's
based
him?
on the way he talks, he speaks in the Ebonics linguist. Like that Ebonics is there's a Baltimore accent that's different than somebody
So
from
you're-
San
so you're
Francisco.
prejudiced
That's
now,
how I can
bro.
logically
I don't think I've ever heard
conclude
Elijah
that this
speak
dude is
with
black.
Ebonics.
Elijah's white as hell.
No, he's not white as hell.
No, he's
That's a
not.
construct. But my point is, I don't think I've ever heard him say like one Ebonics thing.
No,
ever.
I can agree to that. Actually,
It's all been like perfect
If
English.
y'all can't hear it and you think that he's like a false picture or something, I don't know, man. 80% of communication is external. So
Bro, you're
Reed, I don't think you know
whirlwinding.
what Ebonics means. I don't think you understand.
But you,
I do. I definitely
Back
do.
to the point. Back to the point. You're white. I'm black. A sphere is sphere shaped. What you provided was not. Well, it really is that simple. So you're saying it's that simple, but at the same time, you're saying it's not that simple. I'm just trying to figure
It's
out
because
which
we're
one it is.
humans.
Okay, and a chair is a chair,
And
is it not?
and I'm curious by you as an
A
individual.
chair is a
too. I'm
chair,
trying
is
to
it not?
figure out you as well.
A chair is a chair,
In
is
order
it
for me
not?
to do that,
I'm going to have to
no,
mute you in moderation because we're not going to have confusion. That's not what's going to happen.
yeah,
So
I
a
know.
chair is
So
a
as an
chair, is it?
example, I was taught.
I don't need you
All
to
right.
interrupt me,
So
Mr. Beta
I'm
Man.
going to
Hold
ask
on.
you again. Now you're just going to have to be modded. A chair is a chair, is it not? You can respond.
A chair is a chair, is it not? That would depend on the style of the chair.
No, a chair
What?
is a chair. Depending
What?
on the style of the chair, it means it's a chair of some style. So a
No, if
chair
it's
is
a
a chair, is
recliner
it
or
not?
love seat, they're different.
So a chair is a chair, is it not?
No.
A chair
What defines a
is
chair? What
a
defines a
chair,
chair?
is it not? A chair. Do you know what a chair is?
Yes, I speak
Okay, so a
3
chair is a
languages
chair,
almost.
is it not?
Yeah,
A
I'm
chair is
very
a
well
chair.
aware.
I can't say, I'm obviously not going to say a bathtub is a chair. A chair is a chair, and a bathtub is a bathtub. A recliner, I guess, is a recliner. I don't know what point a chair is a chair, is it not? Yes or no?
Definitionally, are you gonna read off?
I'm gonna mute you again. Sorry. A chair is a chair. Is it not? I mean, I don't want you to lose the ability to have fun and ask questions and talk to people in here. So, I
Bro, I mean,
mean,
like, you're in a place full of people that, like, 50 to 60 years ago.
I'm only going to allow you to respond yes or no right now until we get beyond this point. A chair is a chair, is it not? Now, before you ask me what I mean by chair, Google chair, go with that. I go with the same thing. A chair is a chair, yes or no?
Sorry, somebody linked the thing. Let me read one sec.
He's got to Google it.
With the back or four legs. So
A chair is a chair. Let me ask somebody randomly in Walmart. Excuse me, sir. A chair is a chair, is it not? Even though no one's sitting there? Even though no one's sitting there. Yeah, it's still a chair. Okay, thank you very much. Now let me ask you, sir. A chair is a chair, is it not?
Yes.
is rap black music or white music? Who does it belong to?
Well, okay. He's lost his ability.
What?
He's lost his ability to communicate to the live
Got
stream.
all over the place.
Or I don't know, probably all night. I'm not sure. Depends on how I feel. Is we can't. I mean, we. I mean, if anyone else is listening, I mean, reasonably, we're not tyrants who'll just mute people willy nilly. But I mean, if you can't answer whether or not a chair is a chair, I can't. I have to mute you. I'm sorry.
Dude in Walmart,
I'm
even though no
I'm
one's
trying
sitting
to
in
be
it.
reasonable.
Yes, it's a chair.
So, Reed is racist and kept around. Reed gets unmuted.
Lou. All right, Lou. I'm gonna shut up.
Oh,
Hello?
let Lou get him. Let Lou get him. Go, Lou.
Oh wait, am I allowed to talk first or no?
Yeah, you're back. All right. So, like,
Oh,
did
okay.
you hear my
It
question?
was oh, sorry. Like I was just actually saying, like, be safe, have your wits around you, that sort of thing. I wasn't actually trying to say this is what will happen. And if it was misconstrued as such, I do apologize. But
No. Look. You're starting fresh because I don't know anything about your history until this message that was just read out loud. So you said,
Oh,
"Sorry,
well,
buddy. I'm not the one
yeah,
whose generation is now making everybody practice drills for things." All right,
yeah.
what generation are you referring to, and what drills?
I'm a millennial. I didn't go to school in this time where all the kids are going insane at school with whatever they do, video games, and then targeting their classmates and all this and that. This happens around him and them. And I was just saying, be safe, be aware, like where you are online, because otherwise people go insane. You just have to keep your wits about you. It's literally as
Can't
simple as that.
disagree with that. That sounds reasonable. Unreasonable. But I have a feeling if I keep
Somebody said,
pressing-
sorry, somebody was like, you're breaking the rules and like this and that. Like I was not. What, you have violated our rules countless times? Okay,
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to.
you said we were
violate-
worse than the Unabomber.
Who? I never said.
Who's worse than the Unabomber?
I never said that. And the Unabomber's a '90s thing. I just before.
Did you say flat earthers are worse than the Unabomber?
Hold on a second. Hold
No,
on.
I never made a reference to the Unabomber at all. That was not me.
Trace, what
Freda
happened?
said, I am not the Unabomber. And you said, nope, y'all are worse than that.
Yeah, the Unabomber is some '90s like thing. The kids don't do that nowadays. They write up
Wait a minute.
manifestos.
Do we know what it was?
Dumbass, you're implying that we are worse than that.
No,
He
not
didn't
you. I was
imply it.
talking to
He literally
Freakness in regards to
stated.
they said they were under 18. They said there was 16 on there. Did they not say that? So I said, be safe online. Keep your wits about you. I was not
No, but
referring to
that's
you.
okay. But now we're going back. Now we're backtracking. Okay, so it's been posted. I've got the screenshot there. I'm not the Unabomber. That's you.
Yeah, it was in regards to an age, like their age group. not
and then
this
you
guy.
read, no, you're worse than that.
I said
So
to him in reference to its age generation, not the flat Earth thing. What?
Oh, okay. So you're speaking to Gen
Yeah.
Z? Gen Z?
To the Zoomers, whatever age group is below millennials that is not in university right now. It's
So
like
no, Gen Zs are like they're graduating, or I think they've already
like
started
Gen Alpha,
graduating.
they're called. I forgot what my stepnephew's generation was, but
The
yeah,
Zoomers are right below us. I'm a millennial too, so it's Zoomers.
I'm a
over us.
millennial. Yeah, so like
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm like the oldest millennial.
No, you're
Yeah, dude, I'm fucking 41 years old, and I graduated in the year. I graduated in the year 2000. That's the first millennial class.
Really?
Okay, my cousin's your age. Congratulations.
Boomer detected.
So I'm like the oldest of the millennials. But
Okay, we're in the same generation then. My brother's your age, like that's okay. These guys are not in that generation. Zoomers are not. There's Gen Alpha too. Would be I don't know the age range, but it's not in reference to flat
Alpha?
earthers.
What's Gen Alpha?
I
That's
think
under
like
the Zoomers. That's the next youngest group.
before the Zoomers now. Anyway,
anyway, so but you are blanket just calling like an entire generation of people Unabombers or worse.
no, that's I never called them a Unabomber. I said that's some '90s thing. I said you guys do things that are worse than that. Collectively, is that not true for what happens in schools and stuff like with these kids?
No,
Like,
that's
oh my god.
faulty generalization. You cannot generalize onto a whole generation because of some bad apples.
Well, it's not okay. All right, you're right, and I apologize if it hurt your feelings, and I should not
It's
do
not
that.
about our feelings, it's about your incoherent language usage. You need to try to learn logic and speak like a man.
Okay.
All right.
You need to think before you speak.
With Zoomers. Don't answer that.
I didn't hear what you said, so you're good.
All right, so what's your stance on? I hear, was it you that was down in Chill Chat earlier? I heard you caused a ruckus down there.
No, actually, I didn't. That was Beasticles who decided to open that can of worms. I will stand by that, but I'm not going to bring it back up.
Okay, Beasticles started the ruckus.
Well, you did bring it back up there, kiddo.
Okay, well, shit. You're okay. You're right. Somebody.
You want to say something? You want to apologize, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just
I
looking
want to
for.
apologize
No. Hold on. I don't want his apology. I don't want his apology yet. I don't want his apology yet.
Wait, Lou.
I want to hear his.
He's been apologizing to everybody.
Really?
Everybody except me. Why?
I just
Why
want to
is
hear
that?
his version of the story. Actually, I think that would be funny.
No, you weren't, dude. Go ahead, Lou.
I was
Yeah, I
just
just
cut
wanna
off.
hear-
And okay, right, but I do apologize
Pause for a second. I'm about to give you the floor. I just want look. Whether or not you were right or you were wrong, I want to make my own judgment. You understand? So like, I'll hear Beasticle's story later. I know I will.
Sure.
I want your version of the story.
Okay. I forgot the dude's name that I was talking to earlier. It's not the dog guy. It was I think he was
It was
from.
Elijah.
Oh no, it wasn't Elijah. No, in the chill chat, we had a conversation. We were having a good conversation. And then
Probably
it kind of
Jensen.
turned into like a back and forth with me and Beasticles because there was a misrepresentation of who I thought Michael Brenner was, and then it got to a point where we both got frustrated. I got emotional. I had said multiple times, like, yo, let's move on, change the topic, blah, blah, blah. He is a very good dude with a big heart and was wanting to see if I was good, if I was okay. The answer is not relevant for here. I am, yeah. It got to a point where I was nasty. I did say ad hominem attacks on him. I said it wasn't cool. I do apologize for that for the public record.
Without getting into the conversation, like specifics, if it might not be appropriate for up here, can you just tell me what the topic was that this was all heated about?
Chaos.
About my problems or what I'm apologizing for?
Like personal problems? Is that what you guys were into? Or like what was the topic?
It did get into trauma dumping on my end that it's really not appropriate for a stream to be repeated. So yeah, like, but I do apologize to him for my remarks to him.
Thank you, Reed. I appreciate
Yeah, no problem. And then Elijah, I do owe him I have already said it a lot in the thing, but I was being like an ass, and I was definitely trying to connect dots and put it towards you as a person because I felt pressured to respond in a way that probably wasn't necessary. And yeah, thanks for being patient and muting me too. Also, that was also cool. I do respect that. So
I don't know. I heard somebody earlier say that they thought we should just get rid of you, but you seem like a fun fucking person to argue with. Like you could have people like this. People like this. We haven't even gotten into it yet, but
I like cried earlier. I don't know what kind of troll cried. So like,
you were crying earlier.
Oh, I did in the chill thing, but like that just I'm not here to troll. I'm just like listening now. Well, and also I guess I am shit stirring a little bit in the chat.
If you were crying, that means like you were being real, like to you, like you might have gotten emotional, and maybe that's not, we do like to try to keep it logical here. We're not going to appeal to your emotions or anything like that. We're not going to appeal to your emotions, but it means that you're passionate about what you're talking about and being real about it, like at least for you anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, like it also means you're a sensitive one, and we could have like I said, that could be kind of fun messing with you. A lot of people are going to see it that way.
Yeah, I'll keep my guard. My HP will be up 50 on the reflector shields next time. I'll learn my lesson.
So let's get this train back on the tracks.
All right, let's go back down to chill chat. Actually, I'm going down to chill chat.
No.
Yeah.
All right, everyone but Lou. I'm just kidding, but yeah, man, let's get this train back on the tracks. Let's get to the money, as the kids would say. So, I never really heard. I mean, whose team are you on, Reed? Or you're still figuring things out, though, right? But if you had to pick a team,
yeah, for like the 50th time, I'm still undecided. It's been like a day I've been here. Like, yeah, it's been 2 years since I've been back in the Flat Earth community. It's gonna take me a little bit to get back on the theory game and digesting stuff, whatever.
So let me ask you this: if someone rolled up to you like, "Hey, I heard," like, if they're like, "What is Flat Earth?" Like, what would you tell them, just from your current understanding?
To go talk to people who self-identify as flat earthers. It's not my job to represent the views of something I don't necessarily am settled on yet.
Fair enough. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But from your understanding, like, what is your current understanding of this position? regardless of if it doesn't have to be your position to understand it, right? So just curious, what is your current understanding?
That y'all think the world is flat, and then there's other people that don't, and then that's like a tribal thing based on those two things.
Can I point something out? Like when you say for people who self-identify, like that sounds like a freaking pronoun people kind of a thing. It's not about like we can deny reality and just claim that we are what we want it, or things are what we want them to be. Like that's the pronoun people. Like no,
I didn't mean to offend.
yourself, like all of us. No. Look, I'm not offended. I'm just pointing out that it's not about self-identification or anything like that. It's about realization about reality itself.
Sure. As an alcoholic, I get that. Like, I go to AA and stuff like that. So I shouldn't put it that way.
It's like 6 o'clock. You already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
Sorry, bro. I probably shouldn't have played that. But, like, listen. If you were to take a random sample of 10 people and you just said the word flat earth, that doesn't really give them much to chew on. I think most people don't really understand the context. So, sorry.
Usually, sorry.
No. So just when you say like, well, people who think it's flat, that doesn't really help people. So I'm just, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that when you say flat?
Well, there's the Telegram that I'm in. It's full of quite a few flat earthers. They have differing stances on stuff, either some mythical and some not. I don't know, man. I don't keep up that well with them, but I would probably try to find the most common sense opinion out of them, and then probably they would. There's one out of the 15 people there that would probably get along here. I could tell.
But remember, so like someone has never really heard the term flat Earth before, and they come up to you and they're like, "So, like, what is that?" I'm just wondering what you, if you were just gonna kind of give them in a nutshell.
People do ask me that as well. Like, I'm into conspiracy watching, but also too, there's certain communities I will not engage in. I still would like probably just give examples of like the all gas no brakes video and just say like, here's what I found and here's how I entered in here. It's like, it's not for me to just like explain to people, and I usually wouldn't be able to if people ask about it. It's a very nuanced thing, but you know, if you're to meet in real life, etc., like I'm perfectly fine with people being flat earthers. I could also maybe try to be one in real life or convince people I am for fun, just to, I don't know. But
no, it's again, man. Look, let me ask you this: has anybody pressed you yet about like what you know to be true about the globe? Can you and what you can prove about living on a so-called spherical Earth? Has anybody pressed you on that yet? I can assume they have.
Yeah, they have, and the answer's still been undecided.
Undecided is not the answer, like at all. Like you don't. Question is did you present any proof for the curvature of the Earth? Did you present any proof for axial rotation?
Well, no, because I can't prove it. I'm horrible at this stuff that was being discussed. So, like, absolutely not. I can't prove it. No, that's why I'm spending time here to try to formulate and come to more concrete conclusions and critical thinking skills. Like,
you know, okay, so that's cool that you're here because you're going to hear a lot of good flat Earth arguments or globe debunks. But your real questions, if you want to answer those questions and present them to us, your beef isn't with us. It should be with the Globers. Honestly, you should be pressing them like, hey, what proof do we have that I can show them? And well, I can already tell you that's fruitless because we already debate all of them as well. None of them present any. And that lack of evidence.
Most everybody.
What's that?
Most everybody that I talk to from the debate realm like does not even care if the world is flat or not. It does not come into mind for anybody that I'm friends with.
Okay, fine. Talk to people who do care, though. Talk to.
Ooh.
Go ahead. Like, write an email to Neil deGrasse Tyson or the frickin', or go into the Globe servers. I don't think going to Globe servers is going to be good because you're just going to it's going to be part of the echo chamber. Anything they give you, we've already.
I'm part of a bunch of different conspiracy communities, from chemtrail infighting, etc. Not everybody agrees on the flat Earth thing. There, like, I could go ask them to like explain their opinions on it
You're
more. Yeah, for sure.
misrepresenting it. You're not listening well. You're not listening well. Repeat it.
We're looking for real evidences and proofs, like measurements and actual like things that we can do to test. Essentially, we need to find we need like somebody to show us if you're going to claim that you live on a globe must curve away from you in all directions.
Okay.
I don't need an explanation for why you live on it but don't see it. What I need is evidence that it is indeed curving. Is there any?
To my knowledge, no.
And then, so what's the hang up?
The hang up is I can't settle on a conclusion on something in one day. Like that.
Okay, that's a good answer. That's fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
But be more receptive.
Wait, hold on. I got a question.
No, I just want to say this, and then I'll give up the mic. But recognizing that and acknowledging that, so that there is no evidence that you can think of, and it sounds like you're skeptical that it exists. Keep that in mind when you're here, and try to be more receptive to listening to the flat Earth proofs or whatever else, or this whole idea of flat Earth, knowing that you have no evidence or proof of your globe. Don't be defensive for the globe if you have no evidence.
Yes, so my question for you is, I can understand, just like how Lou said, the whole, like, oh, I can't make up my mind in one day kind of thought. But my question is, if you're stuck on that, and this isn't the first day of your life that anyone's ever told you the Earth is flat, my question is to you, what's the next step to figuring out whether or not the Earth is flat or not? What's the next step for you?
The next step for me? Listening and hearing you guys, taking it into account and not going emotional or insane. I had my McDonald's earlier. I have a full belly. That would be the next step, logically, to me.
Man, I was going to just suggest, if you actually have any sincere doubts of it being flat, I would suggest going to a body of water where you can observe a target that you shouldn't be able to observe from a certain distance, from a certain
I was
elevation.
at the River Valley earlier, looking at the water, and then I was thinking about those things. I'm capable of doing multiple things at once, believe it or not. And it was a river, so I was kind of fucked by the curvature of that, so I didn't really get much place. But
most rivers are probably not.
Okay, well, I couldn't think about that.
Unless you're talking about a giant river.
It's a pretty big river.
Yeah, like the Mississippi has places where it's so wide you can't see across it. You might be able to do some good things with it, but I mean, all rivers they're flowing downhill. That's why they flow. That's why they move. So I don't know if that's like a perfect proof, but you could still probably do some good things with it. Do you live near any lakes or the ocean?
I wish I lived near the ocean. Yeah, it's going to be frozen over here soon, but I definitely do live near water for sure.
Yeah. Either way, like what Orion was getting to though is, see, the question. The next step for you shouldn't necessarily be just, listening. Sure, that can be it, but nobody's going to prove it to you. You have to actually prove it to yourself. So,
yeah, I understand.
If you're truly interested, then proving it to yourself is the next step.
Yeah, one day at a time. Like that's how I live life right now. So like tomorrow will be a new day. I can take inventory and then reflect and try to do better. So
I mean, that's how most people became flat earthers. You understand that most flat earthers were very skeptical about this flat earth thing, thought it sounded crazy at first. Almost everybody, in fact, like almost literally everybody. There's only a couple of weird people who claim, I shouldn't say that weird. There's only a few odd people like that claim that they were raised a flat earther or that they've always known or
Right.
anything like that. Most people believed in the globe. They believed in this, heliocentric model and all of this stuff. They believed in the Big Bang. They believed in a lot of things. It wasn't until these points were brought to their attention that they tried to go and debunk the flat Earth, and
Right.
in their inability to do so, became flat earthers.
Well, and like chemtrail infighting, people have PhDs in chemistry and all this and that. Like I know people just don't wake up and go, like, "Oh my gosh!" Like it's a thing that people come to conclusions on personally. The thing with it is, I'm not used to interacting with the individual part, so usually I wouldn't talk at all in the old flat Earth discords. I would just fall asleep listening to like them argue, or not you them. It's the old group. I forgot what the Discord was. My old account. So yeah, this is like the first time I've like made. Well, last night was the first time I made an attempt to like be human and engage with it because I was getting tired of the politics thing, and then I also went against my word and got political here. So I apologize for that. Yeah, it's kind of a culture shock, and not a culture shock, but a surprise. Like we're parasocially online, but like we're people. So
For how long have you been in the flat Earth circle? Like,
roughly like 3 years.
so you've probably already spoken about all the things that we're talking about now, right? 3 years ago?
It was a period of my life when I was like blacked out from not being sober. So I'm restarting. I don't remember literally the first 6 months of that.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just told me like a few minutes ago that like last night was like your first day. Now you've been here for 3 years.
No, so I've been like in and around conspiracy circles in general for like 3 years. The Flat Earth Discord specifically, not this one. When COVID started, and like I said, I would just listen. People wouldn't care if I chimed in or not. So yeah, I was.
He's been following Flat Earth for like 3 years at least.
Yeah, but I don't.
I'm kind of getting from it. It's not like he followed it intently or anything. He kind of stumbled across it, probably trolled for a little bit.
No, I didn't troll. I'm a horrible troll in this sense, bro. Believe me, this is not my trolling. I'm good at trolling when I need to be. This is not it.
All right.
Are you made of
How can you be horrible at trolling but then be good at trolling and wannabe?
Hey, serious question.
I
Are
did
you
theater.
made of cheese?
I'm made of cheese. Some Indian people say we smell like cheese in the West. I don't know.
Swiss cheese?
I like Gouda, like smoked Gouda.
You don't like Swiss?
I don't know. It's not my favorite, but I do eat a lot of smoked Gouda.
Okay, I just want to make
This
sure.
is good.
Can we get a Elijah in here to ask about chairs, please?
Lazy.
So the answer to your question, yeah, is a chair a chair? That's right.
It has to have a back and legs. So yes.
But the real question is, what is a chair?
What are we talking about? I thought this was a flat Earth server. Does anyone dare debate me?
Wait, I was told that this chair was.
Wait, are you a Glober? Hold on.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Did we get a challenge here? Are you a Glober?
It's my AI bot.
Oh, fuck.
I'm still trying to get a handle on that thing. Yeah, myself. I'm still trying to get a handle on that too. Like, it sounds like he's skeptical.
He's a liar.
Yeah.
I'm not a liar. No, that is actually one thing. I'm not a liar. Like, I've been 100% honest this whole time. If my opinions have been, messed up or something, that's probably the case. But as an individual,
99% honest. How do you be 98% honest? What do you mean? You only lie a little bit.
People, it's in human nature to lie sometimes, but I'm not trying to do that on purpose. If I am,
All right.
yeah.
No.
And this keeps me sober too, by the way. So it's like it's healthy for me personally.
I only listen to people who are 99% honest. Okay, so
It's weird how this keeps you sober. This shit like this drives me to drink.
Wait, does it really? Oh my gosh, this is such a
No,
good.
that's a lie, Lou.
Yeah.
You walk to the liquor store.
Lou, it's because of the perspective. We're listening to them, and they're just using sophistry and fallacies and going in circles, and it's just annoying.
Oh,
Meanwhile, they're listening to us, and it's logical and reasonable, and we're letting them speak. So, of course, it's a different experience.
I have 3 nationalities, like technically, actually. So I pivot. Like, if you have to ask me a question in the politics,
Wait a minute.
they have
You
to
got
be
3
specific.
nationalities? Are you like
Yeah, German,
Arabic?
Canadian, and American.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're like a citizen of 3 countries?
Yes.
Damn, I wish I wasn't even a citizen of 1. How did you fuck that up so bad that you got 3 nationalities?
Yeah, good question. I don't want to dox myself.
Do you mean to just correct him and say ethnicity?
No, it's I'm
Was that a-
ethnically German. That is what I am. I was born in the United States.
I know.
live
I
in
think
Canada.
what he's trying to point out to you is that nationality and ethnicity are not the same thing.
I know, but whenever someone asks me a question about voting or something like this, you have to be concise in what you mean, because I can vote in different places, and it's a different response depending on that,
Can you
right?
vote in Germany?
Yeah,
Can you
I
vote
can.
in Germany?
Yeah.
So you're not just ethnically German, you're also a citizen of Germany.
Yeah, like I speak High German. Well, I don't. My Hochdeutsch is good.
What's
My
Low
High
German?
German is. No, it's some Bavarian Low German, but my grandparents came over.
Low German is what they speak on the east side.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah, like my grandfather flew in the Luftwaffe and stuff like that.
So, back to the shape. Or lack thereof.
Hank, I freaking love you, dude. You were like, oh, a Glober came in. We put my Starfield down.
Dude,
Yeah, no, here's the thing is like what okay, so
Actually,
even though you said the robot, whoever that is robot in pre-bed.
Never mind. I
My
digress.
whole thing cut off when dude
I
said
got you. I'll be back home soon.
hate me.
For sure.
All right. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you're coming from a globe persuasion, but I mean, honestly, like just the read I'm kind of getting of you is like you sound like the kind of person who could actually look into this and be could see it another way. And I think you do take an interest in it at least a little bit. It's taking you a
changed my
while.
mind on
3 years down the road, it's taking you a little while, but coming from your globe persuasion, even though you've already admitted that there is no evidence that you could point to of curvature or axial rotation, what would be your top argument in defense of the globe?
So I already tried earlier with the military thing, and then I ran into walls with a lot of math and stuff. So
Oh yeah, called him out way earlier when you started going off on that.
Well,
Well, yeah, and then I got
I didn't
shut
hear
down,
any
so,
of
like-
this. I'm asking him for me. Okay, just tell me what's your top one. You don't have to get necessarily. You don't necessarily have to get all deep in there, but tell me what is your number one.
Yeah, but if the top one didn't work and you know it doesn't work now, just take the second one.
I don't know what the
Even
second
still,
one is.
I just want to hear his first one, even if it didn't work. I want to know what it is. That's my only question.
Like submarine launched ICBMs specifically.
Submarine launched intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Yes.
That's your best reason for believing in a globe?
It was.
Yes, and then I was shut down, and now I have to rethink, and I don't have a second answer yet.
You literally that. I mean, even if you believed in a globe, there should be like a 1, 2, and 3 before that. Like that was your number one.
There should be, but it's been 7 years since I've learned basic science and math, and university does quite the thing to the human brain and lots of debt. So I got to retrain myself to get good at basic what is it called? Science experiments, stuff like that. If this is what it takes, it's probably not a bad thing for me to do. So,
Can I ask you this? If that was your number one, and like I said, I'm not going to push you on that. I just want to know what it was.
yeah.
If that was your number one, does that that kind of leads me to believe that possibly your education was in military? Like did you serve in the military, in the Navy? Like
Oh
did you? Were
gosh,
you
no, they won't take me for good reason. But strategic studies and security studies, international relations, yeah, would be my focus. And I'm dropping out of school again.
international relations? So I mean,
Well, that's the broader topic, and then
Yeah.
like strategic studies would be the sub one. But I'm taking a year off school this year, so that's going on the back burner for now.
oh,
Do you speak fluent German?
I used to speak fluent High German. I can understand Plattdeutsch very, very well, and then I don't have anybody around to speak German with anymore, but I can still understand probably like 80% if it's spoken in a day-to-day topic thing. I can't fight with politics and pop culture and stuff, though.
Oh, I was gonna say you should just be translating. She don't understand.
Oh,
But can
Kinda
you
wanna
channel
do
the fury
Wait,
of the Fuhrer and give a speech and like scream and stuff like he did?
Oh gosh, no. I don't want to be famous or anything like that, but like I definitely
are you sure?
like to be behind the scenes. Yeah.
You positive about that one?
Well, I don't know. You guys been giving me a lot of attention. I kind of like it, but for the most part, I've
Oh,
been
we know.
like
We know you like it, bro.
a shame.
We know.
No, I actually like it's been kind of shameful. I'm just kind of riding out the gravy train, and I'm bored too. So
You speak.
So,
You
I
speak.
got
You
a
speak
question.
with
I'll get
lies
back
and
on the
truths.
topic.
like I'm finally home now. I went for a walk with the dog earlier. I ate, and then yeah, I'm just chilling now. That's okay.
She's a dog person.
Can you hear
He's
me?
all right on my book.
I got a corgi, bro.
Can you hear me?
Oh, nope.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Guy who says he's on the fence or whatever you want to call it. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What reason do you have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
For you specifically?
No, anybody.
Me or you, anybody. Like, just any reason at all for anybody.
Well, you can look at a historical precedence of like history of science being wrong, and then people improving upon that in a good or bad way. But there's thousands of years of it, so like I would err on the side of being skeptical or cautious to anything.
So there's a good that's actually an answer we can dig our teeth in. Science like what specifically?
Because I guess I didn't know I was doing it, but geometry would be one, Pythagorean's theorem.
That's not
Well, geometry. Well, if we're gonna say geometry,
It's part of science.
No, it's not.
Okay, or I guess
anyway,
it's not.
But there's no argument there because you were defeated on the point of geometry, so we may as well move beyond that, right?
Okay, all right, we'll move beyond that.
So you have to be more specific. What within science? You have to actually like, hey, these, because you said 1,000 years, like somewhere in that 1,000. Damn, bro. How come you talk when I talk?
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
I don't get that. Like, how are you gonna understand when I'm asking you if you're talking when I'm talking? Can you help me understand that?
I muted, and then I guess I'll have to mute again. Just please continue. I apologize.
Bruh. So you said thousands of years of science that we improved upon. Just pick a year and a date. You don't have to know a date specifically, but some method of some kind that you can pick any one you like.
Microscopes or telescopes would be the one I could think of.
What about them?
Which one? Which one?
Name all of them. I don't.
No.
Not which
like
telescope. I
glasses.
mean, which one? Microscopes or telescopes?
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm meaning the use of like glass to see things far away or up close. Is that like telemetry? I don't know what the term would be. I'm just trying to think of something that humans have done for a long time.
Okay, specifically, what with an eyeglass piece?
I am not versed in the history of science, as is quite apparent.
Well, check it out.
Okay.
It's only
Contact
500.
lenses.
It's only 500 years old. No, I'm not even gonna. You don't know enough.
Okay.
Things. The idea that there's a universe and that it's expanding and that there's multiple galaxies and we live in one. That's 100 years old, not thousands.
Right. But
So
the
how do we
concept
know
of the
that?
sun